The Nightingale Conant Corporation is pleased to introduce to you the psychology of selling. You're about to hear a $1 Million Master, Brian Tracy, and he's going to share with you the ideas and approaches used by most of the big money makers, the superstars of selling. As a salesman, Brian began setting sales records at age 11. He's rehearsed sales presentations in parking lots, eaten on the run, done his share of cold calling and sitting in unfriendly waiting rooms, and closed those once-in-a-lifetime sales most of us just dream about. There are several reasons why Brian Tracy is the ideal author-narrator of this program. In addition to the fact that he's been in sales himself, he's also been in business for himself, so he understands selling from the other side of the desk. And he's also served many top corporations as a consultant in sales training or as a sales trainer. You know, it's one thing to do it yourself. It's quite another to teach someone else. Brian Tracy has that gift. For instance, he knows there's not only one selling type or one selling personality, but many. He doesn't expect you to fit any preconceived mold he's constructed. Rather, he's constructed his material so it is easily assimilated by anyone in sales. He presents it cafeteria style, so you can choose what will work for you and pass by what won't. Brian Tracy will make this audio cassette learning experience fast, easy, and fun. He's entertaining and he knows his stuff. His material is aimed at increasing the sale of your product or service, and in dealing with the unique requirements of your industry and the competitive pressures you face. This is the same material many companies pay $5,000 for their people to hear. It is presented live and taken from his seminar on selling. You'll find it fast-moving, high-powered, and idea-packed. And now, here is Brian Tracy.
The most important thing that we have to understand in the world of selling is that nothing happens until a sale takes place. That salespeople are the forerunners of progress and always have been throughout all of history. There is a bias in our society, an almost unspoken bias against salespeople. Many salespeople are embarrassed or even shy about admitting that they're in sales. They think that being in sales is somehow something that you do when you can't get an honest job. Have you ever been to a social engagement or a party and somebody says, "What do you do?" and you say, "Well, I'm in sales." They say, "What would you really like to do?" In our universities, selling is not taught. They teach marketing, and then when the fact is that the most successful organizations in the world are all superb selling organizations. They recognize that they have certain products and they have certain services, but they rise or fall on the quality of their sales effort. I think one of the best examples of this is IBM, one of the finest, perhaps the finest corporation in the world, and they put hundreds of millions of dollars a year into training their salespeople because they know they could have the best products in the world, but if their salespeople cannot sell them, they're not going to be successful. They never lose their focus on the importance of the selling effort. It's very important for us, in terms of our success, to understand that what we are engaged in is an honorable profession. As a matter of fact, sales is the oldest profession. There are many people who think that something else is the oldest profession, but that's just a subsection of sales. The fact is that we can be proud to be salespeople because it is upon our efforts that the whole economy floats. All the people who hold up their noses at salespeople depend for their existence, depend for their livelihood, depend for their rent and their food on the salespeople. Every government bureaucrat who lives off of tax revenue has to survive because of private sector corporations who have salespeople who earn profits that pay taxes and pay wages and pay everything else. So never be shy about saying that you're a salesperson. Salespeople also, I think, are in the most wonderful profession in the world because there is no limit on where you can go in this profession. There's no ceiling on your income. There are, in many cases, there's no floor either, but nonetheless, there's no ceiling. If you are properly trained and skilled in selling the right product in the right market, there is an unlimited amount of money that you can make. And salespeople, professional salespeople, are some of the highest paid people in the world. It's the only field in the world where you can start with very little skill or training coming from any background, and in a matter of 3, 6, 9, 12 months be making an outstanding living if you're properly trained to do it. And today we want to give you some tools that will help you be properly trained to do it. I want to start off talking about the psychology of selling, and that brings us to the whole purpose of this seminar. The whole purpose of this seminar is this. We know that with regard to selling, the 80-20 rule, the Pareto principle, prevails. The 80-20 rule simply says that 80% of the sales are done by 20% of the salespeople. That the top 20% of the salespeople always do 80% of the sales, and the converse of that is also true. That the bottom 80% only do 20% of the sales. Our job is to take everybody in this room, if they are not now in the top 20%, and move them into the top 20% by giving them the tools to do so. Now, if you're already in the top 20%, and I suspect that many of you are, then our job is to get you into the top 20% of the top 20%, which is the top 4%. And there's a very, very good reason why we wanted to get into the top 20% and then subsequently into the top 4%. And it is simply this, is that once you get into the top 20%, you never have to worry about money again. You never have to worry about job security. You never have to worry about employment. The people in the top 20% are some of the highest paid and happiest people in our society. The people in the bottom 80% have to worry all the time. Now, the great tragedy of our society is that the majority of people of whatever trade, profession, or industry spend most of their time worrying about money. Does anybody here worry about money? We all worry about money, don't we? And you know how consuming this is of life, is to worry about money? To be always worried about money, always thinking about money, getting up in the morning and worried about money, thinking all day about money, counting pennies in the evening. On weekends, what we do, we sit and talk to our spouses, our friends, and worry about money. Our job is to get into the top 20% so we don't have to worry about money, and then get into the top 4%, and in the top 4% we become some of the highest paid people in the world. The statistics on this are very simple. The people in the top 20% on average earn 16 times the average of the people in the bottom 80%. And the people in the top 4% earn 54 times the average of the people in the bottom 20%. This is astonishing. A recent study done by a large American insurance company found that they had individual agents throughout the country who alone were selling and earning more than 40 and 50 trained professional agents of the same company selling the same products to the same people. And we all know that's true. So our job is to get into the top 4%. That's the whole purpose of this course. The second principle is this. It's what is called the winning edge. And the winning edge theory is very important. What it simply says is that the difference between the top performers and the average or mediocre performers is not a great, massive difference. It is always just a small difference. It's just a tiny difference on the margin, if you like. They just do certain things a certain way, a little tiny bit better each day, and it adds up to an enormous quantum difference. Probably the best example of it is this. If a horse runs in a horse race and comes in first by a nose, it wins 10 times the prize money of the horse that comes in second by a nose. Now, does it mean that the horse that comes in first by a nose is 10 times better than the horse that comes in second? Does it mean that it's twice as good? Does it mean that it's 50% better or even 10% better? The truth of the matter is that it's only a nose better, but the difference in prize money is enormous. In a study done not long ago, they compared two horses that had run in the same races throughout the first 9 months of the year. They compared their times, and they found that the winning horse, the top horse, had earned over $775,000 in prize money over the first 9 months of the year. Went on to break $1 million, one of the first horses ever to do that. This is some time ago. They found that another horse that had run in the same races in every single case with them, but had not been in the prize money very often, had won about $75,000. There was a difference of over 10 to 1 in their winnings, and they went back and they compared the times. What were the times that they'd run? And they added up all the times, they accumulated the times. You know what they found? That the difference between the horse that had won $775,000, a horse called Ahmed, and the horse that had won $75,000 was about 3% to 4% faster. The winning horse was only 3 to 4% faster in time, but the difference translated into income was 10 times, and later on, by the end of the year, it was up to 15 times the earnings. The person who gets the sale for their company gets 100% of the business and 100% of the commission. The person who does not gets 0. It does not mean that the person that does not is only half as good as the person who gets the sale. It just means that they're a slight tiny bit different. The key to success is to develop that winning edge. If we develop that winning edge, there's no reason why you cannot move very rapidly into the top 4%. And that's very, very important. Now, when we look at this, and many of you who've been through other courses that I give know how adamant I am on what I'm going to talk about now, which is what is the characteristic of successful salespeople. One of the things we know is that there is an inner game of selling. That we have looked at successful salespeople and we've tried to find out what are the characteristics that separate them from poor salespeople, and we find that they cannot be separated on the basis of age, of intelligence, of grade level, of experience. We know that there are people who are young who are more successful than people who are 20 years older. There are people with no experience who are more successful than people with extensive experience. There are people with limited education who sell more in the same industry than people with university degrees. There are people who graduated in the bottom 20% of their class who outsell the people who graduated in the top 20%. So we know that it has nothing to do with those basic things that we would consider to be the factors that contribute to success. We know that it's an inner game. It's what's going on inside the mind of the salesperson that makes all the difference. Harvard University did a study of something like 16,000 salespeople and found that the basic qualities that determine success or failure in selling were psychological qualities holding constant for everything else. And if we develop those psychological qualities, they form the foundation for our sales success. And it's that foundation that enables us to erect a very, very strong edifice. And once you've erected that foundation, once you've got your feet solidly rooted in the ground of your own innermost convictions, once you absolutely know and believe that you are excellent at selling, you can go anywhere in the world and write your own ticket. We also know that we only use a very, very small percentage of our potential for effectiveness in selling. We know that if you are not in the top 4 or 5%, what you should do is compare yourself and your current earnings with the earnings of the person who is making the very most in your industry. The salesperson, whether it's here in this city or in any other city who's making the very most, that should be the person against which you compare yourself in terms of your potential. Because whoever is earning the most, he or she, is no better and no different than you are. All they are doing is doing different things in a different way. The average person, we know, is being outsold by the top person. The low performer has been outsold by the top person by as much as 50 to 1. In terms of potential for sales effectiveness, we know that the average person never uses more than 10% of their potential, which means that each one of us has at least 90% or more left untapped. It is unlocking this additional 90% that we move ourselves into the income categories of the high earners. And we also know, and this is the most exciting discovery in psychology in the 20th century, is that there's a direct relationship between the self-concept and sales performance and effectiveness. In fact, there's a direct relationship between your self-concept and your performance and effectiveness in every area of your life. Each one of us has a self-concept, and that each one of us always performs in a manner consistent with it. That we have a self-concept that regulates our life overall, and we have a self-concept that regulates every single area of our life, including our sales life. We have a self-concept, and we can never act in a manner inconsistent with it. Because when we do, we move out of our comfort zone, and we start to feel uncomfortable and uncertain and uneasy. We have a self-concept, for instance, of how we dress. We always dress in a manner consistent with what we feel comfortable with. We have a self-concept of how we drive, a self-concept of how much we eat, a self-concept of how much we weigh. We have a self-concept of how much we earn. We know from extensive studies that we can never earn much more or less than our self-concept level of income. We can never earn in the outside world more than we earn in our own minds. And each one of us has a thermostat, an income thermostat, and if we earn 10% more or less than that income thermostat, we begin to engage immediately in correcting behaviors to get our income back into that range. For instance, if we have a really good week, sometimes a really good 2 weeks at the beginning of the month, what will happen is that we will sell and we will earn far more in that month than we had expected to earn, and we will find it almost impossible to continue selling for the rest of that month. I've run into salespeople who have had a tremendous first week of the month, and after 3 or 4 days of top sales where they've earned twice as much as they expected to earn in the month, they've actually gone home and closed the door and put down the blinds and gone to bed. We know it's characteristic of salespeople that if they feel that they are $30,000 a year people and they earn $30,000 by September or October or earlier, they burn out and they stop selling. And they cannot sell again to the beginning of the year. I had a salesman for one of the television stations come through this course, and he said, you know, I set an income goal of $75,000 for this year. He says, I hit it on October 4th. He said, I have not been able to sell anything since. I can hardly wait till January 1st so I can get back to work. We have a mental block inside us that stops us from earning more than we think we're worth. If we want to earn more in reality, we have to upgrade our self-concept. We have to see ourselves and think about ourselves and talk about ourselves and plan and set goals for ourselves that start us to think in terms of higher income categories. We must achieve it in our minds before we ever achieve it in our realities. And this is just simply a fact of life. Also, if we go 10% or more below our self-concept level of income, what happens is we engage in scrambling behavior. Suddenly we start working harder. We work longer hours. We get desperate. Sometimes we look at second income opportunities or part-time jobs to get our income back up into that comfort range, but once it's there, we hold it there and we keep it there comfortably. Our job is to move this self-concept level of income up so that as it moves up, we find ourselves engaging in the behaviors, taking the actions, setting the goals, and actually making the sales and earning the income that is consistent with our new self-concept. We also know we have a self-concept for what kind of a son we are, what kind of a daughter, what kind of a parent, what kind of a lover, what kind of a husband, what kind of a wife, what kind of a bowler, what kind of a public speaker, what kind of a joke teller, and of course we have a self-concept for how well we sell. We always sell in a manner consistent with our self-concept. If you take selling and you break it down into, say, 6 categories: prospecting, approaching, presenting, closing, following up, getting referrals, and so on, we find that we have a self-concept that regulates every single area of those sales. Some of us are very uneasy about picking up the phone and calling somebody. Our self-concept is very low in that area, and when we start to call somebody, we feel uncomfortable. We're out of our comfort zone. Some of us feel very uncomfortable about closing. We can tell the person about our product and our service and what we can do and how good it is, but when it comes to the close, we just paralyze. What has happened is our self-concept is very low in that area, and whenever we move out of our comfort zone, we start to feel very, very anxious and uneasy. So what we have to do is we have to strengthen every single area of the self-concept. And the way that we do that is simply this: we become more competent and more skilled in that area. We never feel uneasy doing something that we're good at. We only feel uneasy doing something that we think that we're not particularly capable at. When we're trying to do something new for the first time, or something that we've had failure experiences in the past, we become very anxious because we think we're not good at it. And every single step that we take forward and get better doing what we're doing makes us feel more competent, raises our self-concept, and makes us more successful each time we subsequently try it. And we've all had experiences with that, haven't we? We all know when we start off selling, the first few calls that we make, our heart is in our throat, our heart's going boom, 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 and our stomach is churning, and we go up to the door. It's almost as if an ogre was going to open the door, an ogre was going to attack us across the desk. Until we made a few calls, we find that we haven't been violently assaulted even once, and that it doesn't hurt, and there's no residual physical pain from the calls, and eventually we develop more confidence and we relax and we become more capable. Well, we know that our overall self-concept is made up of the average of our self-concepts in all the areas of our life that we consider important, including our overall self-concept as a salesperson. We know also that the self-concept is subjective, is that the ideas or thoughts that you have about yourself, especially the self-limiting ideas or beliefs, do not exist in reality. Many of us think, well, I don't have the ability to do this, or I'm not very good at that, or I'm not particularly skilled at this or that. In reality, these are not true. But if we believe they're true for us. Some people say, well, I'm terrible at closing. As long as you say you're terrible at closing and believe that you're terrible at closing, I can guarantee you one thing: you're going to be terrible at closing sales. Some people say, I'm terrible on the telephone, I'm very uneasy, I hate to call people up to make appointments. As long as you think that and believe that, every time you pick up the phone, you're going to stumble over your words and you're going to make mistakes and you're going to perform in a poor manner. But almost invariably, if we have self-limiting beliefs, they're based on erroneous information. Sometimes we will take in an experience. We'll have a couple of experiences, we'll assume we're no good at that. And from then on, whenever we are confronted with that, we'll assume we're no good, our self-concept is low in it, we'll perform poorly. We also know that the core of self-concept is self-esteem. Right at the center of our psychological makeup is our self-esteem. And the best definition of self-esteem is how much you like yourself. How much you like yourself. How much you like yourself is the key determinant of your performance and your effectiveness in everything that you do. How much you like yourself determines how well you dress, it determines how well you drive, it determines how well you sell, and it determines every single aspect of selling. A person who really likes themselves has a high, positive self-concept and performs well in that particular area. A person who doesn't like themselves or who feels badly about themselves in a particular area performs poorly in that area. How much you like yourself is the key determinant of your success in sales, the key determinant of your income. And if you take this sales effectiveness and you just call it life effectiveness, how much you like yourself determines your effectiveness and your success in life. It's the most critical single barometer or indicator of your success, achievement, enjoyment, satisfaction in life is how much you like yourself. How much you like yourself overall and how much you like yourself in each individual area. Earl Nightingale said, "You become what you think about." We know that if we repeat over and over to ourselves, "I like myself, I like myself, I like myself, I like myself, I like myself." If we repeat that over and over to ourselves, we find that every single time we say, "I like myself," our self-concept goes up. Every time our self-concept goes up, our ability to perform in every area of our life goes up simultaneously. When you say, "I like myself, it's like putting a flame to the ball of the mercury thermometer of your self-concept. The more you like yourself, the better you perform in everything that you do. Let me ask you a simple question to prove that this is true. When is the best time to make a sale? Old saying. Always, it's right after making a sale. Isn't that true? Why is that? From what we just said. Of course, because we like ourselves more as a salesperson immediately after having made a sale than any other time. And because we like ourselves more, we are more effective at selling at that moment than any other time. We find that if you have a difficult customer to call on, and you've been calling on them several times and going nowhere, when you close a sale somewhere else, immediately get in your car and drive across town and walk in on that customer and try to sell them again. You will be more effective, you will be more persuasive, you will be more confident at that moment than at any other time. And it will not be the customer that has changed, not the product or service, not the price, not the market, not the competition. The only thing that has changed is you. One of the things that we know in sales is that success breeds success. The more you sell, the better you become at selling, because your self-concept goes higher and higher and higher. Finally, you reach the point where you know that nothing can stop you. You know that absolutely nothing can stop you. If you do it long enough and hard enough until you begin to enjoy success experiences, your self-concept gets up to the point where you know that you can make your living in sales wherever you go. Isn't that true? And we know when we're flying, when we're feeling really great about ourselves, when we really like ourselves, we know that we can do well at anything we put our hand to. Not only that, when we're selling well, our interpersonal relationships go well, we need less sleep, we have more energy, we have more enthusiasm, we feel more positive about ourselves. Isn't that true? So the key is, before every sales call, stop and take a couple of seconds and say to yourself, "I like myself, I like myself, I like myself, I like myself." It's like pumping yourself up, like pumping up a tire. Psych yourself up, say, "I like myself, I like myself. This is going to be a great call, it's going to be a great call, it's going to be a great day." Talk to yourself, because whatever you say to yourself with feeling, whatever you say to yourself with emotion, is accepted by the subconscious as an instruction, and the subconscious will give you the words and actions and feelings consistent with what you've said to yourself. So when you say, "I like myself, this is going to be a great call, I am a great salesman," when you say things like that to yourself, the subconscious accepts it as a fact and gives you the words, the feelings, the gestures, the body language consistent with a person who is excellent at what they do. And it gives you more confidence, it makes you more relaxed, and of course it has a very strong impact on the person that you're talking to. Now there's another reason why high self-esteem is vital in selling, and it's simply this, is that there are two major obstacles to closing any sale, and they are both psychological obstacles. Once we've dealt with the material obstacles, the psychological obstacles are the major blocks, and they are these. First of all is the fear of failure. The fear of failure, which is a deep, ingrown, subconscious fear that we all have, the fear of failure in the mind of the customer or the prospect is the greatest single obstacle to purchasing. In other words, the fear that they may be paying too much, the fear they may be buying the wrong product, the fear they may be making a mistake, the fear they may be criticized, the fear that they will be disappointed with the product once they get it, the fear that the service will not be sufficient to sustain the product. The fear of making a mistake, of failing, holds people back more than any other single fear in life. Every one of us has bought something that didn't work out. Every one of us has bought hundreds of things over the course of our adult lifetimes that didn't work out. So we have an inbred, conditioned resistance to buying things because of the possibility they might not work out. We know that that is the case. We also know that the second major fear or obstacle to selling is the fear of rejection on the part of the salesperson. The fear of rejection on the part of the salesperson is the fear that the other person might say no. Now, since 80% of all sales calls end in a no, because people simply do not need the product, do not want it, cannot use it, cannot afford it, or some other reason, if we're in sales and we fear rejection, we've picked an interesting way to make a living. Isn't that true? because we're going to get a lot of rejection. As a matter of fact, most people cannot stand the rejection that they get in selling. In any sales field, we find that there's 1/3 of the people in that field are coming into it new each year, 1/3 are leaving each year, and only 1/3 stay. There's tremendous turnover in sales, and the greatest dropout in any sales profession is the first 90 days. Because until a person develops competence and confidence and a high self-concept and product knowledge and sufficient resilience to bounce back from the inevitable rejection, they cannot sell successfully. The lack of success lowers the self-concept and lowers the self-concept, and finally people just drop out because they simply can't take the rejection. If there were not for the fear of rejection, we would all be terrific salespeople. If we're not for the fear of rejection, we'd be outstanding salespeople. As a matter of fact, a study at Columbia University a few years ago concluded that the average salesperson sells approximately 1.5 hours per day, and that the average sales call is not made before 11 a.m. in the morning. Now, why do you think that is? Why do you think they put off making that call until 11 a.m.? Well, of course, fear of rejection. Exactly, they fear rejection. And I can prove that this is true. It's very simple. Imagine that your company had hired a marketing research firm, and this marketing research firm had developed a very, very sophisticated way of identifying ideal prospects. And it could give you a computer printout of 50 prospects that would be literally guaranteed 9 out of 10 to buy in a given 24-hour period. And they could give you that list. But the list was so precise that it was only valid from Wednesday midnight to Thursday midnight. And you had this list and you had 24 hours to work on it. Let me ask you a question. If you believed in the quality of this list, what time would you start in the morning? 6 o'clock? You'd start as soon as you possibly could. Would you have time for coffee breaks? Would you have time for lunch? If you could call on people right up to midnight and you just made your last call and it was 11:45 and there was one more person you could call on, would you quit or would you make one more call? In other words, if you had no fear of rejection, if you were guaranteed a high level of success, you would be calling on customers every single waking moment. This is one of the great secrets of success, is that all outstanding salespeople have reached the point where they no longer fear rejection. They've built their self-esteem and their self-concept up to the point where if somebody says no to them, it does not hurt them, it does not put them off, it does not send them dejected back to their office or to their car. Now there's one other statistic which is very interesting, actually two. It is that 80% of all sales are closed after the 5th closing attempt. In other words, the 5th time that we ask the person to make a buying decision is when 80% of all sales are closed. Again, in a recent study, they found that 48% of all sales calls ended without the salesperson trying to close once. Do you know what we do? We go in and we very enthusiastically tell the person what our product or service is, and we show them our information, we dazzle them with our literature and our footwork, and then we, when the person has been completely overwhelmed with our charm and our enthusiasm and our verbal agility, we then take a deep breath and we sit back and we say, well, what do you think? Isn't that right? Well, what do you think? And you know what they say? Well, I'd like to think it over. I'd like to talk it over with my boss, husband, cousin, uncle, brother, sister, partner, board of directors, banker, accountant, whatever it happens to be. Could you call back on me later? One of the great secrets of success in sales is to understand that people don't think it over. And the instant you walk out of that door, they have forgotten you ever lived. Have you ever gone back to see a person a week later after you thought you had a fantastic conversation and they were thinking it over? Now we go out and we have the vanity to believe that this person goes home and for 24 hours a day he just thinks about our product. He just turns it over in his mind. He talks it over with everybody, and he goes to sleep at night. The last thing he thinks about is our product. When he wakes up, we walk back in on him a week later and we know that by this time he is so keen to see us and to buy our product, and he can't even remember our name. He doesn't remember who we are or what we sell or anything. You ever had this happen? You left all your best information there? People don't think it over. When they say to you, let me think it over, what you have done is you just simply ended the interview and you've, if you like, ended your possibility of selling. There's one other statistic very recently. When trying to change a person from one supplier to another, we find that, again, 80% or more of all first purchases from a new supplier take place after the 5th call, and that only 10% of salespeople make more than 5 calls. 50% or more of salespeople only make 1 call. So when you're selling to a company and you want to become established as their supplier, remember that it usually takes 5 visits. I'm not talking about 5 hours, I'm just talking about 5 visits, going in, seeing them, talking to them, telling them you're available, you have the products or services. Usually after the 5th visit that people start to become interested. Now the reason why we're talking about this is simply this, is that there is a direct inverse relationship between the fear of rejection and high self-esteem. That the more you like yourself, the less you fear rejection. It's almost as though they are escalators that go in different directions. And one escalator is the up escalator to high self-esteem, and the other is the down escalator to the fears of failure and the fears of rejection. And that the more you like yourself and the higher your self-esteem, the faster you go down the reverse escalator, the lower your fears of failure, the lower your fears of rejection. The first thing that we have to learn is when a person says no to us, they're not saying no to us as persons, they're simply saying no to our offering, or no to our presentation, or no to our prices, or no to whatever it is that we do. That the rejection is not personal. Once we understand that, and we understand that people say no to us automatically, and they say no to us for 1,000 reasons that we cannot understand, that they are not rejecting us as persons. The big mistake that we make is if we hear too many no's, what happens? We start thinking that it's us that is being told no to. And since it's so depressing to be told no, to be rejected continually, what we do is we stop making calls. We start cutting back our calls to an hour, hour and a half a day, and this is how we do it. We get up in the morning, we say, well, I got to get out today, I got to make a living, but first of all, I've got to go and shuffle my business cards. And I've got to go and check in the office, see if there's been any phone calls. All those people thinking over my proposition, maybe they've called in and ordered some. And we go into the office and we've got to have a little bit of coffee. I mean, you've got to wake yourself up in the morning. You can't just start off without some coffee. And you've got to chat with other people, get your jaw warmed up and sort of get loosened up. So we go do this and we spin our wheels until about 10:30 and we say, well, geez, it's almost lunchtime. I better go out and call on somebody. So we rush out and we call on somebody. The call's over between 11 and 11:30 and we say, well, we can't call on anybody now because everybody's going for lunch, right? And you don't want to interrupt people when they're going for lunch. Everybody goes for lunch at 11:30. So we go and we kill time. 12:30, 1:30 comes, and you don't want to call on people immediately after they get back from lunch. I mean, that'd give them indigestion, wouldn't it? They've got work to do. So we don't make our next call till 2, 2:30, 3 o'clock. We make a couple of calls, and now it's 3:30, 4 o'clock, and of course, everybody's on their way home, aren't they? Nobody's in the office after 3:30 or 4 o'clock, and besides, they don't want us to bother them that time. So we go back to the office and we say, boy, oh boy, what a day, no luck. Do you ever hear the story of the two guys that go back to the office at the end of a sales day, and one says, boy, did I have a lot of good interviews today. And the other one says, yeah, I didn't sell anything either. You see, the reason why we put off making these calls, and you've all done this, tell me that you have. You've all done this where you make one call at one end of town and you make your second call in the afternoon at the other end of town, right? So that you've got a nice solid hour of driving in between to put off. It's almost like going into combat every time you keep putting it off. Well, the reason that we do that is that we fear failure and we fear rejection. And every single thing that we do to raise our own self-esteem, positive self-talk, positive motivation, positive enthusiasm, individual training, every single thing that we do to raise our level of self-esteem raises our sales effectiveness. We know that from all of our studies, there is a direct one-to-one relationship between self-esteem and sales earnings. That the more you like yourself, the better you will do in this field. And that if you become a perpetual self-esteem generating organism, that alone will contribute more to your income than any other thing. Now let me tell you why that's true. In sales, one of the things that we know is that all successful sales are based on one factor, and it's usually friendship. It's what is called the friendship factor in selling. The friendship factor in selling simply says this, is that a person will not buy from you until they are genuinely convinced that you are their friend and you are acting in their best interests. In other words, the very first thing that we have to do in a sales interview is make a friend. If you like, win a customer. And by making a friend, we then are in a position to begin to offer our product or service. We know that the best definition of healthy personality is this, is that you have a healthy personality to the degree to which you can get along with the greatest number of different types of people. And you have an unhealthy personality to the degree to which you can get along with very, very few people. And if you take the range of personalities across a spectrum from the most introverted to the most extroverted, we find that the person who has a really healthy personality can get along with a great number of people right across the range. But we also find that you could superimpose another graph on here, and that's the graph of self-esteem. And we find that there is a direct relationship between your level of self-esteem and how well you get along with different people. As a matter of fact, you could draw the graph in such a way so that the higher you go on the graph of self-esteem, the greatest number of people you get along with. And the lower you go on the graph of self-esteem, the fewer the number of people that you get along with. And when you are really down on yourself and you really don't like yourself at all, you can only get along with a very few people, and then only people of average personality and temperament. The individual who really likes themselves is the one who has the greatest facility for making friends wherever they go. And we will not buy from people we don't like, and we will not be able to sell to people that we don't like. Isn't that true? Have you ever had an experience where somebody's come to sell you something, and even if you wanted the product and you didn't like the person, you would not buy the product from that person? We know, and just think of your very best customers today, the people who you enjoy selling to and the people who enjoy buying from you the most, you'll find invariably it's the people that you like the best and who like you the best. Isn't that true? So everything that we do to improve our level of self-esteem increases and enhances the quality of our relationship with our customers and increases the amount of money that we earn. The very best salespeople have a natural facility or ability to make friends easily with prospective customers. The very worst salespeople have the most difficult time of all. And the wonderful thing is, there's a direct relationship between how much you like yourself and how well you get along with other people. And everything that you do to build up your own self-esteem translates into higher quality relationships, multiplies the friendship factor, and makes you a more successful salesperson. Everything that happens to lower your self-esteem, if your unsuccessful experiences, being ill or for whatever reason, arguments with your boss or with your wife or your husband, will lower your self-esteem and lower your effectiveness. And when you're feeling really negative about yourself, you notice you can't sell at all, can you? You just simply cannot connect with anybody. And of course, if you keep on trying, it just makes you feel worse and worse. And finally, one last point, it is this, is that the key element in selling is enthusiasm. Enthusiasm accounts for 51% or more of all sales closing ability. As a matter of fact, one of the finest definitions of a sale is simply this. It is a transfer of enthusiasm. It is a transfer of your enthusiasm about the product or service into the mind and the heart of the other person. It is a transfer of your emotional commitment and belief in that product into the mind of the other person. And there's a one-to-one relationship between how much you like yourself, your self-esteem, and how enthusiastic you are. Can you imagine being enthusiastic and not liking yourself? Can you imagine the two coexisting? So the more you like yourself, the more enthusiastic you are about yourself and about your product, the easier it is for you to sell. So everything that we do to raise our self-esteem increases our ability to sell. And one of the things that we do to raise our self-esteem is that we back our sales efforts with willpower and determination. Now this is very important. It's critical. Because every single time we have what we call a winning experience, where we feel like a winner, every single time we close a sale and we feel like we have won, our self-esteem goes up, our self-concept goes up, and our ability to perform and our effectiveness goes up in every area of our life. The reason why so many people fail in sales is simply this, is they do not stay at it long enough and hard enough to get those first few winning experiences that raise their self-esteem and self-concept and set them off to a successful career in selling. They only stay at it long enough to have their self-concept beaten right into the ground, and then they quit. That's why it's so important at the very beginning, when you get into selling or at any single stage in selling, you say to yourself that no matter what happens, I will never, never, never give up. I will never stop pushing forward. I will never quit. I will keep on keeping on every single day, every single hour. That nothing is going to make me stop until I am successful. Making that decision alone causes your self-esteem to go up. It gives you a tremendous feeling inside that nothing can stop you. And every single top salesperson that I know, and I work with sales organizations and salespeople that earn as much as $500,000 a year in commission industries, every single salesperson that I know who is in those levels has made the decision very early in their life that they like themselves and they like selling. That they do not fear rejection because they recognize that rejection is not personal, it's just a reaction of someone else. And finally, they've made the decision that they are going to be successful in their field and that nothing is going to stop them until they are. Those three decisions, you make those early in your career and nothing can stop you. Nothing can keep you out of the big money, because those three will lead you to getting the skills and the abilities necessary to be successful in selling. Let's go on and talk about developing a powerful sales personality. We know that personality is more important than product knowledge, it's more important than skills, it's more important than the product, that there are people who are selling well with a highly competitive product in a depressed market. There are people who are selling poorly by an exclusive product in a buoyant market, and we know that almost all of it has to do with personality. The characteristics of the psychological makeup of the superior salesman are about 8 or 9 qualities. Number 1, they have high levels of self-confidence and self-esteem. Without self-confidence, it's impossible to be successful in selling. And let me tell you just one more thing about that, is that the more you like yourself, the more you like others. The more you like others, the more confidence they have in you. We always feel better about the recommendations of someone who we feel likes us than we do about the recommendations of somebody whom we're not sure about. We always choose to buy from people who we feel like us and care about us, and the more you like yourself and care about yourself, the more successful you'll be in your relationships with others. Number 2 is that the high-performing salesperson accepts 100% responsibility for their results. In a study done in New York some years ago, they found a very interesting thing. They found the top 3% in every sales field looked upon themselves as self-employed. I ask this question many times in courses. I say, is there anybody here who is self-employed? And I find some people put up their hands and some people don't. And then I stop and I say, the biggest mistake that we can ever make in our lives is to ever think that we work for anybody but ourselves. Because we are always self-employed. We are personal services corporations, and we just simply sell our services to other people. If we have our own business, then of course we have even more control, but we are always self-employed. I am always astonished when people say, well, I won't take that training unless my company sends me to it. They don't realize that it is their company, that every single bit of training that they take, every book that they read, every single thing they learn is an investment in themselves that makes themselves more valuable. So always accept ourselves as self-employed, and look upon every single thing that we accomplish or don't accomplish as our own responsibility. John T. Malloy, in his book Live for Success, said the 2 characteristics that determine the difference between winners and losers are simply these, is that winners always accept full responsibility for everything that happens to them. He says losers never do. He says losers always make excuses. I think it was somebody said that the disease of excusitis, the inflammation of the excuse-making gland, is invariably fatal to success. And you can tell the winners because the winners are always looking for a way to deal with the challenges that they're facing, and the losers are always making excuses for it to avoid dealing with it. And the second requirement that Malloy identified was that winners work damn hard. He says winners always work far harder than losers. Losers intend to work hard, and they say that they work hard, and they even complain about how hard they work, but they don't really work very hard at all. When they follow them around, they find they work at about 30 to 40% effectiveness, if that. But winners get there early, they work late, they work through their lunch hours, they work through their coffee breaks, they work in the evenings, they study on the weekends, they take extra courses. Winners are absolutely determined to win, and they are willing to pay the price. Losers do not understand that, or if you like, never learn it. Number 3, the top salesperson has above average ambition and desire to sell. We know that it is impossible, and this is the Harvard study, by the way. Ambition and desire seem to underlie all success in selling. They have the intense desire. They want to win. They want to be successful. They have a burning commitment to be successful, and they will not let anything put them off. The unsuccessful people say, well, if I can make enough to pay my bills, that'll be all right. If I can just earn enough to get through this month, if I can just get one sale, that'll be fine. A study done by another insurance company in the East not long ago, they found an interesting thing. They found that every year they had a contest in November. At the contest in November, the people who won got 2 weeks in the Caribbean as a bonus. And everybody who qualified, you could do just a certain quota that you had to get to, and the quota was about 35 to 40% above the average for the year. Every year in November, salespeople really went out and blew their brains out, and a tremendous number of them qualified for that 2 weeks in the sun. They went back and they studied, and they found a very interesting thing, that the average salesperson was selling 3 policies a week. And that in the contest period, they simply increased it to 4 policies a week. And they went back and they talked to many of these salespeople, and they pointed out that if they made just a little bit of extra effort, they could be in that prize-winning category all year long instead of just in November. And that this translated over a 40-year career. Say you started selling when you were 25 and you sold till you were 65. It translated, 1 extra sale a week translated into 10 extra years of income. 10 extra years of income by selling 1 more sale a week over the 3 that they were doing. Absolutely staggering, isn't it? In other words, you would have an extra 10 years of income, but you would have it now rather than then, which is where we want it. So the ambition, the desire to sell is very important. Sometimes people come up to me and say, I have no ambition. I say to them, I'm very, very sorry, because there's no hope for you if you have no ambition. If you don't have any ambition, there's nothing that anybody can do for you. I say some people have to be followers and some people have to be leaders, and I guess you were born to be a follower. But ambition is absolutely critical. Number 4, high levels of empathy, and they really care about their customers. These two, ambition and empathy, are the two keys to sales success. By empathy, we mean that we care about our customers and we would never sell them something that we felt was not good for them. There are many salespeople who will sell under any terms or in any circumstances, but they never last. The truly successful salespeople are the ones who feel that they will be dealing with this customer 20 years from now, and every single thing they do with this customer today they're going to have to live with for the rest of their sales careers. The others look upon every sales transaction as make it and get out. So high levels of empathy go hand in hand with high levels of ambition. Why? I'll tell you why. It's because customers are smarter today than they've ever been in the history of the world, and they can see through us like through saran wrap. If we are not seriously concerned about their well-being, they pick it up instantly. They don't have to think about it. They know immediately when the salesman is selling for himself or when the salesman is genuinely concerned about his or her best interests. That's why genuine levels of empathy as opposed to false levels of empathy are absolutely essential for success. The successful salesperson is intensely goal-oriented. We know that every single study done at every single university, the most successful men and women are very, very intensely goal-oriented. They know how much they're going to earn each week, each month, each quarter, each 6 months, and each year. They know how many calls that they have to make, and not only that, they know what they're going to do with the money. We're going to do a brief goal-setting exercise in just a second, but it's absolutely essential that you know exactly how much you intend to earn this year. If you don't know that, it's like trying to shoot at a target in the fog. Even if you were the finest marksman in the world, you're not going to hit a target in the fog. You've got to know exactly what you're aiming at. And number 6, they have above average willpower and determination to succeed and to keep on keeping on in the face of disappointments. They're willing to work hard. They're willing to go the extra mile. They're willing to pay the price of success in advance. One of the things that we find is that a truly honest person realizes that there is no such thing as something for nothing. There's no easy way to be successful. There's only the hard ways. And we have a lot of stories in our society about people who stumbled into some career and made a lot of money quickly. And these stories pollute people's minds. The reason why we hear those stories is because they're so rare. The only way, and the longitudinal studies, a 20-year study out of New York recently indicated that most people make their maximum earnings sometimes after their 40th year. And that every single person who achieved long-term wealth and success in this study, and they followed over 1,500 people for 20 years, achieved it doing their job extremely well, working hard, going the extra mile, putting in the little bit of extra time and effort. Nobody ever made money quick. I think that's the worst myth that exists in our society, is that there's a fast, easy way to make money. There isn't any. And chasing the will of the wisp of the quick buck is the surest way to destroy your character and to destroy your career. I've seen lots of people who made a lot of money during the booms, and where are they now? Where are they now? They're all gone. The ones who made a whole lot of money in a hurry, what they did is because their self-concept did not adjust to the level of income, they went through it. The great tragedy is that many of these people will spend the rest of their life trying to find another quick, easy way to make money. And they'll never realize that money doesn't come quickly and easily. It comes only with persistent, hard work continuously over an extended period of time. So there's no easy way to become successful. Another characteristic is the top of the psychological makeup of the salesperson. They believe in themselves. They believe in their product. They believe in their company. And they believe in the value of your product to your customer. This is so important. We know that you can never get your customer to believe in your product any more than you do. If you don't believe in it, your customer can't believe it. It's almost like you have to fill up your own cup of belief as high as the customer's cup of belief has to be filled before he'll purchase it. This is why it's so important that we sell something we believe in. Everybody here has had the experience of selling something they didn't particularly think was great. Did you have very much success selling it? No. If you cannot put your whole heart into what you're selling, you can never be successful. I have many people come up to me in courses and they say, you know, I don't really like this product, but I really want to be successful at selling it. I say that the one excludes the other. That you cannot possibly be successful unless you love it. The competition is too great out there. You cannot just even be lukewarm about your product. You have to believe that your product is absolutely excellent and that your customer can really, really benefit from using your product or service. If you don't believe that deep down in your heart, you'll very seldom have the conviction to be able to convey it. And you just look at the top salespeople. The top salespeople love what they're selling. They believe in it passionately. They'll defend it. They'll talk about it at night. They go to bed at night thinking about their product, and they wake up in the morning, they can hardly wait to talk to people about it. Look at the top salespeople from the most professional companies, the IBMs, the Xerox, the Hewlett-Packards, and you'll find that these people are literally fanatical about their product. That's why they're so successful at selling so much of it. Characteristic is that the top selling salesperson is always impeccably honest with himself and with other people. There is no substitute for a high level of honesty. We have to be perfectly honest with ourselves in terms of the amount of work we do and the type of rewards that we want to enjoy, and perfectly honest with our customers. They say that the average person today is built like a human lie detector. The average person today can pick up insincerity or falsehood across a crowded room. All of us can. The worst fool in the world is the one who tries to fool somebody else. And that's why we have to be very, very honest and never say or do anything with regard to our product that's not true. And finally, we come back to that original characteristic. The top salesperson has an easy ability to turn strangers into friends wherever he goes. Because when you genuinely like and accept yourself, you genuinely like and accept others. If you feel down on yourself, you won't like others. There is a one-to-one relationship, one of the most important relationships of all with self-esteem, is you can never like or love anybody else more than you like or love yourself. And you can never expect anybody else to like or love you more than you like or love yourself. How much you feel for yourself is the single most important determinant of the quality of all your relationships with other people, both personal and business-wise. All right, so how do we become this person? How do we fulfill this dynamic psychological profile of the successful salesperson? Number one is choosing the right product. Nothing is more important than choosing the right product or service. Second to that, of course, is choosing the right people to work with and to work for. It's absolutely critical. But choosing the right product or service, and I'd just like to say one point on this, which I learned 20 years ago, and I never forgot it, is that some people are capable of selling tangible products, and some people are capable of selling intangible products. Now, tangible products are products that you can touch and taste and feel and hold and demonstrate and try out. Intangible products are products that are basically ideas. For instance, real estate in many ways is an idea. Investments are an idea. Insurance is an idea. Educational products are ideas. If you are constructed so that you like things, that you like tangible products, you will never be successful selling intangible products. If you are constructed so that you like intangible products, you'll never be successful selling tangibles. And the best way to find out about this is ask yourself, are you interested in concrete things and facts, or does the world of ideas interest you? Do you have a philosophic bent in your mind? Are you interested in psychology and philosophy and metaphysics? If you're interested, or your interest is drawn by those sort of things, you're best selling intangibles. If you're interested in harder things, if you're interested in houses and cars and trips and clothes and material things, then you're best selling tangibles. If ever you get into a field where you're selling one and you're not feeling comfortable about it, they try to sell it and they just can't get their heart in it no matter how hard they work. They know it's a good product, they know it's a good company, but they simply can't get into it. It's usually because you're selling out of your own category. Remember, we always sell consistent with our basic values. And some of us have tangible values and some of us have intangible values. Neither is good nor better than the other. It's just that we are different. The next thing is you must believe sincerely in your product. As we said earlier, you must love your product. You can never be successful if you don't believe in it absolutely, if you don't believe that it's a great product. And number three, as we referred to before, the transfer of enthusiasm. The more you believe in your product, the more excited you are about your product, the more enthusiastic you can become about it, the more easily it is for you to transfer that enthusiasm to the mind of your customer. So we talk about goal orientation. How do we become really, really intensely goal-oriented? How do we develop a strong, burning head of steam and desire that keeps us highly motivated from morning to night? And the only way to do that is to plan your working day and your working week very, very carefully so that you have very specific goals for every single month, every single week, every single day. I ask you to fill them out, one at a time. What is your annual income goal for this year? What is your annual income goal? Does everybody got that figure? Does everybody know what it is? You should please write it in. Write in your annual income figure, write in a realistic and challenging figure, but if you don't know how much you want to earn this year, how are you going to do it? It's absolutely essential. I guarantee you, every top salesperson in every field knows exactly what they're going to earn this year. You can ask them, they can tell you within $1 what it's going to be. Every low-performing salesperson has no idea. They're going to wait till the end of the year and see what happened. Don't be afraid to write it down. Some people are afraid to write it down. They say, what if I don't make it? So what? It's still better to have a destination, to have a specific goal, than to have no idea at all. Second of all, ask yourself, how much are you going to have to sell? What will be your annual sales volume that will be required for you to earn that amount of money? What's the total product value you're going to have to sell? A third is, now, what is your monthly income goal? How much do you have to earn each month in order to achieve the annual goal? It's dividing it by 12. What is your monthly sales volume that's required in order to achieve that monthly goal? What is your weekly income goal? What's your weekly sales volume required? And then finally, what's your daily income goal? And what's your daily sales volume required? Once we've broken it down that fine, then we go to the final question: how many calls do you have to make each day in order to achieve your daily, weekly, monthly, annual goals? Set sales goals is to define your goals in terms of the activities that you will have to engage in order to achieve that income level. The activities are always the number of calls, the number of follow-ups, the number of deliveries, the number of presentations. Define it in terms of activities, and then begin where you are right now, first thing in the morning, and start doing everything a step at a time. So let us say that you have to make 9 calls per day in order to achieve, based on your experience, your sales volume for the day, the week, the month, and so on. Then make a game with yourself and commit yourself to making those 9 calls by noon. Just get out and do it. You're going to have to make 9 calls, then do it by noon. Get on the phone at 8 o'clock or 8:30, or get out, and if you're cold calling, get out and make those 9 calls by 12 o'clock. You can do it if you really force yourself. It may take you until 2 or 3 o'clock. But if you keep doing that and keep engaging in those activities every single day, then you must be successful. Now, some weeks you won't sell anything, and some weeks you'll sell 2 or 3 times as much as you would normally expect. At the end of the year, lo and behold, you'll be at your sales goals. In many cases, by the way, when you start setting goals for the year and start working toward them systematically, you'll hit them in 6 months. Some people have hit their goals in 3 months. They've been absolutely staggered. They've never set goals before, but they worked for years selling a particular product in a certain market. The first year they start setting goals and making plans and working day to day on their plans, suddenly they achieve their year's goals in 3 months. They cannot believe it. We don't know why it is, but we do know one thing, is that when you set a goal, you program it into the subconscious. Once you've programmed it into the subconscious takes on a power of its own and starts moving you rapidly toward this goal. There's a series of things that the subconscious mind does. Keeping your eyes alert for opportunities, bringing you the right ideas in the middle of a sales conversation, keeping you on the alert for different nuances that the person is saying. The subconscious is reading your prospect's face and giving you the feelings and ideas of what to say. Everybody's had the experience of being in a sales presentation where they simply couldn't say a wrong thing. Have you ever had that? The sales presentation was as smooth as cream. You said, geez, if it was like this all the time, I could make a fortune, right? What it was, if you'll notice, that you were perfectly programmed, you were completely at ease, you were completely prepared, you felt excellent about yourself, and your subconscious mind just gave you exactly the right words and gestures. You just seemed to say the right things at the right juncture. And later on you found, coincidentally, that when you had mentioned fishing, it just so happened that the customer was more interested in fishing than anything else. Or you had mentioned service and follow-up, that was his primary concern, and that was exactly what he wanted to know. You ever had that experience? The subconscious will do that for you. It'll sort it out. You can use this extra 90% reserve potential stored in the subconscious if you just program it. And the way you program it is by programming in your goals and knowing very, very clearly how much you want to earn and what you have to do to achieve it. Set personal and family goals. The reasons why are the rewards for your efforts. Make a very clear list of all the things that you want to do as a result of being successful in selling. Now, we know that if you have 1 or 2 things that you want to accomplish as a result of reaching your monthly quota, you'll have a little motivation. If you have 10 or 15 things you want to accomplish, you'll be more motivated. If you've got 100 things you want to accomplish as a result of being successful in selling, you will become unstoppable. If we talk about closing sales, let me ask you this question. Who is going to be more difficult to put off? The person who has 1 or 2 reasons for closing the sale, or the person who has 100 reasons for closing the sale? The more reasons you give yourself, the more subconscious psychological strength you give yourself in a selling situation. If you write down, and most people that I know who are successful in selling keep a spiral notebook, and in that spiral notebook they write down every goal they want to accomplish. Whether it's a car, a house, a trip, whether it's a home computer or new clothes or jewelry, or whether it's travel or savings account or investments or RSPs, every single time they think of something that they would like to own, or they see somebody with something they admire, they immediately say, that's for me. They put no limitations at all on their ability to accomplish anything, and they write it down as a goal. And I've seen people with 6, 7, 8, 900 goals that they want to accomplish, and they are so motivated, they are so impossible to deter, that they go on and they make $2 and $3 and $4 and $500,000 a year in fields competitive fields where the average person is making less than $10,000. Visualization. With regard to programming the subconscious mind, there is no more powerful way than to create a clear mental picture of the person that you want to be and of the goals that you want to accomplish. The power of visualization, I think, is the most awesome power that we as human beings have. And by visualization, I mean you must see yourself as successful, see yourself as confident, see yourself as competent, see yourself as a good closer, see yourself as relaxed in every sales situation, see yourself enjoying the rewards of success in selling, see your prospects responding to you positively and enthusiastically when you're talking to them. Program this into the subconscious. The subconscious is activated by pictures and by strong affirmative statements. I like myself and I am a great salesman. Wisconsin just last year, and he was talking about a salesman who had joined the company, and the salesman, they were not sure whether or not he was going to do very well, but within 6 months he was the top salesman for the company in the whole country. And they asked him, how is it you went in less than 6 months in this field, he'd never sold in this industry before, and you became the top against people who've been in it for 10 or 15 years with established clientele and everything? He said, I describe it to just one thing that I do every day. He said, when I get in my car, I drive along on my way to my first call, and I just say over and over, I'm the best. I'm the best. I'm the best salesman in this company. I'm the best salesman in this industry. I'm the best. And he just keeps saying that over and over again, in this country, in this company, in this industry. And he says, and before I go into every sales call, I sit out there in the car, I say, I'm the best, I am the best, I am the very, very best, I am the best in this business, I am an outstanding salesperson. And then he says he gets a clear mental picture of himself, relaxed and confident and calm and self-assured and cool. And he sees the prospect responding to him positively, confidently. He gets that mental picture, and when he goes in, he just exudes confidence. He's just relaxed. And he went from 0 to the top in the country in 6 months. I only mention this as a story because it's true. But the other thing is that all top salespeople do it, and all poor salespeople do not. Poor salespeople primarily, you know how they sell? They walk into the prospect's place of business, and they say whatever falls out of their mouth. They don't think about it in the car. In the car, they listen to that music that's pounding in their ears, and when they get there, they walk into the place, and the first thing they say is the first thing that falls out of their mouth. And when they get an opportunity to see a prospect, again, they say the first thing that falls out of their mouth. 95% of salespeople wing it. Now, let me ask you a question. If you wanted to compete in a sports event, competition level, would you ever think of going into that sports event without warming up? Would you just think of getting out of your car and going straight into competition? Not in 1,000 years, would you? When we go into selling in a highly competitive industry, we need to go through mental warm-up too. We need to prepare ourselves. We need to rev ourselves up psychologically. We need to say, I like myself, I'm good, I'm the best, I'm a great salesman, I'm going to have a great day today. This is going to be a great call, it's going to be a great presentation. And we need to see ourselves as successful. We need to just be so excited so when we go in there, what happens is we just have a totally different attitude about us. And remember, how we feel about ourselves comes off us in electromagnetic waves and affects everybody around us. It affects them in either a negative or a positive way. If we feel great about ourselves, you'll find people just brighten up and smile when you walk in. And if you feel negative or unsure about yourself when you walk in, people go, oh, geez. You've all had this experience, haven't you? When you feel great about yourself, things seem to go smoothly. And when you feel poor about yourself, you seem to have more and more problems. So it's very, very important that we prepare ourselves psychologically. And visualization is the very best way to do it. See yourself as the best in your field. See yourself as the very best in your industry. See yourself as a top money earner. See yourself in the top 5% in sales. Whenever you see somebody who's really making a lot of money, you say, I'm going to be like that, and I'm going to be better. I'm going to do even higher. You see a person driving a brand new Mercedes, you look at that, you say, that's for me. That's where I'm going. That's the direction I'm going in. You keep thinking that, and by some remarkable gravitational power, it starts to act as a directional force, and you start going in the direction of your predominant thoughts. Well, number 7 is confidently expect to succeed every minute of every day. Nothing more powerful than an attitude of confident expectation. We know that the very best salespeople confidently expect to be successful. They have this attitude of confident expectation. They're unshakable. Anybody who's ever been sold by a really professional salesperson, you notice that they're very low-keyed, they're very calm, they're very relaxed, and they have absolute confidence. And the more confident they are, the more uneasy we become. You ever had this experience where we go in to buy something and the salesman comes up, is very friendly, they're always very polite, they're very low-key, they're very interested, in what it is that we need or require. They ask a lot of questions, and at a certain point in the sales conversation, after you've given all the usual things that other people give you, well, I can't really afford it, and I'm just looking around today, and I'm not really in the market, and I'd have to check this with somebody else, and you give all these different things, and the person says, yes, I understand. It just goes on talking, and at a certain point, you get that sinking feeling that you're in trouble. Oh, geez. And now you know when you're really in trouble when you start thinking, how cheap can I get out of this? How little can I spend and still get out of this? And when you've made the purchase, you go away feeling great. You ever notice that? You don't go away with buyer's remorse wondering, oh, geez, I hope I haven't made a mistake. When you've bought something from a professional, when you've been sold by a professional, you feel great about the purchase. You feel happy about it. You feel that you bought something from someone who cares about you, someone who's friendly to you. As a matter of fact, you look forward to seeing that person again, don't you? You look forward to buying from them again. Isn't that true? This is the whole essence of professional selling, and it all starts with what's going on inside. Once we have everything going on inside right, everything else outside will be just most important recommendation I can give you. This alone will triple your income over the next 12 months. It'll at least double it over the next 6. If you don't believe me, try reading. Now, if you are going to make a profession of selling, then you owe it to yourself to have a library of the very best books that have ever been written on selling, and to have a library of the very best tapes that have ever been made on selling. If you don't have a library of books on selling, then you're really not serious about being successful in this field. Imagine if you went to a doctor and the doctor didn't have any medical books and never read anything. How confident would you feel in the doctor? Oh, I never read anything. I finished medical school 20 years ago and I've just been winging it ever since. And they go, oh, jeez, you'd flee. You went to a lawyer, and the lawyer didn't have any law books. Oh, I don't have to look it up, he said. I just figure it out. I'll just chat with somebody, see what comes to mind. You think, well, maybe I'd just as soon go to somebody who obviously was interested enough in their profession to do their research. If you will read for 20 to 30 minutes every morning before you start off, and read in your profession, and this is a profession, within 6 or 12 months, you'll have read 10 to 20 of the very best sales books that have ever been written in the world, which are the ones that are on the book stands today. If you will do that in 12 months, you will see such a gross increase in your income that it will stagger you. You will not be able to believe it. I've had so many people come back to me and say, you know, that one recommendation was worth the entire price of the course, because I've done it and I got up every day. One fellow, nice guy, average guy, never been successful in selling, got out and he started reading 30 minutes a day. His income within 3 months had doubled. He said, geez, if I could double my income within 3 months just by reading every morning, what would happen if reading half an hour? What would happen if I read an hour? So he started reading an hour. His income doubled again in the next 3 months. And now he gets up at 5:30 in the morning. He spends 2 hours reading. He's the sales manager of his business. He's making 4 times today what he was making a year and a half ago. He's making more money now than he's ever made in his life in a depressed market in a competitive industry. He said, Brian, just the reading. He said, if you're reading every day, your mind is alert, your mind is sharp, you're always picking up new ideas, you're always picking up new ways to help sell your product. He's now giving classes and instructing other people on how to sell. Yet most people in selling never read at all in their fields. Do you know that 90% of all the sales books that are sold to less than 10% of the salespeople? Most salespeople don't have any books at all. I have a friend who's a sales manager right here in this city, and he has one question which he asks when he's interviewing people for a sales position with his company. It's very simply this. He said, please tell me some of the titles of the books in your self-development library. And if the person goes, huh? He says, thank you very much, and he shakes their hand and shows them to the door. He said he knows that people who are not working on their own self-development on a regular basis will never be successful in a competitive sales industry. He just knows from 20 years of experience that they'll try and they'll do the best they can, but it's like an athlete who has no physical condition, who's trying to compete. An athlete who's fat, overweight, smoking, eating too much, and trying to compete. No matter how much his heart is in it, or her heart is in it, they're not going to be successful. And the reading is the way we train our minds to be successful in our field. Number 9, listen to tapes. Turn your car into a university on wheels. I cannot overemphasize this more. This is the most important single thing. Listen to tapes all the time. Never listen to your car radio. Never go anywhere with your car radio on. We find that you can learn more listening to tapes on a day-to-day basis. You can literally get a university education on wheels. And if you're continually feeding your mind with sales, motivation, inspiration, education, time management, personal growth, personal development, if you're continually feeding your mind with that, you are going to go ahead faster in your career than anybody else. The best salespeople that I know, and I know over 2,000-3,000 salespeople that I've given this course to, the best salespeople that I talk to, not one of them ever has their car radio on. They have their tapes playing from the time they get in. The average person that I know carries about 50 tapes in their cars. Some people have 60 and 70 individual tapes, and they're always listening to them. They're listening to them between calls. They're listening to them on the way to work. They're listening to them on holidays. They're always listening to tapes. If you're listening to radio, and I like to call radio chewing gum for the ears, which is basically what it is. If you're listening to radio, you're just simply not serious about being successful in selling. Because what is going to come out of you as a salesperson is what goes into your mind. If high-powered, professional, sophisticated material is going into your mind when you're driving, that's what's going to come out of you when you're making your call. Yourself after every call, what did I do right? And then after you've analyzed the good parts of your sales call, whether it was successful or not, ask yourself, what would I do differently? And review and think about how you would handle it differently next time. Whether or not it was successful, and even if it was successful especially, say, what would I do differently? We know from our work in behavioral psychology that whatever we think about and review, we have a tendency to repeat. If we think about and review our mistakes, we have a tendency to repeat our mistakes. If we think about and review what we did right, and then think about how we would do it better or differently in the future, then that is what we'll do automatically when we go into the next sales situation. Let me give you a distinction between winners and losers in the selling profession. It's a very subtle one. Is that losers are always thinking about and talking about and vividly replaying in their imagination their previous failures. The sales calls that didn't work out, the rejections, the sales deals that fell through. Winners are constantly thinking about, talking about, and reviewing in their imagination their successes, the ones that did work out. And that's why unsuccessful people tend to become more unsuccessful, because they're taping this record under their subconscious programs and replaying it. Successful people tend to become more successful because they're thinking all the time about their successes. This is critically important. And we'll talk about this a little bit later, but that's why it's so important to not get around people who are down on themselves, who are complaining or griping about their industry, because these people will drag you down like a sea anchor. Always associate with people who are positive and upbeat and confident and optimistic about what's going on with their business and with their industry, because it makes an enormous difference in how you feel. And finally, resolve to pay the price to succeed. Resolve to pay the price. I remember Hunt, the great oil billionaire, who started off at the age of 32 as a bankrupt cotton farmer in Arkansas, and by the time he died he was worth almost $6 billion, and he made it all by himself. He was asked on a television program in the later years of his life, "Mr. Hunt, what advice can you give to other men and women who want to be successful?" And he said, in his whole lifetime, he's only found that there's two requirements for success, and anybody who practices them can be successful. He said, but most people never do. He said, requirement number one is you must decide exactly what you want in life. You must decide exactly what it is you want to do, have, or be. He said, most people never make that decision. They have only vague general ideas of what they want to accomplish. He said, the second thing is you must determine the price you're going to have to pay in order to get what you want, and then resolve to pay that price. He said those are the two. He said if anybody ever gets to the point where they know exactly what they want, they never get to the second point of realizing that for everything that we want in life there's a price. And if we really want to enjoy it, we're going to have to determine to pay the price in advance. Success only comes after you've paid the price, never before. The basic law of all of human destiny is the law of sowing and reaping, which says that you reap exactly what you sow, but you must sow first. Anybody who's ever started a new sales career, as I have many times, has found that the bulk of the business you do in the second 3 months comes from the contacts you made in the first 30 days. Have you noticed that? And that it's really astonishing that that happens to be the case. But if you don't make those contacts in the first 30 days, then you don't reap the harvest of the business that you do in the next 3 months, and the next 3 months, and the next 3 months. So remember, the law of sowing and reaping, paying the price, is absolutely essential. And if you will simply take control of paying the price, which means seeing the people, talking to people, giving professional presentations, starting early and working late, then your success will take care of itself, just like the seed will grow in the soil and give you the harvest. Understand this because people buy for whose reasons? Our reasons or their reasons? They buy for their reasons. And the biggest mistake that amateur salespeople make is they try to ask people to buy for their reasons, their personal reasons, rather than taking the time to identify the needs of the other. Now, every human action, and this is very important, is aimed at an improvement in the condition of the person acting. In other words, every single thing that we do is an attempt to improve our relative condition. Every single buying decision is an attempt to be better off as a result of having made that decision than worse off. And the individual who's making a buying decision has three choices. They can either buy from you, they can buy from someone else, or they can buy from no one. They can refrain from purchasing if you like. And when we talk about being better off, we're not talking about just materially. Sure, if you buy a car, you're better off, you've got a car. But we're talking about all of the other satisfactions that are involved. For instance, if you buy a car, you're out a certain amount of money. You're locked into a certain automobile. If you have difficulties with the automobile, then you're stuck with it. If you give up the money, then you can't buy something else. So you lose the flexibility and freedom of the money. So when we talk about a purchase decision being a decision to achieve an increment of satisfaction, we're talking about a physical increment. We want to be more satisfied emotionally, physically, spiritually. We want to be more satisfied in a variety of different areas. Sometimes we'll make a proposal to someone that is obviously the best price for the best product that they need. Their need is not just the best price and the best product. Their need may be to have a product that is better known, so that other people in the company will not say that they've bought an unknown product. Their need may be to buy from someone from another business that their company sells to. It may be a totally different need than just simply price and quality. And it is in identifying the needs that is most important. That's where all professional selling begins, is in need analysis. And you're not in a position to sell until you have spoken to the individual long enough to understand what need of the prospect your product or service can satisfy, and then you structure your presentation so it satisfies that need. For instance, when we do need analysis, we say, what is the key result or benefit of our product? What is it that your product does that hooks or combines with a primary need of the customer? Most people are motivated by fear of loss and desire for gain. Fear of loss is fear of failure, and desire for gain is a desire to be better off. Now, most people are pulled between these two poles. They want to gain, but they don't want to lose, and your job is to move them away from the feeling that they'll be worse off to the feeling that they will be extremely well off. And you can demonstrate how easily this is true if a person was absolutely convinced that they would be far better off as a result of purchasing your product than not, would they hesitate to make the decision? Of course not. If they absolutely believed you and believed in the value and believed in the quality and the relative price relative to the competition, do you think they would hesitate in purchasing your product? Of course not. So your job is to get the person to the point where they are completely focused on how they will gain or how they will be ahead by using your product, rather than how much they might lose by committing themselves to your product. Now, some of the basic subconscious needs that people have, these are drives that motivate us, that will cause us to sacrifice, that will cause us to suffer, that will cause us to pay sometimes enormous sums. Our people want to be rich. Everybody wants to be rich. Why? Because wealth represents security. When we have enough money, it means that we don't worry, we're secure. And the deepest craving of all of human nature is the craving for security. Whether it's financial security or emotional security or spiritual security, we need to feel secure. It's the basic need in Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Until we feel a certain level of security, we are preoccupied with that to the exclusion of almost everything else. Another thing that we need is we want to be admired. We want to be liked. We want to be respected. We want to be successful. We want to be successful in our own mind. We want to be successful relative to others. When we structure our product offering in such a way that we suggest to people that they will achieve one of these needs as a result of taking our product, or better yet, achieve several of these needs, what we do is we are making a very, very powerful bid for the prospects or the customer's time and money. We also want to be healthy. That's why health products are so much the rage today. Everybody wants to be healthier because one of our preoccupations every single day is our health. We have aches, we have pains, we're overweight, we're underweight, we sleep too much, we sleep too little. We're always concerned about our health, so we're always attracted to products or services that will enable us to be healthier. respected in our community. We want recognition for our accomplishments. That's why prizes and companies that are continually doing things for their people that make them feel valuable are companies that are more successful. We want social status. The psychological needs are the deepest of all subconscious needs and the ones that we will pay the most to satisfy. We also want power. We want influence. We want popularity. We want self-expression. For instance, one of our drives is to be thought to be up to date, to be current, to be modern. Many people will make a buying decision because this is the newest product in the market, and they want to be ahead of the pack. Some people make a buying decision because they're the first ones who are buying this product. They want to be the first ones in their market with it. So these are very, very important needs that people have. We also know that people want comfort and they want security, they want companionship, they want knowledge, they want understanding, they want self-actualization, they want to feel that they are growing toward the realization of their potential, they want to feel that they're becoming everything they're capable of becoming, they want to feel that they're not missing anything in life. This is one of our great drives. We want to feel that somehow we're smelling all the flowers along the way. And products that appeal to that, whether it's a trip to Tahiti with Club Med, whether it's a life insurance policy that will guarantee that our family will be taken care of no matter what happens to us in life, whether it's a new home in a suburb that when our friends come they'll admire us and respect us because we're doing so well. These are deep needs. Self-preservation is also a need. That's why life insurance and safety gadgets and materials are so important. All buying decisions are emotional. This is very important, and one of the most critical things is that all decisions are emotional in origin. Try to say that there's a difference between emotion and logic. No, there's not. All decisions are emotion. Everything that we do is 100% emotional. If we say we're going to do this for logical reasons, it just that means that we have more emotion invested in that reason than we have in another reason. The basic emotions that we talked about are desire for gain, desire to be better off, and fear of loss, fear of being worse off. And we know one thing about emotions is that it takes a stronger emotion to overcome a weaker emotion. That it's always the stronger emotion that predominates in decision making. So if a person has the fear of loss, the fear of making a mistake, the fear of making a failure, that's an emotion. The only way that we can overcome that emotion is by making the desire for gain, the desire to be better off, the desire to be more comfortable, more popular, more admired, rich, respected, up to date, making that desire more intense than the fear of loss, than the emotion involved with fear. And whenever a person says, well, I'd like to think about it, or I'm not sure, or let me talk it over with someone, what they are saying is that you have not aroused my desire to own or enjoy the benefits of your product to the point that you have overcome my fear of loss or making a mistake. That's all they're saying, is that you have not given me enough value reasons to cause me to make a buying decision. In other words, we're still out of balance. My fear of loss is still greater than my desire for gain, which means it's up to you to put more and more on that scale, more weight on the scale of value to take away from the emphasis on loss. Business people buy for one reason. When you're selling to business people who sell for resale, they buy for one reason. If a person is going to buy from you to resell, then they're concerned only with net profit. Business people who are buying products or services, if you're selling directly to businesses and the business people use it themselves, they are also concerned with improved profits. They're not concerned with what the product is, they're concerned with the benefit, and the benefit is always greater profits. Now there's several ways that you can get greater profits. You can cut costs, that increases profits. You can increase productivity, holding costs constant, that increases profits. Or you can improve performance, either of machinery or of people, that improves profits. You can get greater sales volume as a result of using your product or service, that increases profits, holding costs constant. I've had many people say, I just can't get through to business people. And let me give you one example. A woman who was selling office automation systems. She said to me, I just can't seem to get appointments. I call up and I say that we do office automation consulting, and I know that because of our experience we can really save people a lot of money if they'll have us in and give us a chance to examine their facilities and so on. We can find ways to save them money. I said, well, how do you approach people? Well, she said, what I do is I telephone and I say, I am Betty Dean from Office Automation Products, and we'd like an opportunity to come in and show you how some of our products can increase your efficiency and the smoothness of your administration. And they say, no, thank you, I'm too busy. We don't have the time right now. We're out of money. We don't have it in the budget, etc., etc., etc. So I said, look, why don't you try it a little bit differently? She made the big mistake of trying to sell on the phone. Next time you make an appointment, call up and say, we have developed a method whereby you can save 20 to 30% in your office administration costs. It would take me about 10 minutes to show you and to tell you about it. And ask for an appointment. She found that she got appointments all the time. because people weren't interested in office automation products and electronic information transfer and all that. They're interested in saving money. They're interested in increasing profits. If you're talking to somebody who is in administration, they're interested in cutting costs. If you're talking to somebody who's in marketing or sales, who owns the company or is a principal in the company, they're interested in increasing profits. So always talk about your product in terms of what they want, not in terms of what you're selling. Because if your product cannot improve the operations of an existing business so that they either increase their revenues, holding costs constant, or decrease their costs, holding revenues constant, then you shouldn't be selling it to them, should you? In all honesty. In other words, if you cannot improve their condition, you can't sell the product to them. Psychologically, it is impossible for human beings to make a decision to end up worse off than before. We cannot make a decision that will specifically, concretely end us up worse off than we were before. We can only make decisions to improve ourselves. The alternative is not to make a decision at all. And people who do not make decisions at all are people who are not convinced that they're going to be better off as a result of using the product or service. And that's where all of our job has to be, is to prove that the benefits that we are offering are the benefits that are going to be enjoyed. Do not buy products, they buy benefits. And our job is to sell benefits. And our job in the sales conversation is to find out what benefits this person would be willing to pay for. What benefits are uppermost in the concern of this person. If you're talking to a sales manager, for instance, about a product or service that you offer, the sales manager is concerned with what? Greater sales volume. He's not concerned with profits because he cannot affect profits. He is rewarded on the basis of the volume of sales. So if you talk to him about cutting costs or increasing profits, you're talking about something that is not a need or a concern of his. If you talk to a business person or an entrepreneur or manager about cutting costs, it may be relevant. You talk to them about increasing profits, it may be relevant because that is of concern to them. So we always have to identify the basic needs, and one of the basic need analysis that we can do is, remember, that you uncover needs by questioning skillfully and listening carefully. We find that people think about themselves at least 95% of the time. About 95% of the time, people are sitting there thinking about their own problems and their own needs. And the job of the salesperson is to establish rapport and to ask questions and listen carefully, because if you let people talk for any period of time, they will tell you their basic need or concern with regard to your product. And the very best questions to use to uncover needs are the 6 honest serving men. What are you doing in this area right now? When did you start doing this? Where do you currently get your supplies? How did you start in this area or start using this particular product? Why would you be thinking about changing? And who are you dealing with now, or who would be involved in the decision, or so on? These questions are all open-ended questions, and they cannot be answered no to. They require a specific answer or an elaboration. In Freudian psychology, they have something called the Freudian slip. The Freudian slip is just the simple fact that if a person is encouraged to talk often enough or long enough about themselves, they will subconsciously, inadvertently, tell you their most important concern. If you will listen to customers closely enough and ask them questions skillfully enough, they will eventually tell you everything that you need to know to be able to sell them. This is why the very best salespeople are very low-keyed. The very best salespeople are very good questioners, and they are excellent listeners. The old school of selling where you had a very, very sharp pattern, you went in and you just talked the person to death, is all gone. Today, people do not want to be sold. They want to be bought. Your job as a salesperson today is that of an advisor, and that of a counselor, and that of a consultant. And if you look upon yourself as a sales consultant or a sales advisor, a product advisor, you will be seeing yourself, you'll be developing a self-concept that is consistent with your role. Because products today are so much more complex than most customers can understand, what they need is a friend to advise them on the best choices and decisions for them. They don't need somebody to try to sell them something. They need somebody to teach them what the product can do for them. We know also that because of habits, people naturally resist new things. So the key today is, instead of presenting a product as something new, always present it as an improvement. Not new. You don't say this is a new product. This is an improvement, or a step forward, or a development in the field that might be better than what they're currently using. Everybody's interested in improvements. Nobody's interested in something new. Customers want the simple truth about a product or service. They want honest information about how it can help them improve their lives and improve their businesses. They resist and they resent any kind of high pressure. The salesman can satisfy basic subconscious needs of the customer. Some of the basic subconscious needs of the customer are to be respected. The salesperson can do that. The needs of the customer are to be listened to. The salesperson can do that. The needs of the customer are to have honest advice to help them do their job better or live their life better. The salesperson can give that. And these deep subconscious needs and satisfying needs is what separates the professional from the amateur. With regard to quality, quality is never the primary argument for buying anything. Quality is a logical argument. People buy things emotionally, but quality is always based on logic. And the only time that we bring quality into the argument, some people say mine is the finest quality machine in the business. It doesn't matter. The only thing that the individual, the prospect, is interested in is, will it do the job for me? Is it adequate to do the job? A person can say that a Rolls-Royce is the finest quality automobile, but if all you need is a car to get back and forth from work, you don't need to buy a Rolls-Royce. Quality only comes into the argument when you are comparing your product at a certain price against another product at a certain price, and there are very definite reasons why the person should be concerned about quality. For instance, if you're selling a snowmobile to an Eskimo who's going to have to drive it on the polar ice cap, and if it breaks down he's going to freeze to death, then quality is a very, very important consideration. If you're selling a Land Rover to someone who's going to drive it across the Sahara, it's very important that it be a quality vehicle, because if it breaks down, it can make an enormous difference. But if it's not necessary, then it is not a buying feature. In discussing quality features, you must always explain how they benefit the customer. In other words, when you discuss quality, you say, this is the benefit of this kind of quality. This is the reason why you should buy it. This is what it does for you. Remember that every customer's favorite radio station is WIIFM. What's in it for me? That's all they want to know, is what's in it for me? What's the benefit of what you're saying? What's the benefit of this quality? Every single customer is asking this question to every statement that you're making. They're always saying in their own mind, so what? We often find that salespeople will go on and on about how good their company is and how good their products are and what great people work for them and so on. But the customer's always asking, what's in it for me, with regard to what you're saying, and they're saying, so what, in response to what you're saying. So make sure that every single thing that you say to a prospect has a definite benefit in it for the customer, and you can never go wrong. The product must always be the most suitable for what the customer needs before quality enters into the equation. A perfect example is Japanese automobiles. Japanese automobiles are very finely made automobiles. They also tend to be ideal and appropriate for the majority of uses of people who use cars in our society. They also happen to have good fuel economy, and they also happen to have very reasonable prices. In addition to that, they're good quality. But the quality always comes after the utility has been demonstrated. So the quality of the sales presentation, the material in the sales presentation, the appearance of the salesperson extends to the quality of the product itself. Many people don't realize that 90% or even more of the contact that we will have with a company is the person themselves and the way they talk to us. That's why if a person is well turned out, well dressed, properly groomed, polished, and their presentation is professional and orderly and thought through in every single step, we naturally assume that the company is a high quality company too. If the person is sloppy, if their car is dirty, if their briefcase has got sandwiches and old socks in it, and they've forgotten their price list and they're not sure about the answer to this, then we naturally assume that the company is going to be sloppy too. So part of the quality of the sales presentation is the person themselves. That is why companies like IBM and Hewlett-Packard go through 5 and 6 and 7 interviews. They take people out to dinner, they meet their families, they interview them in groups and individually to make sure that they're the type of people that they want representing their company. Because they know that an enormous amount of the buying decision is going to be based on the quality of the people who are selling. Your job is to identify the basic and secondary needs that your product can satisfy, and then demonstrate this to the customer. By asking questions skillfully, somewhere along the way the person is going to say, well, does it do this? Or what about that? Or does this include it in it? That is an indication, a Freudian slip, that that's what the person is interested in. Let's take the example of microcomputers. A lot of people selling microcomputers. Microcomputers are a very, very big business, growing exponentially, 20% a year. Yet most people who sell them improperly. They go in and they try to sell the small business owner on a machine that's going to do financial statements and a VisiCalc and financial projections and so on and so forth, none of which small business companies ever use. We don't use VisiCalc, we don't use pie-shaped, graph-shaped bar charts, we don't use financial spreadsheets and things like that. What we do is we do basic communications with our customers, basic accounting, payables, receivables, monthly balances, general ledger, and so on. But even that isn't why we buy a microcomputer. Why we buy a microcomputer is to save money on administrative costs and to increase efficiency so we can get more business. And the very most successful salespeople of microcomputers come in to the office and say, for $350 a month, I can give you back $1,000. Do you think the person is not interested? Do you think that the prospect would not like to hear a little bit more about what the person has to say? Instead of coming in and saying, if you buy this machine, you can do all this technical, mathematical formulations, and it only costs you $350 a month. At that, it's only an expense. At $350 in exchange for $1,000, it's an investment, and an investment that pays off. And this is applicable to many products. The best salespeople of microcomputers concentrate all of their efforts on demonstrating the payoff of the machine once it's installed. How much money you're going to save or additional business you're going to generate as a result of having this piece of machinery. Once the person's convinced that they can enjoy those benefits, then the price becomes irrelevant, doesn't it? Then they'd be crazy not to buy one, wouldn't it? I mean, if you could pay $350 and get an extra $1,000 a month, you should buy 50 of them if you could use them, right? Well, this is what we mean in talking about focusing in on the key benefit. Your job is to identify the basic and secondary needs that your product can satisfy. And remember, as long as you're focusing all of your attention on the customer and what he or she wants or needs, you're selling professionally. We like to use the example of a spotlight. And imagine that there's a spotlight between you and the customer, and it swivels back and forth. And whoever the spotlight is on is the most important person. And as long as the spotlight is on the customer, which means as long as you're talking about him or her, and his or her needs, and his or her problems, and his or her objectives and requirements, then the spotlight is on them. The instant you start talking about your product, your service, your company, your life story, the spotlight is on you. The more the spotlight is on him or her, the greater the possibility of you making a successful sales transaction. The more the spotlight is on you and your company and your product, which is of great indifference to him. Remember, people don't buy products, they buy benefits. And benefits are always theirs. As long as the focus is on you, the emphasis in the sales conversation is in the wrong direction. And so focus all of your attention. What do you need? What are you after? What are you looking for? Why would you buy this? What are you presently using? What has been your previous experience in this area? What would cause you to change? Which brings us to two key points here. In every sales conversation, there is a key benefit. The key benefit is the benefit, the major benefit that would cause the person to buy the product. Also, there is a key issue, which is the major objection that would hold the person back from buying the product. Your job in the course of the sales interview is to uncover the key benefit and then uncover the key issue. Now, the key issue could be price. The key issue could be lack of understanding of the product. The key issue could be your competitors' additional features. The key issue could be a variety of things, but you cannot sell until you've uncovered that key issue or key objection or a major reason within the mind of the buyer that's causing them to hesitate about going ahead. You also cannot sell until you've uncovered the key benefit. We talked about the 80-20 rule a little while ago, that 80% of the value of any group of economic items will be represented by less than 20% of the items. Also holds true in selling, is that if you have 10 features or 10 things that your product can do for a customer, 80% of the value of those 10 will be contained in 2 of the items. And in most cases, it's actually the 90-10 rule, in that 90% of the buying decision will hinge on 1 or 10% of the things that your product or service can do for that customer. Not all the others. The others will be nice, and the others will be enjoyable, the others will be necessary, but 90% of the decision will probably come to hinge on 1 benefit that your product can offer. And which brings us to what we call the hot button close, which is considered to be the most powerful of all closes. If you can uncover the hot button, then you must focus all of your time and attention and concentrate on proving overwhelmingly to the prospect's satisfaction that if this is what he or she wants from the product or service, you can absolutely guarantee that that is what they're going to get. The hot button close success depends upon the ability of the salesperson to discover the most important reason for buying the product and then repeating it over and over again. To concentrate on selling that one main point, the point that is decisive for buying action, find it and convince him overwhelmingly of it, and bring the whole decision to hang on that one question. They say press the hot button over and over, but a very good way to uncover this is simply this, is ask the person, Mr. Prospect, especially when they're being reluctant, Mr. Prospect, if ever you were to buy this product, what would cause you to do it? What specific benefit or specific reason would cause you to buy this product if ever you're going to buy it? And if you want to do some market research and you sold before, go back to your existing customers and say, Mr. Customer, we sold you this 3 months ago. I'd like to ask you a question. And the question is simply this. Why did you buy it? What was the one reason that caused you to buy it? Can you remember what it was? And often they'll say, well, I'll tell you, this is why I bought it. And very often they will tell you the key reason that you can then go out, and that's the hot button that you can push on everybody else that you talk to. There's an interesting story about the real estate salesman who takes a couple to show them a house. The house is a little bit old, but as the couple and the real estate salesman pull up in front of the house, the woman looks, and in the back of the house, there's a beautiful flowering cherry tree. And she says, oh, Harry, look at that beautiful flowering cherry tree. There's a flowering cherry tree in my backyard when I was a little girl, and I've always wanted to live in a house with a flowering cherry tree. And Harry says, shh, shh, never mind, never mind. They get up and they go inside the house. The salesman's no dummy. They go in the house, and Harry, of course, is being the critic. And he says, oh, well, it looks like we're going to have to recarpet it. And the salesman says, yes, that's true, but from here, just look, you can see out through the dining room, you can see that beautiful flowering cherry tree. And the woman looks. And he knew that the woman almost invariably makes the buying decision on the house. And he went into the kitchen. They said, well, the kitchen's a bit small, the plumbing's a little bit old. He said, yes. He said, but just look. Out through the window, you can see that beautiful flowering cherry tree when you're preparing dinner. And they went upstairs, and he said the bedrooms are too small, and the paint needs to be replaced, and the wallpaper's old. He said, yes, but from every room, you have that beautiful view of that flowering cherry tree. Well, by the end of the sales transaction, the woman was so excited about the flowering cherry tree, she couldn't see anything else, and the buying decision was made. They bought the house because of the flowering cherry tree. In every single product that we sell, there is a flowering cherry tree. If this is a real prospect, there is something in our product that that prospect really, really wants to enjoy, a benefit that that prospect really, really wants. For instance, many companies who are buying small computers are buying them simply because of their word processing capacity. Most small business people, I will tell you, are entrepreneurs. They have very little patience for detail. They consider book work and accounting and finance to be a pain in the neck. They don't like to do it, and they don't do it well. If you go in and you try to sell a small businessman on how well this does accounting, they're not interested. What they're interested in isn't selling products. They're interested in communicating with their customers. They're interested in delivery. They're interested in performance. They're interested in profits, and so on. If you talk about it as a machine that will enable them to dramatically increase the quality of their contact with their customers, then they're interested. You see, so we must always be careful that we sell in terms of what our customer is interested in rather than what we are interested in. Going on now, let's talk about creative selling. How do we sell creatively? Well, in creative selling, we have to understand that creativity is a natural characteristic of all top salespeople, and that creativity is a matter of self-concept. Every single one of us is highly creative. Every single one of us, when we are trying to avoid a traffic jam to get from one part of the city to another, and we're taking side roads and side streets and alleys and so on, we are engaging in highly creative acts. Every single one of us, when we are trying to arrange a party or put together a sales presentation or to convince somebody of something that we want them to do, is engaging in a highly creative act. When we get dressed in the morning and we match clothing and ties and shirts and blouses and dresses and shoes and so on, is an act of creativity. Many of us, however, think that we're not particularly creative. And to the degree to which we believe that we're not particularly creative, we won't be. To the degree to which we believe we are, we will continually come up with creative solutions. And there's several areas where creativity is necessary. We know also that creativity is stimulated by focused questions, by pressing problems, and by burningly desired goals. The more intensely we desire to accomplish something, the more creative we are in its accomplishment. The more focused and specific the question, the more creative we are in answering it. And the more intensely desired or the more pressing the problems, the more creative we are in resolving them. So here's several areas of creativity which grow with use and exercise. Number one is to find new and better prospects. Very, very important area of creativity, which we'll come to in a second. To uncover buying motives. You have to be very creative in finding out what will cause the person to buy. Because many people have inbred buying resistance, which means they don't want to tell you why it is that they might buy your product. Because they know from experience that if you find out what they really want to enjoy, and you keep repeating that argument over and over again, they will be too weak to resist it. Isn't that true? To overcome buyer resistance or indecision, overcome this, I want to think about it, or let me talk it over with my boss, or call me back next week. This requires tremendous acts of creativity. To discover new product uses and applications, to discover new ways that you can use old products, and to create sales where none exist. And this is so important because every single sales act is an act of pure creativity. What you are doing is you are putting together a business transaction, which is, if you like, the backbone of our society, where nothing existed before. You are literally creating it with your own mind in conjunction with your product and the customer. And that's why developed creativity is very, very important. And I'll give you some methods to develop in a second. So remember, creative selling begins with thorough knowledge of your product or service. The better you know your product or service, the more thoroughly you master the detail of it, the more creative you are in selling it. The fastest way to increase your income is how? To spend more time with better prospects. So creative prospecting is important, and this requires analysis and planning. Basic analysis begins with 3 questions, and I'd like you to answer these 3 questions. What are the 5 to 10 most attractive features of your product? List them in order of importance. Why should somebody buy your product? What is it about your product that makes it worthwhile that somebody should buy it? So you need to know the answers to these before you can prepare a sales presentation. So the next question is, what needs of your prospective customer do these product features satisfy? What benefit does it offer? In other words, what's in it for the customer to purchase your product? And write these down opposite the 5 to 10 points that you put down. Remember, every one of your customers is looking for benefits. They're not looking for features. The features are simply a means to an end. So then we go and we say, all right, let us say that you have successfully conveyed the features in question 1 and the benefits in question 2, and the person is now very interested in enjoying the benefits that you have described in your product or service. Then the next question is, why should they buy it from your company? List 5 to 10 reasons why the person should buy it from you. Now they're convinced that they want it. Why should they buy it from you? What does your company offer that other companies don't offer? Now, going on to strategic selling. And these questions are the most important questions that you will ever ask and answer in moving to high levels of income in selling. In strategic selling, you begin by identifying your best possible customer market and then concentrating on it single-mindedly. Again, we said this earlier, one of the biggest mistakes that salespeople make is they look upon everybody as being a prospect of equal value, when in some cases, one prospect may be worth 100 times the value of another prospect. The basic rule in selling is always fish for whales, not minnows. Remember, if you catch 1,000 minnows, what have you got? A bucket full? But if you catch one whale, you've got a whole ship full. And it's very important that we carefully identify where our biggest breakthrough opportunities are. And this comes from asking these questions. Who exactly is your customer? Who buys your product or service right now? The next question is, who might be buying it in the future? Remember, you're going to live the rest of your life in the future. And all of your income is going to come from who you sell to in the future as opposed to who's bought it in the past. So who might be buying it in the future? What direction is your market going in? Who bought it in the past? What is the continuity between past and future? Where are there markets opening up or likely to open up for your product or service? The next question is, why does your customer buy? What benefits or advantages does he perceive in purchasing your product or service? Now, who or what is your competitor? Who is your major competitor? Or what is your major competitor? In some cases, our major competitor is the ignorance of the market. People do not know that your product is available, or they do not know that the product is available of the quality and price that you have to offer. That may be your major competitor. That may be your major obstacle to selling. But then again, it may be another competitor. It may be that people are buying something else to replace your product, or there's somebody else selling exactly your same product and they're buying that. Who is your competitor? All decisions with regard to sales and marketing have to be made in consideration of what you're competing against. Selling, in some respects, is similar to warfare. Decisions in warfare are always made in consideration of what the enemy is doing. And considerations in selling are always taken in consideration of what your competitors or your competition is doing. Now, this is the key question, and it's what is your competitive advantage? Where do you have an advantage over your competitors? What is your area of excellence in your product or service? What is your unique selling feature? What do you have to offer that nobody else has to offer? Because this is invariably the key reason why people will buy your product over a competitor's, And this is the key to developing an effective sales presentation. You must know clearly and unequivocally so that somebody could wake you up at 3 o'clock in the morning and shake you and say, why is your product better than anybody else's? And you could say, it's better because of this. And you could say instantly, you know exactly the reason where your product stands out above all other products. It does something that other products don't do. Or you offer something that other products or other services, other companies don't offer. But what is it that is unique and special about your product or service? Nobody is going to buy your product just because it's as good as anybody else's. They will always buy your product because there is something unique about it that makes it better in their eyes and for their purposes and for their needs than any other product in the market. And your key job is to identify that unique selling feature, that competitive advantage that sets you head and shoulders above anybody else, and build your sales presentation around that. Let me give you an example. I had a young man come up to me who sells electrical supplies not long ago. And he was one of 10 companies that sold electrical supplies, and they all bought their supplies from the same suppliers. They all sold them at the same prices, and they all sold them to the same customers, and they were selling in a depressed market. He said, how can I develop a unique selling feature or a competitive advantage? And I said, I don't think it's possible. Based on what he had told me, what he was selling was something that anybody could buy anywhere else at the same price and the same quality and the same terms, and there was no unique selling feature. I said that in a situation like that, if you don't have the exclusive right to a particular market or a particular product or a particular service, then you will never be able to achieve high levels of success because your customers can always get the same thing from a variety of other places identically. So what you have to do is think very seriously of selling something that has something special or unique about it. And especially something special or unique that you can get excited about. Something special or unique that you really consider to be important and that you can become enthusiastic about in telling customers about it. An example of a unique selling feature is IBM. IBM has a slogan throughout the company at every level throughout the world, and it is IBM means service. Which means that when we think about IBM, we think about a product that will be properly serviced no matter what goes wrong with it, don't we? And we know that customers will pay a premium for IBM products because one of their greatest needs, the benefits that they seek, is that once they've bought the product, they want to be sure that it's going to continue running, that they're not going to be stuck with a lemon. And IBM stands foursquare, $1 billion a year behind service. So we'll pay 50% more, even 100% more for an IBM product that will do the same job because of that particular unique benefit. For example, in Southern California, another example of a unique benefit, back in the early 50s, they were trying to introduce Smirnoff vodka. And they had a terrible time. It was selling number 19 amongst distilled liquors in the United States. And they changed advertising agencies 2 or 3 times, and they still could not get people to try vodka because most people in the US and Canada considered vodka to be a foreign drink, an alien drink, if you like, a Russian drink. So they tried and they tried and they tried. Finally, after about the 6th advertising agency, one of the copywriters sat down and studied vodka and studied the qualities or characteristics of the drink to try to determine what about it was unique, what was different from other distilled liquors. And he found it very soon, it was that you could drink vodka and people would not be able to smell it on your breath. So he came up with an advertising line. Actually, he came up with 2. The first one was Smirnoff vodka, ... it leaves you breathless. And the second one was Smirnoff vodka, ... it takes your breath away. Smirnoff vodka went from less than $19 million of sales in 1954 to over $100 million of sales in 1956 and is over $1 billion in sales now. And there are over 50 companies selling vodka on the tails, if you like, of Smirnoff vodka because it's been one of the most successful distilled liquors. It's the 2nd or 3rd best-selling distilled liquor in the world today because everybody knows that if you want to drink at lunchtime or if you want to drink before you go home and you don't want anybody to know, if you want them just to think that you're just plain stupid instead of drunk, you can have a couple of drinks of vodka and nobody's going to know. They found the unique selling feature, and every product, I believe, if it has the ability, has that unique selling feature that if you can find it, you can so dramatically increase the amount of it that you can sell as to be beyond all belief. And this is where the focus of your creativity must be. Why do your customers buy from your competitors? How could you offset this? What benefits do your customers perceive in buying from your competitors? Why do they select your competitors' products over yours? And how can you offset this? What can you do to undermine that benefit or to make your benefits appear to be greater or more important than what your competitors can offer? So here's some of the other questions which I suggest you review in your own time. Who are your non-customers? The people who buy neither from you or from your competition. The ones who are not even in the market at all. Let me give you an example. The biggest non-customer in our society is the person who does not vote. The non-voter, if he could be or she could be induced to the polls in any given election, would determine every single election in our country. But the 35 or 40% of people who never vote themselves are the greatest single voting bloc in the country. The people who are not buying your product or anybody else's product are the greatest single source of new customers if you can find out why it is that they're not buying anything. Why is it that they're not using it? People never thought of buying computers up until a few years ago, and then they came out with computer games. And suddenly everybody went crazy about computer games, and for the first time people thought of buying small computers and taking them home. In other words, they found a way to sell to the non-customer. Why are they non-customers? Why don't they buy? And then ask yourself this question with regard to your customers and to non-customers. When do they buy? When is the best time to sell to your customers? Is it a certain time in the business cycle? Do they buy when business is growing? Do they buy when business is declining? Some services are most appropriately sold when businesses are in difficulty. Some are most appropriately sold when businesses are growing rapidly. So if that's the case, don't try to sell to a business that is in the wrong time of the business cycle. What season of the year do they buy? Do you notice that most ski shops shut down in the summertime? They're not crazy enough to stay there all summer and try to sell to people in the summertime, and they open up again in the winter. What stage of the product life cycle? This is very important. Many customers will buy a product as soon as it comes into the market. Some customers will wait for a while and then buy the product after that. As a matter of fact, there's a scale, and it's like this. It's the impulse buyer. When the product first comes into the market, a few people will buy it immediately. 5 to 10% of people are plungers. They'll try it out whether it's good or not. After the plungers comes the second phase of the market. This is the most profitable phase of all. Many companies that introduce new products don't realize that it's a tough slog getting the product into the market for the first year or 2 years. Then suddenly everybody decides to come in because they see the product, they see that it works, they see that it's not being withdrawn, and a whole lot of people come in, and this is the greatest sales period and the greatest profit period. Then you have the period of maturity, where the latter stage of buyers come into the market, and they come in now that everybody's got one. They decide that it's safe to come in, and they buy a few, but by this time the competition has come into the market. The margins are much narrower, the profits are much slower, the sales are much more competitive, and finally you have what is called your post-mature buyer. Your post-mature buyer is the one who bought the Edsel 2 years after it was discontinued. They don't buy a product or service until it's getting old. They are so careful about buying. This is what you might call your apathetic buyers. We'll talk about a little bit later. They won't buy anything until it's been around for so long that there's not a question in their mind that it's safe to buy it. So you have to ask yourself, what period of the product life cycle does your buyer buy? If your buyer's a plunger, he may buy it early. If he's one who's pretty progressive and forward-looking, he'll buy it after it's become established. He may not buy anything until it's been out for a couple of years, and he may be a post-mature buyer. That's a very important thing, and you can find this out by asking them when they bought other products that they have. When they came into the market, how long have they been doing what they've been doing, they'll tell you. And another thing is, do they buy it when others have recommended the product? Many people will not buy anything until they have a recommendation from somebody they respect. That's why the value of testimonial letters is so high. If you can go to a company in your industry that buys your product and get a letter from the person who has purchased the product and take it to somebody else in the same industry and say, look, the president of ABC company, which sells similar products, has bought one, and here's a letter from him saying how happy he was or how happy she was. By the way, with regard to testimonial letters, the easiest way to get testimonial letters is, first of all, to ask for them and say, would you write me a letter telling me how happy you are? And the second way is to write the letter for the person and ask them if they would type it up on their letterhead and sign it. And you'll be surprised, if your customers are happy and you've taken good care of them, they will take your letter, they may make a couple of corrections in it, they'll have it typed up right there while you wait on their letterhead, and they'll sign it, and you can carry it around in a plastic page. And that plastic page testimonial is worth an hour of you trying to tell the customer yourself how good the product is. That testimonial, if the person is interested, he can call because there's the telephone number right there on the plastic page. So I very strongly suggest that you do this. If you have happy customers, go back to the happy customers, write a nice letter saying, when we were first approached by your company, we were a little bit hesitant about buying the product or service, but we decided to go ahead because we were very impressed with the presentation, and we tried it out, and this is what has happened to us, and we are certainly happy we made the buying decision because these are the results that we've gotten. That kind of a letter is worth its weight in gold, and if you've got half a dozen letters like that, you can double or triple your sales just on referrals, because many people will not buy until they have read a testimonial from somebody that they respect. We've talked about this before. What causes us to go to a new restaurant? It's word-of-mouth advertising, isn't it? We don't look in the newspapers and say, well, there's an advertisement for a restaurant, let's go and try it out. We wait till we hear somebody else tell us, hey, that's a good restaurant, you should give it a try. That's when we go to the restaurant, isn't it? So if that's when people buy, then be very alert to that. And don't be reluctant to ask your customers or prospects for the answers. Go and sit down with them and ask these questions. Say, look, we're doing some market research and we're talking to some of our most esteemed customers to find out how we can serve them better in the future. Would you answer a few questions for me? Your customers will tell you how to sell additional customers. The people who've bought from you are your very best source of valuable, if not priceless, information to sell to additional people. And most salespeople in their whole careers never think to ask. They sit at home and guess. They hope that what they have is the right answer, and often your customers will tell you, well, I bought it because of this. And you'll say, geez. And you know how often we miss it? They'll say, geez, did you buy it because of that? I say, I'll be darned. And you've been selling it on the basis of something else all along. Very, very important. Now, finally, with regard to creative selling, the creative method. And this method was developed by Earl Nightingale some years ago, and more salespeople have earned their way to high earnings in their professions with this method than any other method that I've ever seen. It's called the 20 idea method. If you will use this method every day for the next month and apply some of the ideas that you generate, you will double your income within the next 90 or 180 days. If you do not double your income by reading 30 minutes every morning and using this method on a regular basis, then it's not possible for you to double your income in this lifetime. How's that for a sweeping statement? What you do is you take your key problem, your most pressing goal, your most pressing question, and you write it first thing in the morning at the top of a piece of paper in the form of a question. For instance, here's some examples. How can I increase my ratio of closes to calls? In other words, how can I close more of the people that I call on? And there's a series of answers to that. How can I increase my sales effectiveness today? Or here's another one. How can I utilize my time better today? Or how can I structure my time so that I see more prospects every single day? You write it at the top in the form of a question, and then you sit down and you write out 20 answers to the question. You force yourself to sit there until you come up with 20 answers, one after another. Now, the first few answers will come easily. The second few answers will become more difficult. But take the logical answer and then take the opposite of the logical answer. One could be get up early in the morning and get going earlier. The other could be get up later in the morning and get going later. Write the opposite and see what it looks like. Another could be a synthesis of the two. Get up earlier in the morning and prepare, and maybe start a little bit later, but have every single call prepared for and by confirmed appointment. In other words, how much more successful do you think you're going to be if you're generating hundreds of ideas a year and you're implementing one new idea a day to increase your income and your effectiveness? I guarantee you that this idea will just blow you away. As a matter of fact, by the second or third day that you've been generating ideas like this, you will have so many ideas and so many new ways to develop more business, you will not have enough time in the day to do it. I promise you that you try it for 3 days, you will be staggered at the quality of the ideas that come out of your mind. You just will not believe it. You cannot believe that you wrote that down. It's such an excellent idea. And all you need is one good idea that's a little bit newer. Marshall McLuhan once said that all you need is an idea that's 10% new to make $1 million. That's all it has to be, is 10% new. It doesn't have to be a major breakthrough. All of the great money-making ideas of today are not brand new products or services. They are merely marginal improvements on existing products that open up whole brand new markets. Isn't that true? And if you use this idea and use this regularly and develop 20 ideas a day, you will be astonished. You will become one of the most creative salespeople, and by extension, one of the most highly paid salespeople in your profession. And once you develop this knack of creativity and analysis, there is nowhere that you can't go, and there's no product that you can't sell successfully as long as you believe in it. We're now going to talk about approaching the prospect. We know that this is one of the areas where we have the greatest number of hang-ups. So I'd like to give you some key points in the initial approach. Once we've done our creative thinking, our creative analysis, we've identified our major competitive advantages, and now we have to go out and actually confront face-to-face or telephone call to telephone call a real live person who has never seen us before in our life. One of the most fearsome parts of all of selling until we get it down pat. An ongoing analysis of your product and market will give you a continuous stream of new products and prospect groups to call on. Remember, most sales calls end with a no because people are either busy, they're preoccupied, or they're initially disinterested. And your first contact with the prospect will begin the process which will or will not conclude with a sale. Therefore, every word of your approach or introduction must be planned in advance to accomplish the following. Number one, it must break the preoccupation of the prospect. Every single person, by the way, is preoccupied. We are completely involved in our own problems, our own world, our own health, our own family, our own business, our own bills. And there's a very good book that was written some years ago called Preoccupation Breaking. And what it simply said is this, is that unless you break the preoccupation of the prospect, you never get to first base in making a presentation. Many people start off their sales presentation while the other person is still on the phone, still signing checks, still shuffling papers, and their mind is 1,000 miles away. And your first job is to smash that preoccupation. And I like you to think of it in terms of throwing a brick through a plate glass window. Just think of going to crash through a plate glass window to get that preoccupation broken. Let me give you an example of one of the most successful preoccupation breaking approaches ever used. It was developed by a salesman at Corning Glass, the year that Corning Glass came out with safety glass. And he went out throughout the country and he became the top-selling salesman of safety glass for Corning Glass in North America. And at the National Sales Convention, he was given a big prize and an award. And they said, please tell us your secret. How is it that you sold so much more than everybody else? He said, it's very simple. He said, first of all, I got some pieces of safety glass cut into 6-inch by 6-inch pieces as samples. And I got a ball-peen hammer. And then I'd walk in on the prospect and I'd say, you'd like to see a piece of glass that doesn't shatter? And the guy says, I don't believe it. I put the glass on the counter and I go whack and hit it, and he'd protect his eyes. He'd say, geez. And he'd look back down and he'd say, holy smokes, that's incredible. And I'd say, how much would you like? And I'd pull out my order pad and start writing. Well, Corning Glass was so impressed with this that they bought all of their salespeople ball-peen hammers and sample sheets of glass and sent them out, and they sold glass by the carload. The end of the year, next National Sales Convention, this salesman was still head and shoulders above every other salesman in the country. They brought him back again and they said, what on earth have you done differently? Because we've done exactly what you did last year. He said, well, I knew you were going to steal my method, so I knew I had to come up with something more original. Now what I do is this, I go in to see the purchaser, and I've got a ball-peen hammer in one hand and the glass in the other. I say, would you like to see a piece of glass that doesn't shatter? He says, I don't believe it. I put the glass on the desk and I give him the hammer, I have him hit it. And if you don't think that convinces him, I've got another thing coming. He says, then I write up the order. You see, a good opening, a good, strong question aimed at the result or benefit of your product gets you almost all the way to the close. It gets the person alert, it breaks their preoccupation, they give you their complete attention, and they're willing to listen to you. You only have 30 seconds at the beginning of the approach to get the person's complete attention. In the first 30 seconds, the person decides whether or not they're going to listen to you. If you waffle, or if you're just friendly, or if you're easygoing, or if you hope that they've got some time to talk to you, within 30 seconds they've turned you off and tuned out. So your opening question has to be planned word for word, rehearsed in front of a mirror, memorized and practiced over and over again. Then you have to go out and try it on real live prospects and see what sort of response you get. Let me give you an example. I used to sell sales training, motivational training. And I would call up somebody and I'd say, I'd like to talk to you about training your salespeople. They'd say, no, sorry, thank you, I can't afford it. We don't have the time, we're all busy, we've got all the training in the world, they've all been trained, they don't need training, sales are down, business is bad, we don't have any cash, our budget is shot. Same things that they tell us all the time. So I found that I wasn't getting anywhere with that approach, and I sat down and I looked at it. I spent several days, as a matter of fact, working and reworking and trying to think, how could I approach organizations with salespeople more effectively? And I came to an interesting conclusion. I said, what is the basic need of the person who determines whether or not there will be sales training offered in the company? Well, the person is usually the sales manager or the company owner, and his basic concern is increased sales, right? So I said, Why don't I ask a question that focuses on that specific need? And I wrote out a question, and I started calling people for appointments. And my question was simply this. I'd ask the receptionist, who's in charge of sales training in your organization? Well, that would be Mr. So-and-so. So I'd get the name, and I'd get transferred to Mr. So-and-so, and I'd say, Mr. Smith, my name is Brian Tracy, and I'm with the Institute for Executive Development. And I wonder if you would be interested in a proven method that can increase your sales by 20 to 30% over the next 12 months. What kind of responses do you think I got? Every single one of them said, what is it? How does it work? When can you come in and see me? Because every single one of them was concerned about sales. Your opening question must answer this question. Why should I listen to you? When you have an approach question, it should answer the question, why should I listen to you? My question was, this is why you should listen to me, because I can increase your sales by 20 to 30% over the next 12 months. The next question, which should be generated by your opening question, is, what is it? Your opening remark should cause the person to say, what have you got? What is it? If it doesn't generate that response, then it's not a good enough question. It's not breaking the person's preoccupation. If the person says, well, I'm really not interested, it means that your opening question is not emphatic enough. It's not aimed at something that the customer wants. It's amazing how many people introduce themselves and their company and their product line and how long they've been in town, none of which is of any interest to the customer. And finally the customer says, well, I'm really not interested, thank you very much. So what you do is you drop everything and you focus solely on the key benefit that you think that person wants to enjoy. You're selling microcomputer products, you walk in, you don't say, do you currently have a computer, are you interested in a computer? You say, how would you like to save $1,000 a month on your administrative costs? What's the answer to that question? What is it? That's right. How do I do it? For that, I'm willing to listen to you for a few seconds. Now, you may have something and you may not, but for that kind of a benefit, I'm willing to give you a couple of minutes. You've got my attention, sir. You see, and this is the importance of the question. As I say, 95% of people wing it, and they can't understand why they're so frustrated in their telephone and in their personal presentations. So moving on, your first selling job is to get the person to listen to you. And before the prospect will relax and listen to you, he wants to be sure of 5 things. He wants to be sure that you have something important to communicate. That's why you hint at the result or benefit in your first sentence. The second thing is he wants to make sure that you're talking to the right buyer. Now, you should have qualified by going through the receptionist or someone else to make sure you're talking to the right person. And if you have any doubts at all, ask them, are you the person that I would talk to about increasing sales in your organization? Are you the person that I would talk to about cutting costs of administration? Are you the person that I would talk to with regard to this particular benefit within the organization? And the person will say, yes, I am, or no, I'm not. But by all means, be sure you're talking to the right person. There's no point in doing a wonderful sales presentation to somebody who's not in a position to make a buying decision. You also want to be assured that your visit will be short. People are terribly busy today, and they become very, very uptight and nervous if they think somebody's going to take up a lot of their time. So you must assure them very early that you're only going to take up a couple of minutes to tell them about this benefit that you've suggested. They want to be sure that they will be placed under no obligation and that you will not use high pressure. So you have to do everything right at the beginning of the talk. And let me give you my method for doing this, which I've taught now to thousands of people, and they've tried it, and they have found that it has completely turned their effectiveness in getting appointments around, either by telephone or cold calling. It's very simply this. You ask a well-structured question, an imaginative question aimed at the benefit. Remember, when you have asked a question, the natural, habitual, conditioned response is that the person must answer your question before they say anything else. If you ask a person, what time is it, before they can say anything else, they are conditioned to respond and tell you what time it is. If you ask a person, may I ask you a question? Almost invariably the person will say yes. When you say, would you like to hear a proven method whereby you could increase your sales by 20 to 30% per year, the person has to think about that question before they can say anything else and give you an answer. I only had one person tell me no, by the way. No, I'm not interested. And the reason they weren't interested is that the receivers had just come in and closed the company down. And he said on the phone, he said, it's too late for us. I wish you'd called me 6 months ago. But every other sales manager I ever spoke to with that question said, yes, I'm interested. When would you like to come in and talk? So the next question is simply this, is be polite and respectful and say, I would just need about 10 minutes of your time to show you what I've got, and you can judge for yourself. Now, it's very important because there's a lot of natural sales resistance, especially making a telephone appointment. The person's very resistant. They'll say, well, what is it? Can you tell me what it is? You say, Mr. Prospect, I would like to tell you what it is, but I have something I have to show you. And it'll just take me about 10 minutes, and then you can judge for yourself. You can decide for yourself whether or not it's the sort of thing that you're looking for. It's very important that you repeat this 2 or 3 times. You can judge for yourself. You be the judge. You decide for yourself. I just want to show you something that hundreds of other companies are using that are very happy with it. We're having tremendous success. You take a look at it. It'll take you 10 minutes, and you can decide for yourself. You've got to get that message across on the telephone. If you do that, you'll be all right. You see, anybody can give you 10 minutes. They can't give you half an hour before the month after next, but they can give you 10 minutes right away if you've got something that's of interest to them. So you say, you be the judge, I just need 10 minutes of your time. And then say, would tomorrow afternoon or the next morning be satisfactory? Or how about sometime today? Don't make the mistake of doing what many people do, is saying, how about 10:30 this morning or 11:20 tomorrow morning? You don't give them choice of one time or another. You choose odd times. This is called the insurance company method of getting appointments. And everybody's heard it so many times that just the sound of it on the telephone turns them off, even if they're interested in your proposal. Just say, would you have 10 minutes free somewhere around 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon? If the person says no, you say, well, how about in the morning, or how about the morning after that? But keep asking, how about the morning after that? How about the Monday after that? Keep asking until the person says, well, yes, you could come in around 10 or about 9:30 or whatever it happens to be. Just ask insistently for a time. Now, one of the things that happens here, which you must be very careful about in the approach, if the person has said, yes, well, I'm interested, I'm curious, I like to know what it is, I like to put aside 10 minutes, you have something you have to show me, in other words, you can't tell me what it is over the phone, all right, and then they'll say, well, why don't you call me next Monday and we'll set a time. You ever had this? Whenever they say that, say, look, I have my date book right here. Is yours handy? Now, you know theirs is handy because it's right there on their desk. You say, why don't we set a time right now? Now, every time somebody has ever done that to me over the phone, I just smile because I think that is so excellent. It's so professional to say, look, I've got my day timer right here. Is yours handy? Why don't we set a time right now? And they'll always say, why, sure, why not? And they'll set a time right then. Don't ever allow them to put you off until calling next Monday morning, because then you're into the same darn thing again. Set a time, say, how about 9:30, 7:45, 5:15, whatever it happens to be, any time that's convenient for them, and then be there on time. And one final point is, before you go off for an appointment which you've scheduled a day or 2 days or more in advance, always call and confirm. Always call and confirm, because it's astonishing how many of our appointments fall through for no reason at all, but that the person gets called into a meeting or out of town or out on an emergency. Always call and confirm before you go. And if you call and confirm, the person says, geez, I forgot all about it, I'm sorry, I've got this other meeting that's come up. Well, let's schedule another time right now. Remember, the most important thing you do in telephone selling, in getting your appointments on the phone, is to get that first appointment and get it firmly scheduled and to get it confirmed so that you go and see the person. Once you've had an opportunity with a prearranged appointment to sit down person to person, face to face, and identify the needs of the individual, you're a lot further along than if you're just on the other end of the phone. So do everything humanly possible and be insistent, polite, firm, friendly, smile into the phone. It's very important. You can feel a smile on the other end of the phone. You can also feel a frown or an intent look or anxiety or tension. You can feel it on the phone. So smile. If necessary, put a mirror up on your desk and smile into the mirror. As they say, an insincere smile on the phone is better than a sincere frown. So look into the mirror, smile, and keep insisting until you get that time so you can go and sit face to face. Never sell your product on the phone. Never try to sell your proposition. Never describe it. One of the greatest things that you have going for you when you say, I have something I must show you, something you're going to find very interesting, something's very profitable. When you say that, one of the greatest things you have going for you is curiosity. People are enormously curious. I had a person call me about financial services not long ago, and he left me with this, I have an original financial plan for you that I'd like to talk to you about when you get a chance toward the end of the year, and I'll call you and I'll get back to you. Now, the salesman never did get back to me, and I'm still curious about that financial plan. I'm still curious about that innovative approach to investment that the person has got, but they never called me back. Very, very important. You must be insistent. You must maintain the initiative. Don't ever expect people to call you back. You, as the salesman, must maintain the initiative continually until you get the first face-to-face appointment. And finally, never, never, never mail information if you can possibly avoid it. Brochures, information, material is to be left, not sent. That's the basic rule. If a person says to you, well, can you send me some stuff in the mail? Do you know what they're telling you in most cases? Is, can I get rid of you this easily? That's all they're telling you. And you know how you can test if they're interested? Some people say, well, look, I'm going out of town or I'm going to be tied up. Can you send me some stuff in the mail? What you say is, look, I understand how busy you are. I'll tell you what. I'll be going past your office later on today or tomorrow morning. I'll drop it off personally. Will you be there? This is how you can tell if the person's interested. If they say, no, don't do that, no, just drop it, don't, just put it in the mail. What they're telling you is, I'm not interested. I'm just trying to encourage you to waste a stamp and some literature and take it from your office so I can throw it in the wastebasket in my office. And that's basically what they do. If the person says, well, yes, if you're going by, I'll be here, by all means, drop it off. Then they're interested, then you drop it off in person. But don't mail it. Has anybody here ever been in the situation where they've mailed the stuff and they thought, boy, now it should be there, the person's going to get it, they're going to read, oh, are they going to be excited because they really asked me to send it, and you call them up and they don't know what you're talking about? They know that they're not telling you the truth. They say, yeah, it's here somewhere. I'm sure it's here. Oh, yes, yeah, it's under something here, but tell me what it was again. You had that? We've all had that. Don't go into that. Unprofessional salespeople do this for what reason? To avoid the possibility of being personally rejected. Every single thing that we do to avoid the possibility of being personally told no is a waste of our time and will never lead to a sale. Remember that. Most of the efforts that salespeople engage in are to avoid coming face to face with a real live prospect that can tell them no. So nail down the appointment. Be aggressive, but be polite. Now, prior to a sales call, and by the way, before you get off the phone, you thank him very much and you reconfirm the time and date. 40 or 50% of the time, the person will have written it down in the wrong date, right there on the phone. You say, Tuesday, May 14th at 3 o'clock. Right? Right. So he's got it down solid. Thank you very much for your time. I'm looking forward to seeing you. You are really going to be happy with what I have to show you. In other words, build expectancy. Cause the person to be interested. The last thing you leave them thinking is something really interesting that you're going to show them. Then when you go to the appointment, you go in to see the person, this is perhaps the most important of all, and many top salespeople will tell you that they do this, but many of them keep it a professional secret, is that before you go in, what you do is you stop for a few seconds and you get a clear mental picture of yourself completely relaxed, calm, positive, smiling, in complete control of the interview. You breathe in, you exhale, you just see yourself as a beautiful, smoothly prepared professional representative going in, and you see a picture in your mind of the prospect responding to you positively, and you think of your last successful sales call and sales close, and you think of that and let that be the last picture you put into your subconscious before you go in to see this new prospect. And you'll be surprised. It'll smooth out your whole personality. And if you're a little bit tense, you say, I like myself, I like myself. I'm a great salesman. I'm a great salesman. You just say that, or saleswoman, you say it very, very strongly. You really say it as though you're trying to impress somebody at 100 yards. And you'll do that, and you'll be surprised. You'll feel good. You'll almost be laughing at yourself. A salesman that comes in with a smile just disappearing from their face because they feel so good about themselves has a tremendous, immediate, positive impact on the client. Never go into a sales presentation without preparing yourself with visualization in advance. It'll make all the difference in the world. Once you get in there and you shake hands firmly, you say, thank you very much for your time. You are really going to enjoy what I've got to show you. Because we know that if you build positive expectancy, get them interested, get them curious, get them saying to themselves, I wonder what it is. And if you're smiling and you're confident and you're positive and you say, boy, you're really going to enjoy this. This is really neat. I'm really glad you had the time. I'm really looking forward to showing you what I've got. They're saying to themselves, I can hardly wait. It's been a lousy morning. It's been nothing but telephone messages and memos and complaints, and the coffee's been cold, and the bills and the suppliers and everything else. Thank heavens, here's a nice, pleasant, intelligent, positive-looking person who's got something interesting to tell me. Believe me, many people feel this way. And if you're pleasant and smiling, they'll be happy to see you. Then you go in, refuse to make your presentation standing up. Never, never, never make your presentation standing up. Because if you do, you run the risk of devaluing your product. Nobody considers a product of any value if you're willing to sell it standing up, unless you sell in a showroom. But if you're going to see a person, they come out and they say, well, can you tell me what it's about? You say, what I have to show you is really very important, and I need about 10 minutes of your time. And if you don't have the time now, perhaps we could schedule 10 minutes at a later date when it would be more convenient. But refuse to sell standing up, because what it does is it just cheapens your product. Very, very important. Many people forget this. The basic rule is this: if the person cannot buy your product standing up, don't try to sell it standing up. If they cannot purchase it over the phone, don't try to sell it over the phone. If they can't purchase it through the mail, don't try to sell it through the mail. If it requires your being there in order to sell the product, then make darn good and sure that that's the way you do it. And people don't make buying decisions standing up. They make buying decisions sitting down in their comfort zone, in their office or their home, listening, considering, reflecting, looking at your material, and evaluating and reviewing and deciding whether the benefits are worth the price. Let's talk about the power of suggestion. The suggestive influence of a calm, confident, relaxed salesperson is very, very powerful. As you know, the most professional salespeople are those who are the most relaxed. They're the most calm, they're the most easygoing, they're usually well-dressed, well-groomed, and they have a soothing effect on us. They exude confidence in themselves and their product, and therefore we feel confident about listening to them, we feel confident about the things they say, and we feel confident about their product or service. We know that we are very strongly influenced by our environment. As human beings, our environment has a tremendous impact on how we act and react. For instance, here, the temperature in this room is about 70 degrees. If you raised this temperature 5 degrees or lowered it 5 degrees, it would dramatically change the amount of attention that you could give this course, your level of comfort, your level of anger, your irritation, and so on and so forth. We also know that in our suggestive environment, one of the most powerful influences is the people that we deal with. That we are very, very strongly influenced by the way people respond to us, by the way people are when we're around them. Everyone here has had the experience of meeting a person and having an instantly negative reaction or an instantly positive reaction before a word has been exchanged. Isn't that true? We respond subconsciously to other people. So therefore, everything that we do prior to the sales presentation and everything about us in the sales presentation either increases the possibility of making a sale by creating a positive suggestive environment or decreases the possibility. One of the things which I'll point out is that in 50% of cases, lighting a cigarette will lose you the sale. For the simple reason that at least 50% of people today don't smoke and are offended by those who do. Many people don't realize that. And it's very, very important. So let's talk about some of the powerful suggestive influences. The first three key are appearance, how you look, your overall appearance, your voice, what your voice sounds like, and your attitude. Now, if your appearance is appropriate, your voice is loud and clear, as opposed to being low or shy or retiring, and your attitude is calm and positive, all three of which you can strongly affect, at least the second two you can strongly affect by doing the visualization in advance, clearly preparing your mind, seeing yourself as a success. That will affect your voice and that will affect your posture and everything else. It's very important with your attitude should be positive, confident, and outgoing, and your dress should always be the best and most appropriate possible. I strongly suggest that men read Dress for Success by John T. Malloy. One of the best books on the subject. If you haven't read it and you're trying to make a living in sales, you are really hurting yourself, because that book is one of the finest that's ever been written on the impact that our clothing has on the decisions people make about us. There are several books on the book racks for ladies' Dress for Success. There's one by John T. Malloy, but from everything I've heard, I suggest that you not read it, that there are others that are better written by women. I've had several women who read it, I just pass that on to you. Friendliness is very important. Remember, people like to deal with people who they feel friendly toward. With one exception, that women should not smile at the beginning of a sales interview. That if women smile at the beginning of a sales interview, they run the risk of not being taken seriously. They should be friendly, they should be straightforward, they should be firm, but they should not smile. Men smile and shake hands and they're pleasant and they say something funny, and this is the way men are expected to interact with each other. But ladies should be serious, should be friendly, should be warm, but they should not smile until 5 or 10 minutes into the presentation. This comes out of some recent research, and it's a very important thing to know. Grooming. Every salesperson should be well groomed. I've given this advice to so many people. I'm astonished at how much I have to beat people with this. If the people in your industry have short hair, you better have short hair or go and sell to somebody else, because we feel uneasy. It moves us out of our comfort zone to deal with people who are too different from ourselves. We feel comfortable with people who dress like ourselves, who's groom like ourselves, who talk the way we do, and so on. And I have a friend whose business career in the last 2 or 3 years I followed very closely. When I first met him, he had long, shaggy hair over the back of his collar. Like he looked like a dog. You wanted to pet him, as a matter of fact. And I told him, I said, if you want to be successful in selling, you're going to have to cut your hair. Well, he insisted that that was not true, that people could like him for his own personality, that they should take him for what he was, and that part of his personality was his hair. And he struggled month after month after month. He pounded his knuckles raw trying to make a living selling. He finally went and cut his hair. He went through courses that I've given about 3 or 4 times. Finally he got the message. He went and cut his hair. As his hairline went up, his income went up. He said, aha, I've made it. He started letting his hair grow again. His hair went down, his income went down. And so now when you see him, he's got his hair very nicely groomed, cut short, and he's doing very good business. He now has 2 or 3 people working for him, as a matter of fact, whereas before he couldn't even afford to pay his bills. Small thing, but it makes a big difference. Product should always be clean and presented in its best possible light, because people are very influenced by the suggestive impact of a product that is clean, neat, efficient, attractive, colorful. They're also influenced by a product or a product brochure that's dirty, dusty, dingy, got coffee stains on it, folded over, spilled, and so on. So always use the best material possible. Your surroundings, especially when they come into your office, should be neat, clean, orderly, and looking like success and prosperity. I read a book by a man who'd made several $1 million, and he said one of the key rules of success in his organizations was always keep your desk clean. People have a lot of trouble with that, but especially in sales and entrepreneurial organizations, we find that if we have too many things on our desk, we are always being distracted. It makes us incapable of concentrating on one thing at a time when our desk is covered with things. So keep your desk clean and neat. You should only have what you're working on your desk. One of the key time management rules is have one thing on your desk at a time. That's the thing you're working on at that time. Even if you have to take everything off your desk and put it on the floor in a stack and pick up one thing at a time. Presentation should be well organized, practiced, and complete with all details. Surprisingly enough, as much as 80% of the value of your product or service in the mind of the prospect will be contained in the quality of your presentation. If your presentation is random and wandering, the prospect will consider your product or service to be inefficient and incompetent. If your presentation is crisp and well organized and goes step by step in a logical development to a logical conclusion, they will think that your product or service is the same way. That's why when you go in to see a doctor, or you go in to see a dentist, or you go in to see a lawyer or an accountant, they don't just start off the wall talking to you. They have a series of questions, a series of pieces of information that they take, one after another in a very systematic order. And the more they ask you systematic, logical questions and take it down, the more confident you feel in their competence. So that's important. That's why we're talking about presentation. Body language. Because why? Well, for the same reason that clothing is important, because clothing covers 95% of our body, so 95% of the first impression we make is going to be our clothes. Body language is important because 80 to 90% of all our communication with other people is nonverbal. It's not contained in the words that we say, it's the way we say them. It's the tone of voice, it's the gestures, it's the eyes, it's the set of the face. That's why a person-to-person contact, knee-to-knee and head-to-head, as the Japanese say, that person-to-person contact is worth far more than any telephone contact because you can see all the nuances. You can see the person. You can see how they're thinking and feeling and reacting. You can see the eyes and the body language. So therefore, always stand erect. The best posture in selling, standing up as though there was a string and the string was holding your head up so that your body is completely straight, so your spine is completely straight. Sitting down, you should always keep your back erect, sitting. Never fold your arms when you're talking to people because it means that you're closing them out in many cases. And if a person has their arms folded, it's very important that you do something to get those arms unfolded. And one of the best things to get their arms unfolded is to hand them something that they have to take with 2 hands. Say, by the way, take a look at this, and hand it to them. They have to reach out with 2 hands. We find that if a person unfolds their arms, they unfold their mind simultaneously. If a person's arms are folded, their mind is folded. Very, very important. So don't sit there with your arms folded, crossing your legs. What does cross legs mean? Cross legs usually mean that you're holding back information. Cross legs at the ankle means that. Cross legs over the knee means that you're holding back information. Some people sit like that because it's comfortable, but just be aware that cross legs is a bodily sign that denotes holding back, if you like, or constraint. Your best body language is leaning slightly forward, attentively, watching the prospect, listening carefully to what the person is saying, nodding and smiling, nodding and listening, because it's very, very hard for a person to resist a person who is listening to them closely and nodding and smiling and is obviously interested in what they have to say. And as you know, if your prospect will talk long enough, they'll probably tell you what you need to know to be able to structure your offering so that they'll buy it. So that the more you can lean forward, the more attentive you are, the more you listen, the more you nod, the more you smile, keep your back straight, never lean against the back of a chair. Why is that? Well, because when you're leaning against the back of the chair, you're slouching. We find that there is a psychological process in selling, or in all human relationships, called mirroring. And mirroring means that whatever you do on an ongoing basis, other people start to do too. That people will begin to mirror your behaviors. If you lean back in a chair and slouch comfortably, the other person will lean back and slouch comfortably, and a slouched back, lean back, relaxed prospect is not going to make a buying decision. If you lean forward attentively, put one hand on the desk, pay close attention to what the person is saying, smile and nod and listen and ask questions, the other person will lean forward also. Very important. And body language can be as much as 60–70% of the communication. We always believe what a person does more than what a person says. And if there is variance between what the person is saying and what they're doing, we'll always believe what they're doing. As they say, have you ever heard of a person who smiles only with their mouth? The eyes don't smile? Now, what happens when you see a smile like that? You feel like the canary in the cage looking at the cat, don't you? That's why body language is so important. That's why, by the way, the more you like yourself, the more goal-oriented you are, the more motivated, the more you're selling a product that you believe in, the more animated and positive and enthusiastic your body language is, the greater the impact that you have on the subconscious mind of the customer. Noise, always try to minimize the noise in the selling environment. If the person is coming into your place of business, try to make sure that there are no interruptions. If you're going to the other person's place of business, try to suggest that we sit down quietly where we can't be interrupted for 5 or 10 minutes. Sometimes if you'll ask the prospect, say, I just need 10 minutes, is there somewhere where we could sit where we won't be interrupted? Very often the prospect will say, well, sure, why don't we go over here? They'll do it. And not only that, when they get into the habit of responding to your reasonable requests, they'll eventually start responding to your other reasonable requests, like buying the product. Positioning is very important. I always try to position myself so that I'm sitting to the left of the prospect. If you're left-handed, then you should sit to the right of the prospect. But there is sort of an uneasiness about having somebody on our right hand. I think it goes back many, many years into our history where the right hand was the sword hand. We don't like people to be on our right hand, but we do like them on the left. And if you're sitting to the left of the prospect, have the person's wife or partner sit to the right of them so that you can talk to both of them and make eye contact with both of them, and they have difficulty making direct eye contact with you. Try to avoid barriers like tables and chairs. One point, when you're selling in a person's home, it's very important that you do not make your presentation in the living room. And the reason for that is that couples, families, do not make business decisions or important family decisions in the living room. It's out of their comfort zone. They make them at the kitchen or dining room table. That's where they talk business. So although you'll be invited to sit in the living room, what you say is, why don't we sit at the kitchen table where we would be more comfortable? The person who you're talking to will be more than willing to say, sure, why not? Because that's where they feel more comfortable too. When you get to the kitchen or dining room table, have them show you where to sit. Because you don't want to sit in Mama Bear's chair and you don't want to sit in Papa Bear's chair. Again, if you do, the other person will be uncomfortable. They will feel that their space has been violated. It's a small thing, but nobody ever buys anything or makes a serious business decision sitting in the living room, or very, very seldom, let's put it that way. And finally, with regard to etiquette, always be extremely polite, always be extremely courteous, be extremely considerate with prospects and their wives, their employees, their partners, their receptionists. Be known as the person that when you leave, people say, what a nice person that person was. What a gentleman or what a lady or how nice that person was. Because very often we find salespeople make the mistake of being kind of indifferent toward the receptionist or the secretary, and then later on they find they can't ever get back in again. Always treat everybody as though they were special. One of the basic rules of selling is to treat everybody like $1 million client, like $1 million prospect, and you'll never go wrong. Okay, the approach close. This is a very, very strong close that you can use in approaching a customer. And the purpose of this close is to get the person to agree to make a decision after you've made your presentation. Rather than saying, well, let me think about it, let me talk it over with someone. And the reason you do this, by the way, is that sales resistance, what we call generalized sales resistance, is at its maximum height the first time the salesperson and the prospect meet. The person in the back of their mind is determined not to buy anything. And you are determined to sell something. And this is where the greatest resistance is. So you deflate this resistance by saying, Mr. Prospect, I'm not going to try to sell you anything right now. All I want to do while I'm here is show you some of the reasons why so many others have bought this product and continue to buy it. And all I ask is that you look at what I have to show you openly and honestly and determine whether or not it applies to your situation. And tell me at the end of the presentation whether or not, yes or no, this is applicable to you. Okay, is that fair? What you've done is you've offered a deal. The deal is I won't try to sell you anything if you listen with an open mind. Invariably, the person will take the deal. They've got nothing to lose. So they say, okay, that's fine. I'll just listen to some of the reasons why others have bought. But there's also a very strong suggestive influence here. I'd like to tell you why thousands of people have bought this product and continue to buy it and are so happy with this product. All I ask is that you listen with an open mind and tell me one way or another if these reasons apply to your situation. Is that fair? Almost invariably the person will say, sure, why not? That's fair. You say, good, and then you go on and you give the presentation. At the end of the presentation, you have the psychological advantage, because if the person says, well, I have to think it over, you say, well, Mr. Prospect, you promised you'd tell me one way or another if this applied to your situation or not. And from what you've said, it seems that it does, unless there's something else that I don't understand, which forces the prospect to give you a reason or an objection which allows you to go on selling. Remember, if you don't have any objections, you can't go on selling. The person says, well, I want to think it over, or no, thank you. You can't sell against that. You've got to get a reason. And you have the psychological advantage if you use this close. So I strongly suggest that you memorize this, because you can use it with almost any product. You create expectancy right at the beginning. And the second close that you can use in the approach is the demonstration close. And the demonstration close starts off with a very strong question aimed at the chief result or benefit that the customer or prospect would enjoy should they buy your product. And we used to use this in mutual funds, where we'd call up somebody, and notice how well this works, and sold millions and millions of dollars of mutual funds with this. Mr. Prospect, if I could show you the best investment available in the market today, could you invest $5,000 right now? The person says, well, I don't know. And see, what you've done is you've changed the whole basis of the discussion, not to, would you listen to what I have to say, but how much will you invest if I have what I've promised in my opening question. He says, well, I don't think I have $5,000. You say, well, could you invest $3,000 if it was the best investment that you'd ever seen? The person would say, well, if it was as good as all that, I could probably invest $3,000. You say, well, now let me explain to you just exactly what we've got. He has given you permission to give your presentation and to prove whether or not you have the best investment, or the best deal, or the best offer, or the best combination of features and benefits, or whatever it happens to be. At the end of the presentation, they cannot say, I'm sorry, I don't have any money, which is what most of them do. I'm sorry, I can't afford it. Well, if it's cookware, if it's insurance, if I could show you the most comprehensive insurance policy to protect yourself, your home, and your family at perhaps the lowest price that you could possibly get it for, would you be in a position to make a decision right now? If I could show you a method whereby you could increase your sales by 20 to 30%, are you in a position that you could act on it right now? The person says, well, yeah, all right. If you could show me a method, I'm in a position I could act on it right now. Then it's simply your job in your presentation to demonstrate that what you have to offer will fulfill the opening condition. The person has said, if you've got what you say, I'll take it. At the end of the presentation, they can't say, well, I don't know, I've changed my mind, I can't afford it, I have to talk to somebody else, because they've already said that they're qualified to make a decision right now. And finally, buyer personality types. With regard to the true psychology of selling, there are 5 personality types, and it's important that we identify them and we recognize them. The first of these is the apathetic. The apathetic represents about 5%. The apathetic is the negative, cynical person who's never going to buy anything. They don't care how good it is or how cheap it is, they're never going to buy it anyway. You run into these people occasionally. They're down on themselves, they're down on life, they've been cheated or made mistakes so many times that they just don't care what you have to offer. If you were offering them a $100 prize for $5, they wouldn't buy it. I had a person who was selling a product, and the product was $295, and it was an excellent product, and the person was perfectly qualified. They needed it, they could afford it. He said, we kept saying, well, it's too expensive, it's too expensive, it's too expensive. And finally, in exasperation, he asked him, he said, what if I gave it to you for $200? He said, it's still too expensive. He said, how about $100? He said, well, I couldn't afford it. He said, how about $5? He said, I still wouldn't buy it. This is the apathetic buyer. When you meet these people, extricate yourself as politely as you can and slip away and go after someone else. These are about 1 in 20. On the other end of the scale, you have the self-actualizing buyer. The self-actualizing buyer is very different. This man or woman knows exactly what they want, knows exactly what they're willing to pay, knows exactly the specifications, and if you have it, they'll take it. Right now, thank you very much. Will that be cash or charge-ex? It's as simple as that. And every so often in selling, 1 in 20, 1 in 30 times, we run into one of these people. And the sale is so easy, we say, geez, if I could do that all the time, I'd be a rich man or a rich woman. Isn't that correct? Well, these are 1 in 20, and when you're selling the self-actualizing buyer, always sell them exactly what they want. Don't try to sell them something else or different or change the specifications. You might give them some additional information, but don't try to talk them into something different. If you don't have what they want, then tell them that you don't have it and suggest where they can get it. Your other 3 categories of buyer are, first of all, what we call your analytical buyer, which represents 30% of the market. This is a person who is low on the relationship scale and low on the task orientation scale. This is the person who does not care about getting the job done so much and does not care about the people who are involved. All they care about is the details. They are very specific. They're called thinkers. They like to consider very carefully. They want to know every single nut and bolt. They want to know every single penny and every single percentage point. And they ask an enormous number of questions that are picky, picky, picky. They are accountants, they're bookkeepers, they're controllers, they're administrators. They're people who don't make decisions in a hurry. They're very slow to make up their minds. They need to be left alone with the material to reflect on it. And when you're talking to them, the thing that makes them the happiest is detail. The more detail you give them about how the product works, what it costs, how it performs, how it will be serviced, and so on, the happier they are. They love details. They can sit and study details, charts, graphs for hours, and they just love them. The more details you give them, the happier they are. The more general statements, oh, it's a great product, everybody's using it. That's the kind of statement that makes them very, very uneasy. If you say, it is an excellent product, it's graded 8.9 on the consumer scale, and there are 2,326 people now using it west of the Lakehead, then they say, aha, that's the sort of thing that they relate to. And then they want all of their names and phone numbers. The next type of person is the relationships-oriented person, another 30%. These people are very concerned about people. They're concerned about how people think and feel, how people will react, how people will respond, what people's opinions will be. They are hypersensitive about the opinions of other people. And these will be personnel people, psychologists, nurses, teachers, school teachers, social workers, young people. Many, if not all women, are very, very into relationships. And when they come to buying a product, their primary concern is its impact on other people. If you're selling them an office product, they want to know how it will fit into the existing situation, how happy the staff will be using it, what its colors are, whether it will be difficult to learn, who is going to have to adapt or adjust to it. If you're selling them a house, they're concerned with how it will affect other people who will come and visit the house. If you're selling them clothes, if you're selling them cars, their primary concern is other people's responses to it. These people like to talk a lot. They like to really talk out the product or service. They like to develop a relationship with the person selling them. Sometimes with the analytical buyer, it'll take you 45 minutes to go over your presentation. With the emotional buyer, they may want to spend 2 hours and then come back and spend 2 more hours just to relate, just to feel really comfortable, to get their mind around you and around the new product or service. The third type is what we call the entrepreneurial, practical, task-focused buyer. This person is very direct. This person wants to get right to the point. They are very businesslike. They want results. They want practical outputs. They want to know how much it's going to cost and how much they're going to get and how can you prove it and what's my guarantee and let's get on with this because I've got to get back to something else. They don't want any small talk. They don't want chit-chat about fishing in the hockey game and so on and so forth. They want to know now what you've got and they've got to get on with it. So when you deal with this type of person, which are primarily entrepreneurs, sales managers, business managers, people responsible for output, production managers, foremen, and so on, when you deal with this type of person, get right to the facts. They'll lead you quite quickly. The analytical buyer will want to know about the details. They'll be looking to see what you've got to show them that they can read, that they can analyze, that they can check on. And the practical buyer will be fidgety, and he'll be trying to do 2 or 3 things at once and will want you to get right with it. Now, the very best type of salesperson is what we call the integrated personality. The integrated personality is one who has the qualities to be able to deal with all 3. As it happens, each of us has, as a dominant personality style, one of these 5. In selling, we tend to lean toward being emotional or practical, if you like, and some of us are self-actualizing, but every one of us has one of these as a dominant style. And our biggest mistake is that we slip into our dominant style and we talk to each of these 3 major types of buyers in terms of what interests us rather than what interests them. The ideal is to step back from the sales conversation, ask questions, listen, observe, pay attention, read between the lines, and figure out what type of person you're talking to, and then structure your answers and your presentation to satisfy their needs rather than your comfort level. Biggest mistake of all, Tom Hopkins in his book, How to Master the Art of Selling, says right at the beginning that each salesperson should really have 3 basic presentations, one for each of the basic personality styles, so that you know how to slip into detail, if you like, how to slip into being friendly and gregarious and outgoing, how to slip into a very efficient presentation for the practical, task-oriented buyer. The second phase of the selling process begins when the salesperson and the customer have established a certain degree of rapport. One of the things that we know is that we don't ever start selling until we have become friendly with the person that we're talking to. Some people, it will take an hour to establish that rapport. In selling very expensive, sophisticated products with long life and long installation time, sometimes it will take 3 or 4 or 5 one-hour visits just to get to the point where there is enough of a relationship established so that you can talk business. For instance, in selling telecommunications equipment, smallest bill is $35,000. Equipment's built to last 10 years, runs the whole company. If the person makes a mistake, they're probably going to be out of a job. And the person making the purchasing decision doesn't understand telephone electronics. So they have to have a very good feeling for the person who's making the recommendations. And they want time to talk, to go out for lunch, to talk over coffee, to talk about 1,000 things until they feel comfortable with that person. But generally speaking, we cannot begin to sell until we've established at least the beginnings of a friendship with our prospective customer. The approach or opening question we talked about before begins the first stage of qualifying the customer. The first thing we do when we call the customer up or see them is we ask them our opening question. The answer to that tells us at the beginning whether or not they're in the market for our product. If I could show you the best car at the best price that you've ever seen available in this city right now, would you be interested? The person says, no, I just bought a car and I don't have any money left. Then there's no point in trying to carry on and sell them. The opening question is to get them to qualify themselves as being at least partially a candidate for purchasing this product. And the purpose of the presentation is to further qualify the prospect and to discover the key reasons why the person might buy. In other words, the key benefits. You are now becoming a detective. The presentation is not to show all the information about your product or service. That's very, very wrong. The purpose of the presentation is by showing one piece or one feature or one benefit at a time to find out which of these benefits are of greatest concern to your prospect. That's all. And if you have 10 things listed in order of descending importance, what you consider to be the most important characteristic, then the second most, and on the second most, the person jumps up from his seat and leaps across the desk and throws their arms around you and said, bless you, thank God you've come. You don't sit them down and say, well, now let me go through 3 and 4 and 5. You begin selling. In other words, you found the hot button, you begin selling, and you begin closing on that particular hot button. It's really important, and it's amazing how many salespeople, person says, oh, really? How does that work? Hey, that's really neat. I've never seen one of those before. That's something that we need around here. Oh, yeah, it's one of our features, and let's go on down the list. Sometimes, if you can find the right feature, you're ready to go in for a close right away. I used to have a friend who sold mutual funds, and he sold millions of dollars of mutual funds. And he showed me his presentation once. Actually, he had a presentation that had 32 closes in it. He'd say, Mr. Prospect, and he'd draw 2 circles. He said, if you put your money in First Federal Savings and Loan, you can get maybe 5%. This was some time ago. He said, if you put your money into a well-managed mutual fund, you can get about 15% per annum on your funds. He said, now, which of these 2 would you like if you were going to invest $1,000? The guy said, well, I'd like this. He said, good, okay, let's sign it up. What's the exact spelling of your last name? He'd start filling out the application form. People would say, wait, but it was so obvious, of course, this is what you like. And if people had money in a savings account and they were getting 8, 9, 10%, he'd say, well, how much do you get in your savings account? Well, they'd say 9%. Now, which would you like, 9% or 18%? Referring to a mutual fund that has a 5-year track record of 18% compound. He said, well, I like this. He said, fine. He said, do you have your checkbook with you? And he'd just start filling it out. The person would have to stop him. He said, I like it. I want it. That's what I want. I'll prefer that. And it was very, very successful. I mean, the presentation, he could be into the close within 30 seconds of starting it. One of the things which I didn't mention, with regard to selling, you should always, when you are selling tangible products that the person can make a judgment on in the presentation, you should always aim to get a decision the first time. The reason for this is that if you are mentally predisposed to calling once and then calling back, you will be mentally prepared to let the person off the hook and to walk away. So you should go in there determined to close the first time. The other type of product, let us say the intangible or the more professional product, you are unprofessional if you try to sell and close on the first call. Usually what you have to do is you have to make the first visit to find out what the needs are of the customer and then ask him and arrange for an appointment to come back after doing an analysis with recommendations. But you will know what category your product falls into. But if your product falls into the first category, then have in the back of your mind and in the front of your mind, you are here to close the first time. You're here to get a decision now. If it is an intangible product or a professional service, then have it in the back of your mind that you are only here to get information and that you will come back and close at a later time. For instance, in the insurance industry. The insurance industry always uses what they call a two-step. The first step is simply to interview and to find out what the needs and situation of the customer is, or the client is, and then they go away and they prepare a proposal and they bring the proposal back, and that's when they sell. Isn't that true? And it's the most effective way of all because the salesperson is not in a position to make a recommendation until they've had time to consider the information that they get in the first interview. The planned presentation is 20 times more powerful than the random presentation, and all sales professionals and all top money earners and all people in the top 4 or 5% use a planned presentation. All of the low money earners, all people in the bottom 80%, all people who sweat bullets every payday and worry all month long about their bills, go out and wing it every time. The planned presentation is very logical. It's a step-by-step process of teaching and learning. You start and it begins with your opening question. And from your opening question, you then go through a process of showing the prospect what your product does and what it can do for him. You go through what is called a feature and benefit presentation. You say, here is what the product does, and here is what that means to you. This is what's in it for you. In other words, we've put in this new piece of equipment into this machine, and it has decreased the price by X% and increased the output by X%, and it costs the same as the previous machine or as our competitor's machine. In other words, here's the benefit for you. Sometimes you build a case. In other words, you start off with one piece of general information and you go to a second piece of information and you're building a case and you gain acceptance of the validity of each step as you go along. For instance, let me give you an example with selling sales training material or motivational material. Mr. Prospect, would you like to increase your sales by 20 to 30% over the next 12 months? We'd say, yes, I would. So we'd say, okay, let's set that as our goal, 20 to 30% sales increase. And we'd say, now, Mr. Prospect, you realize that the higher the motivation, the higher the level of sales. Isn't that correct? Yes, that's correct. Now, what is true motivation? Well, true motivation comes from an enhanced feeling of competence. Isn't it true that people are more motivated when they feel more competent to do their work, and they're less motivated when they feel less competent? Well, that's true. So if they got skill training that made them feel more competent, that would increase their abilities by, say, 10% per month over the course of the next 12 months, and they went up 10% in effectiveness each month as a result of better skill training in time management, effective communications, creative thinking, closing sales, and so on, do you think that over the course of 12 months, taking one course a month, learning, practicing, coming back, reviewing, developing and growing, that you could achieve an overall increase of 20 to 30%? The person would say, well, sure, it seems logical to me. You say, well, what date would be convenient for you, April 5th or April 17th? And how many people will be attending the first course? You notice an interesting thing that happens here. By the way, this is roughly the way the presentation worked. They'd say, well, probably April 17th would be better for us. And they say, hey, wait a minute, how much is this going to cost? In other words, the concern about price doesn't even come up in a good sales presentation until the very end of the presentation. If price is coming up at the beginning of the presentation, in almost every case, it's because the salesperson has allowed it to come up. In most cases, if your presentation is correct, the issue of price does not come up until one of the last questions. So if the presentation is developed in a logical order, you teach the prospect how his needs will be met with the product, and you learn from the prospect which are the key benefits or key needs that the person needs to have satisfied. Remember, if you go through your product presentation and the person keeps giving you feedback and information, says, well, we've got one of those, and we don't need that, and we're very happy with our situation in that area, and it's doing fine there, and there's no way that we could afford a different product, and so on. They get to the end of your presentation, and the person has not stood up and saluted and said that you have a benefit in your product that we need, then you're not in a position to close. This is why the best sales schools say that the real close takes place in the presentation. If you have made a good presentation and the individual is convinced that your product is going to give them benefits that far outweigh the costs, then it's just simply a matter of wrapping it up at the end of the presentation. The best way to qualify the prospect is by using planned, open-ended questions that elicit specific information. Before product information can be presented, a need of the prospect must be determined. As you can see here in this example, I keep coming back to this. You want to increase your sales by 20 to 30% over the next 12 months. Don't you, Mr. Prospect? Mr. Prospect says, yes, I do. In other words, we have determined the need. Now the whole conversation focuses on showing how your product or service can fulfill that need. If you're selling blueprinting services, if you're selling industrial chemicals, if you are selling weightlifting equipment, if you're selling building supplies, then you must uncover the need and spend the whole presentation demonstrating how the need will be satisfied. With regard to effective selling, the most important skills to develop in most cases are good listening skills. We said earlier one of the great needs that human beings have is to be listened to by others, to be listened to attentively, to be paid attention to be considered valuable, to be respected. So there's 5 keys to effective listening. Number 1 is face the prospect directly. Lean forward, listen attentively without interruption, without trying to leap in and tell the prospect the next thing that comes to your mind. Professional listeners, professional salespeople listen calmly as though they have all the time in the world, and if this person wants to speak for 8 hours, they would love to hear every single word of it. And I mean it, this is very important. Your professional people are very much like doctors. They have a bedside manner. Professional salespeople have a bedside manner too. The second key is pause before replying or continuing. When the person finishes speaking, pause and wait for 3 to 5 seconds before you answer. And then answer thoughtfully. Answer in as concise language as possible, but avoid the tendency to leap in. The person gives you a question that you know you have the answer to. Pause for 3 to 5 seconds. What does this do? More than anything else, it tells the other person that you're carefully considering and weighing what they have said, and you consider what they're saying valuable. If you just leap in and answer the question quickly, the person thinks that you are paying no regard whatever to his concern, or her concern for that matter. So pause before continuing. Use silence to encourage the prospect to talk. Sometimes if you sit quietly and just wait, the prospect will continue talking again. As the prospect continues talking, keep nodding, keep smiling, keep listening, keep leaning forward, listening intently, listening carefully to what the person is saying to you. Question for clarification. If the person says something that you're not sure of, say, how do you mean? How do you mean that exactly? If the person objects to a particular aspect of the product or service, say, how do you mean? How do you mean, I have found, is the most powerful question of all to encourage a prospect to elaborate and clarify their concerns and objections. It's an almost impossible question not to answer. Very hard for a person not to answer, how do you mean? And number 4 is relax, take it easy, stay calm. Focus your attention on how you can help this prospect get something he or she needs. Number 5, use closed-ended questions to help the prospect give a firm answer. Now, an open-ended question, as we said earlier, starts with what, where, when, who, how, and why. Closed-ended questions, when you want to get decision, always start with verbs. Are we on the right track so far? Does this make sense to you? Are you in a position to act now? Can you see how this would be an improvement on your existing situation? All questions that start with verbs require a yes or no answer. Almost all. Whereas all questions that start with pronouns, who, why, what, where, when, and how, require an open-ended answer, if you like, not a yes or no. If you want to open up the conversation, you use who, how, when, where, what, and why. If you want to close the conversation and start moving toward some kind of an answer, you use verbs. And you'll find it's very simple to do so. And you should always have this planned in advance. If a person, for instance, gets off the track, starts talking about fishing or baseball or something else, you can say, well, should we get down to business? Or something like that. Using a verb, it requires a yes question, it requires a firm answer, a specific answer.
The presentation methods, and there's a whole series of them, but I'd just like to give you some of the best ones. Remember, first of all, that a presentation should move from the general to the particular in a logical order, as we said about that, the ascending close. Present your product features in order of descending importance, most important to the least important. Number 2 is get the prospect involved and keep him involved. We know that a prospect that's sitting there like a lump of stone, listening to you or watching you go through your presentation, is not likely to say yes when you're finished. We find the very best salespeople are those who are active. They move, they talk, they use their hands, they use their face, they use gestures. They give the prospect information. They take the information back. They get him to calculate things. Now write this down, for instance. Or they sit next to him and they write things down and they ask him questions and get him to answer it. Get the prospect moving. If you can get the prospect to get up and come and sit at a table, come and sit in another office, come and sit at a coffee table while you make the presentation, all of these actions, getting the prospect involved, help him become more loosened up, if you like, and more amenable to making a buying decision later. If he sits there without moving through the whole presentation, you can be sure he's not going to move at the end of the presentation either. And one of the things which I have found, which has been very helpful, and I learned it 20 years ago, is that if a person's sitting there with a big desk in front of them, and you're trying to make a presentation across the desk, ask the person if there's somewhere that you could sit, where the person could sit next to you, so that you could give them your presentation. If they say, well, this is all we've got, say, do you mind if I come around there? And pick up the chair and drag it around the desk and make the presentation from behind the desk. Do you know, I learned that from a brilliant salesman when I was in my early 20s, and what he said was, it seems a little bit odd, but nobody will ever say no to you. And you know, I've used that with senior executives, chief executive officers, presidents of large corporations. I said, do you mind if I come around there and explain it to you? In my whole selling career, I've never had anybody say no. It's really interesting. And once you're on their side of the desk, in their territory, they're far more relaxed, far more comfortable, and far more open to your presentation. Use visual sales aids. They're 15 times more powerful than words. Remember, telling is not selling. The average attention span of the average prospect is 3 sentences. Once you have told 3 sentences in a row without asking a question, showing a picture, giving an illustration, demonstrating a benefit, 3 sentences in a row, and the person is gone. Remember, the average person thinks at about 400 to 500 words per minute. The average person speaks at 100 to 150. If you are speaking, the person has 2/3 of their time to think of what they were thinking about before you came in. And so if you're not asking questions, if you're just talking, you're not selling. Telling is not selling. Telling is not selling. Only asking questions is selling. The really skillful presentation is one where you take every single important piece of information that you have and structure it into the form of a question. Or, at the very least, present the piece of information and then ask a question which requires a response. Information, benefit, ask a question. Information, benefit, ask a question. And begin trial closing very early in the presentation. The trial close is one of the most powerful of all closes. It's called the check close. And you use this throughout the presentation to get feedback from the prospect on how well you're doing, whether you're on the right track, whether you're talking about something that interests them. And some of the trial close questions that you can ask are, does this make sense to you so far? Is this what you had in mind? Would this be an improvement on your current situation? Or are we right so far? Or does that make sense to you? These are all questions that get the person to feed that back. For instance, you say, we have this in 3 beautiful colors, burgundy, chartreuse, and green. Which of these do you prefer? The person says chartreuse. Well, you don't keep talking about the other colors. You just go on from that point. If you say, now this will turn out something like 500 copies an hour as opposed to the standard model, which is only 250. Is it important to you that you have a lot of copies in a short period of time? The person says, no, we never turn out that many copies at a time, so it doesn't make any difference. You say, fine, thank you very much, and you keep going. Remember, all you're trying to do is find out, through detective work, what are the benefits that you offer in your product that are most important to the client. And when he says no to an individual benefit, all he's doing is giving you feedback, but he's not saying no to the entire offer. He's only saying no to that particular feature. The difference between experienced salespeople and inexperienced salespeople is that they dump an avalanche of information on the prospect, and they keep talking and talking and talking and talking until they've got the whole presentation out, and then they stop. The professional salesperson gives one piece of information and asks a question, gives another piece of information and asks a question, and gives a third piece of information and asks a question, and is always getting feedback, always keeping the customer or the prospect alert, interested, and involved in the presentation. The power of suggestion close is also very neat. It's used throughout the presentation to plant seeds of readiness in the customer's mind. Remember that people think and make decisions based on stories and word pictures. We take in information in a logical form, but our brain can only hold a certain amount of information or data, but our brain can hold millions of pictures and stories. So the very best salespeople are those who are always painting word pictures around their product. For instance, some of the examples, you're selling a car. You're saying you're really going to love the way this car handles in the mountains. What happens? The person sees and thinks of the car handling in the mountains. Or you can say, you're really going to enjoy living on such a quiet street. It's just beautiful here. There's not a sound in the evenings. Lovely houses. I'll give you an example of a question that we developed for a real estate company. They put advertisements in the paper to get interested buyers. Right? They put advertisements on all the houses they have listed, but also other houses to get interested buyers to call. When the buyers call, they say, I saw your ad in the paper. Now what they want is an opportunity to talk to these buyers, to take the buyers out. They don't want to turn the buyers off. Normally buyers just call and they say, how much is that house? And you say X dollars. They say, thank you very much. Click. And it's over in 5 seconds. So this is what we taught them to say. They say, well, I saw your ad in the paper. You say, Mrs. Prospect, this is so-and-so of XYZ Real Estate Company. Tell me, are you looking for an ideal home in a quiet neighborhood? And the person says, well, as a matter of fact, we are. You say, well, we have 2 or 3 homes that have just come on list that aren't even in the paper that might be really interesting for you and that are priced very, very attractively. When could we get together to take a look at them? In other words, they ask a question, are you looking for an ideal home in a quiet neighborhood? Now, who do you know who is not looking, if they're looking for a house, for an ideal home in a quiet neighborhood? Who could say no? If they said, no, we're not in the market at all, I'm just checking prices for my Aunt Mary in Susquebush or whatever it is, then fine, they've disqualified themselves. But if they're in the market at all, they'd say yes. And you say, well, we just happen to have 2 or 3 that aren't in the paper. Perhaps you'd like to get together and take a look at them. They're very reasonably priced. Well, it's unique. They're reasonably priced. They're not in the paper. Nobody knows about them yet. And they're ideal homes in quiet neighborhoods. Well, so the power of suggestion close is just like that. It's a variation of talking past the sale using emotional, creative images. Like, for instance, you're talking about your business, and you're saying, you know, you're just going to love the service that you get from this company. One of the things that I think is best about this company is that when we get an order, it's turned around in 30 minutes, and bang, we get it out. All of our customers love the fact that if they put in the order at 3 o'clock, they can sometimes have it back at 4. Or whatever it happens to be. You're going to love the quality of the materials that we use in this, because even though it doesn't cost any more, it sure makes a difference when it's in your office or you're showing it to your customers or whatever it happens to be. So create vivid, colorful pictures as though the person is already using the product. You're talking about a photocopier. When you have this photocopier in your office, you're just going to love the way it performs. It's quiet, and it'll sit right over there against the wall, and you'll put in the copy, and it'll pump out 20 copies in a minute and a half, and you won't even hear it. And not only that, it's going to be so much cheaper and easier to run because you're not going to have repairmen in here servicing it all the time, because it almost needs no service at all. So you're creating a whole bunch of images, repairmen running in and out, your images of fast, quiet copies. They're actually seeing the copier sitting over there at that space in the wall. And sometimes they say, well, we wouldn't put it there, we'd put it over here. Well, all right, let's put it over there. Against that wall or that wall? We'll probably put it against that wall, and you start writing up the order. Remember, people think in terms of pictures, not in terms of statistics. Now, we're talking about the psychology of closing. The psychology of closing is very, very important for us to understand. Closing is the most painful part of the sales presentation. Closing is the part that we as salespeople hate the most. We become the most tense about it, the most reluctant, and it is also the part that the customer hates. As it gets closer and closer to the close, the person gets tenser and tenser. And our job as salespeople is to structure the sales presentation in such a way that we go to the close and we go smoothly through the close. It's almost like there's a bump at the end of the road, and we have the approach, and we have the presentation, and we have the part where we arouse desire, and then we have this bump where we have to get into action. And our job is to get the person over that bump as smoothly as possible, to make it as painless as possible. And I think the best example of what I mean is the story of the old fellow who calls up his dentist, and he says, Bill, he said, I got this rotten tooth and it's got to come out, and I just wonder how much you charge me to pull a tooth. And he said, Jack, he's known him for years and years, he says, well, Jack, he says, charge $35 to pull a tooth. He said, well, geez, he says, Bill, that's a lot of money. How long does it take? He said, well, it takes about a minute. He said, $35 for 1 minute? He said, isn't that ridiculous? He said, that's absurd. He said, well, Jack, he said, if it's the time that's bothering you, he said, I can take as long as you like. You see, we have an obligation to our clients to go smoothly through the close so that it's as painless as possible, because whenever we reach the point where we're making a buying decision, we start to feel tense, we start to feel nervous, our solar plexus starts to tighten up, sometimes our heart rate goes up and our throat goes dry. And especially if it's a big decision, we become very, very uneasy, because often these decisions are irrevocable. We have this great fear of failure, and our job is to sweep the person through the close as rapidly as possible once their buying desire has been aroused, and get them past the close and into wrapping up the details of the purchase. So our job is to plan the close in advance. And it's very interesting. Some people say that what you should do is you should plan your close in detail and then build your sales presentation on top of it, instead of planning the sales presentation and putting the close on top of that. Plan exactly how you're going to close. And wherever you're in a sales presentation and it's obvious that the person's interest and desire has been aroused enough, then you swing into the close automatically, and you have a step-by-step, 3, 4, 5, 6 steps where you go straight through the close. You should know that so that you can do it in your sleep. All sales professionals have their closes planned word for word in advance. All amateurs, all people who spin their wheels in frustration year after year, just fly by the seat of their pants every single time it comes to the end of a conversation with their heart pounding and their heart in their throat and sweat on their forehead and hoping and praying with their fingers crossed under the desk that the person will take it. Major requirements for closing. You must be positive, enthusiastic, and eager to close the sale. The customer's requirements must be clear to you. You must know what it is that they want and need. The customer must understand what you're offering and must understand the value of what you're offering to them, which you found out from asking questions. The customer must believe you, and they must believe your company. They must trust you. There must be a degree of rapport and friendship. The customer must desire to enjoy the advantages of the offer. There's no point in trying to close the person. Have you ever been on a used car lot where you walk on and you look at the car and somebody comes up and says, why don't you buy it? And you turn around and you say, how can you make a living selling with as insulting a line as that? You've looked at the car for 3 seconds and they come up and ask you to make an offer on it. Why don't you make an offer? You don't even want the car yet. The product must be suited to the customer. In order to avoid high-pressure selling, those 4 requirements are necessary. The prospect must want it, the prospect must need it, the prospect must be able to afford it, and the prospect must be able to use it. Very, very important, the only pressure that you use in a professional selling presentation is the pressure of the silence after the closing question. The president of this company was buying a $350,000 computer. Put everything on computerized operations. And the computer company had been in, done an analysis, checked it out in every detail. They had prepared a proposal. They'd come back. They had put together the whole sales package, and they were coming in for the close. And he wanted to see how this computer salesman was going to close a $350,000 sale. So they came in, and the president of the company had his controller and had his accountant waiting to go over the final details. The salesman came in with his engineer and his computer programmer, and they sat down, and they went through the proposal, explained how it would be installed, what would be involved, what the warranties would be, how much help they would give them, additional consulting, and right down to every single ingredient, and then the price, and then the total price, and the final contract. And he said, and if you will just authorize this right here, we'll get started on it right away. And he ticked it, put the pen on it, and pushed it across the desk. And the president of the insurance company said, I saw it coming. He said he was going to use the silent close on me. I knew exactly what he was doing, and I just smiled at him. And he knew exactly that I knew exactly that he knew that I knew what he was doing. And so he smiled back at me, and I smiled back at him, and he smiled back at me, and we sat there for 15 minutes. And I was going to see if he was going to crack. And for 15 minutes we sat there smiling, and there wasn't a sound in the room. And finally, he said, I signed it, and we both laughed. The pressure of the silence after the closing question. Recognizing buying signals. Well, these are common buying signals. The customer will begin talking faster, or will brighten up, or will ask about price. Sometimes the customer asks about delivery. Sometimes the customer changes posture or begins calculating numbers. Sometimes the customer asks smokescreen objections. Any noticeable change in attitude, posture, voice, or behavior can indicate that a buying decision is near. When you sense that, when the person starts changing or fidgeting or calculating numbers, say, well, when would you like us to get started with this? Or would you like us to get going with this right away? Or how many would you like us to deliver? Or would you like us to deliver to your office or to your warehouse? Ask a closing question whenever you see the person beginning to change demeanor. Reasons why the close is difficult, we've talked about this before, but let's just review them quickly. First of all, the salesperson's natural fear of rejection. We're very, very uneasy about being rejected, so we're afraid to subject ourselves to a no. The solution to the fear of rejection is simply this: do the thing you fear, and then the death of fear is certain. Keep confronting what you fear over and over again. Keep asking for the order over and over again until you get to the point where you don't have a nerve in your body when it comes to the close. This is very, very important. The fear of failure on the part of the customer, fear of purchasing the wrong article, fear of paying too much, fear of criticism for making a wrong choice. Do you know how many wives hold off making choices because they're afraid of what their husbands will say? How many husbands because of what their wives will say? How many business people because of what their partners will say? Remember, this fear of being criticized for making a wrong choice is a strong, strong subconscious fear that holds people back. Human inertia, laziness, is a real block to making a change. People are comfortable, they're in their comfort zone doing what they've been doing up to now. Sometimes you can have a cheaper product, a better product, a more attractive product, but it's just not enough, it seems, to get that person to change from their current supplier. And that means you're going to have to work on them, and you're going to have to work, and you're going to have to come back, and you're going to have to keep giving them more and more reasons. The reluctance to make a decision because the buying decision can be so emotional. We know that there's always stress at the point of a buying decision. Whenever we feel stress, whenever we feel it coming out of our comfort zone, we push away. And that's why you have to get past the close as quickly as possible, or often you'll be sunk. And remember, the way that you overcome these obstacles or these objections is to be very, very positive in yourself, very eager to close, very enthusiastic. 5 closing errors to avoid. Telling the prospect he's wrong, arguing, trying to win. Never, never argue with a prospect. Never tell them that they are wrong. Never tell them that their assessment of your product is wrong. There's an old saying that a man convinced against his will is of the same opinion still. So instead of saying, Mr. Prospect, you're wrong, say, well, Mr. Prospect, that's a very valid concern. And many of our other customers have had those concerns. And here's a couple of letters from people who had exactly these concerns. For instance, all the time, people are saying, your product is too highly priced. It's really too expensive for today's market. And you have sold them. Then get letters from these people that said, when we first saw this product, we felt that it was too highly priced for today's market. But then we went ahead and bought it, and this is what we found, and we're glad we did. In other words, get proof that can back it up. Get what is called third-party proof. So it isn't you saying that it's a good idea, it's somebody else who has been in the same position as the customer. Expressing your opinions to a prospect on subjects of a personal nature, religion, politics, labor unions, health, family, so on. Don't talk about personal subjects to prospects. Even if they want to talk about them, skirt them very, very carefully, because you can get embroiled in a discussion that will lead nowhere. Don't ever knock the competition. If your competition's name is brought up and they say, what do you think about ABC Company that they deal with? You say, Mr. Prospect, ABC Company is an excellent company. They have excellent products. However, many of the people who are buying our products once used ABCs, and they switched to us, and would you like to know the reasons why? And then concentrate on selling the values and benefits of your products, but never knock your competition. And finally, the last 2, assuming authority that you don't have. Don't ever make promises you can't keep. And don't ever engage in overselling or saying that the product can do something that it cannot do. We had a situation recently where an office equipment salesman lost a $6,000 sale for a very, very expensive automatic copier and printer because he said it would do something that it couldn't do. And he lost the sale, and his commission on that was probably $1,000. And he had oversold it. He hadn't bothered to check the specifications and find that it wouldn't do it. As soon as I saw the machine, I said, it won't do what it's been bought to do. The guy said, oh, yes, it will. I said, no, it won't. I can just tell by looking at it. And as it turned out, it couldn't, and they lost the sale, and they lost an enormous amount of credibility. Okay, finally, the major discussion that will lead nowhere. Don't ever knock the competition. If your competition's name is brought up and they say, what do you think about ABC Company that they deal with? You say, Mr. Prospect, ABC Company is an excellent company. They have excellent products. However, or this person is not well dressed, or the person's office is in a shambles, and so on. Negative prejudgment, deciding in advance that the person is not going to buy, completely takes all the enthusiasm out of you. It just sort of causes you to be dispirited, and you don't put your best into that sales presentation, and you don't sell. A very good friend of mine used to sell personnel services, and one day he went, and he was calling in a warehouse area, and he went into this warehouse, and there was one person with one desk in this great empty warehouse in the back. There were no offices, no partitions. It was obviously just been thrown together. There was only this one person. He called on the fellow anyway. He said, he's in the business personnel selection, and what they do is they find technical staff and personnel, engineers, technical people, draftsmen, as well as secretaries and accountants and bookkeepers for engineering companies or construction-oriented companies. The fellow said, well, we've got nothing going on now. I've just been sent out here to open this office, and we're trying to get some contracts, but we don't have any business at all. But he says, if you want to call back, I'll be here. So he called back. He called back every month when he went through that area. He called back the same answer each time. He always treated the fellow extremely well. He gave them information. He called them up and kept in touch with them on the phone. One day he walked in. The guy said, I'm so glad you came in. He said, we just got a $10 million contract up in the north, and we're going to have to hire 70 staff, and we're going to have them all on board within 60 days. Can your company handle it? They made almost $200,000 in commissions in the next 60 days, hiring highly paid technical staff and filling them in, bringing them in from different parts of the country. And yet, the only reason that happened is because he kept treating that person like they could be or would be a valuable prospect. Very important. Lack of enthusiasm. Nothing will kill a sale faster than lack of enthusiasm. You must really, really want to close. If you don't want to close, if you don't want that sale, if you don't want that business, the customer isn't going to give it to you. You've got to be really keen and eager. Lack of sincerity. When the salesperson becomes more concerned with earning the commission than with benefiting the customer, their voice changes, their personality changes. They start to sound like a Cheshire cat looking at a canary or looking at a fish in a goldfish bowl, and the customer picks it up immediately. So it's very important that you think and keep your mind concentrated on what you can do for your customer. Number 4 is important. Different wavelength. Very often we find that we get onto a different wavelength with our customers. We meet somebody that we just don't have anything in common with. For instance, a professional person may meet a blue-collar worker. A snappy person may meet a laid-back person. An analytical type person may meet an emotional or relationships-oriented person. In each of these cases, we say hello, they say goodbye. We say up, they say down. We just don't seem to be getting anywhere. When that happens, accept it as a reality. Accept that occasionally you're going to run into people that you don't hit it off with. It isn't that either one of you are better or worse. It just means that you're different. And instead of losing the customer for your company, have somebody else in your company call on them and see them whose personality is more compatible with them. It's very, very important. In many companies where we've introduced this, they have what is called tag team selling. No customer is allowed to be written off until they've spoken to at least 2 representatives from the company, just in case it's a personality clash, which is very common. And of course, the last one is when perhaps the customer doesn't like the salesperson or the salesperson doesn't like the customer. Sometimes an older customer will not like a younger salesperson, and vice versa. Sometimes a man won't like a woman or a woman won't like a man. Sometimes we don't like a person because of their accent or way of dressing or whatever it happens to be. If that happens, back off, because you can never sell to somebody you don't like. And nobody will ever buy from somebody that they don't like. So if you see that situation happening, what we do is we say, Mr. Prospect, could you wait just a second? I want to get the real expert on this product to talk to you. He knows far more about it than I do. And excuse yourself politely and go and get somebody else who may be in better tune with this individual, and introduce the two and excuse yourself and back off. And try to keep the business for your company rather than losing it because you're not getting along like $1 million. Moving along, I'm going to talk about closing on objections. Now, the basic rule of objections is that there are no sales without objections. That objections indicate interest, that objections are signposts that lead you on the way to closing the sale, that if you don't get objections, you're not going to get sales. There's 2 ways to respond to objections. The very best way is this, is take every objection and interpret it as a question. In other words, it's not a reason for not buying, it is a question requesting more information. If a person says, I can't afford it, turn it around and make it a question that says, please show me how I can afford this, or please show me that it is worth what you're asking for it so that I cannot afford not to take it. If a person says, I have to talk it over with someone else, what the person is saying is, please give me enough reasons so that I can go ahead and buy it without having to check and get somebody else's opinion. Whatever the objection is, throw out any objection that you can think of that you get with your product or service. An objection is not to be feared, an objection is to be welcomed, because as I say, objections are the stepping stones to sales success, or the rungs on the ladder to sales success. In your business, and in my business, and in every business, we have what is called the Law of Six. And the Law of Six simply says that there are basically 6 objections to buying your product or service. Now, I don't know what your 6 are. I know what my 6 are. And I know what the 6 have been in any other product or service that I've sold. But every one of us has maybe hundreds of reasons or objections, but we only have basically 6. And it is very important that we sit down and identify what are the 6 objections. It may be less. For some, it's only 1. For some, it's 2. You know, for instance, diamonds. The only reason people don't buy diamonds is because they're too expensive. It's not because they're not beautiful. It's not because they're not valuable. They don't buy them because they're too expensive. So it may only be 1 reason. But basically, there's never more than 6. And in order for us to sell effectively, we have to sit down and we have to think through what are our 6 objections. What are the 6 major objections to buying your product or service? And what is a logical answer to each of them? So that when the objection or a variation on the objection comes up, you deal with the objection and you are prepared. You don't wait till you get into a sales situation and try to make up some answer, which is what most people do, and throw it back out. Keys to handling objections. Determine whether or not it is a condition. Does everybody know what a condition is? A condition is a reason why the person cannot go ahead. You cannot sell running shoes to a person who just lost their legs in an accident. That's a very strong condition. You cannot sell business equipment to a person who has just gone bankrupt. You cannot sell clothing to a person who's just gone into receivership and has no money. In other words, a condition is a specific reason why the person absolutely cannot go ahead. Many people, when they voice an objection, think it's a condition. Your job is to find out whether or not it is a condition. The person says, I can't afford it. What does that mean? Does that mean that they don't have enough to buy it for cash this minute? Or that they don't have enough to make a minimum down payment? What does it mean? And when you say, well, how do you mean that exactly? When you say you can't afford it. What if we space the payments over 24 months? What if you could get it with 10% down? In other words, is it a real condition? Does the person have 0 money and 0 income? For instance, if a person is unemployed, there's no point in trying to sell them something that's going to be financed over 12 or 24 months because they can't get approval for the credit. Number 2 is hear the objection out. Hear it out completely. That's very, very important. And listen to it patiently. Don't interrupt even though you've heard it 1,000 times. Listen to it, as we said, pause before replying and then answer it carefully and reflectively. Number 3 is ask for elaboration. Rather than leaping in and assuming that you know what the objection is, say, how do you mean that exactly? Or even better, say, well, as I understand it, and then repeat the objection back to him in the form of a question. As I understand it, what you're asking is this. And then go ahead and state it as a question, and the person says, yes, that's what I'm asking, and then answer the question. Easier to answer a question than an objection. Another thing with regard to objections is compliment the person on the objection. I found all my life when a person says, well, geez, I can't take it for this reason or that, you say, Mr. Prospect, that's a very good question. And I'm glad you brought that up. Or that's a very important question. And we have to deal with that in a straightforward fashion. People like to be complimented on their objections. And if you treat their objections as important and as valid, just like when we have a concern, when we're upset about something, we don't want somebody to dismiss it and give us a glib answer. When we're upset about something, when we're concerned about something, and we express this to someone else, we want them to think about it and be concerned, if you like, and carefully consider what our situation is. Number 5, use this feel, felt, found method. What this does is it expresses empathy, it acknowledges validity, and it answers the objection. I don't think we can afford something that expensive. Mr. Prospect, I understand exactly how you feel. Many of our happiest clients, or many of our clients, or many other people felt the same way. But this is what they found, that once they had it installed and started using it, the savings were far greater than they had expected, and the cost was far less. Well, I don't think it'll get the mileage that you say it will. Well, Mr. Prospect, I understand how you feel. There's a lot of funny claims around about mileage. And others felt the same way because it sounds pretty exorbitant. But this is what they found, that the mileage that they got was actually in excess of the mileage that we advertise, or whatever it happens to be. Well, I don't believe you service it as fast as you say you will. Everybody offers great service, then there's no follow-up. Mr. Prospect, I understand how you feel. And others felt the same way because it's a major concern. In other words, acknowledging validity, but this is what they found. They found that if they called us any time up to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it got repaired within 2 hours. And if it wasn't repaired within 2 hours, we had somebody there the next day, and so on. And here's people that you can call and ask if you really want to know how we do it. But it's an easy way to answer almost any objection. Provide evidence or proof. Use letters, if you like. Use any kind of letters that you can to prove that what you say is true. Be agreeable. Never argue with a person. Never tell them that they're wrong. Confirm the answer as acceptance. Does that answer your question? Is that satisfactory, or does that make sense to you so far? Asking a person, does that make sense to you so far, or did I explain myself clearly, is a very, very good way of answering an objection. Remember, you're there to make a friend and to convince them that you're acting in his best interest. So be calm, be modest, be polite, and know your product inside and out. We say this over and over again. Here's some of the objections that we have. 9 common objections and how to deal with them. Number 1, unspoken objections. Let the customer talk more. When the customer isn't speaking, just sitting there listening to you or not paying attention, let them talk more. Remember, a person has to pay complete attention to you when they're talking to you or answering questions. Encourage expression. Focus on the customer's situation. Excuses. Sometimes people have excuses. Well, we're really busy right now, or I don't think we have enough time, or we're buying from somewhere else. These are just excuses. You say, well, that's a good point. Now, can I come back to that later? Or why should we change to you? That's just an excuse investment. Well, that's a very good point, and I think I can give you some reasons about that later. And just go on. Malicious objections. I hear your company's going bust anyway. Why should I buy from you? You say, well, Mr. Prospect, I don't know where you heard that, but it's obviously not true. Just go on, or even just ignore it. Requests for information. Well, how does that work? Whenever a person requests information, welcome the objection, compliment them on it, thank them for it, and answer it completely. When people take show-off objections, they try to show you how much they know about your product or service. Oh, yes, well, what about the carbidingulator on the metrificator of the bifarcal valve? And you say, geez, you know a lot about this. Always be impressed by how knowledgeable people are on your subject. Don't try to say, well, yes, but I know more than that. Take the low road. Be conciliatory. Be polite. If people can be made to feel important in a sales situation, they're much more likely to buy from us. Subjective objections. Sometimes people say, well, you look like you're doing pretty well. In other words, a subjective objection is aimed at you. Well, you've got a pretty sweet job, or you probably work pretty good hours. Whenever a person becomes subjective, it means that you're talking too much about yourself, you're talking too much about your company, you're talking too much about your life, and not enough about the customer. Objective objections. I don't think it'll do the job that we require. Good question, and prove and show through testimonials and other proof that it will. General sales resistance. It always occurs at the beginning of a presentation. Very important, and that's why we use the approach close. Mr. Prospect, I appreciate you're giving me your time. I'm not going to try to sell you anything right now. I'd just like to show you some reasons why so many other people have bought this product and let you judge for yourself. Okay? Okay, and then begin your presentation. And finally, the last-ditch objection. Sometimes people will say, well, how do I know I'm getting my money's worth? Or are you sure this is the best deal I can get? You say, Mr. Prospect, it's absolutely the best. Now, would you like to take delivery this week or next? Would you like the blue model or the green model? Would you like it delivered here? Would you like it delivered to your home? And you just go on to wrap up the sale. Remember, there's always a last-ditch objection. There's always an objection that people throw up. It's almost called a smokescreen objection. It's sort of the last gasp objection. And don't take it too seriously. Sometimes you just smile and look them right in the eye and say, what mailing address should we put on this order? And start filling out the order. And they'll just tell you. The remaining objections close is called the just suppose close. The just suppose close is very powerful. It has 2 forms. And the form that I suggest that you use, actually use both. But one is the extended form, which we'll just talk about. The person is trying to make up their mind. You've made a good presentation. They obviously want it. They need it. They're interested in it. And they say, geez, I don't know if I should or not. And you say, Mr. Prospect, there seems to be some question in your mind that's causing you to hesitate about going ahead right now. Do you mind if I ask what it is? Is it the money? Just string those 2 questions together. Do you mind if I ask what it is? Is it the money? Then the person has to say, yes, it's the price, or no, it's something else. Then you say, well, Mr. Prospect, that's a very important point, whatever it is. And in addition to that, is there any other reason that's causing you to hesitate about going ahead right now? Remember what we said earlier, that there's a key issue or a key objection. It's the real reason why the person has not bought it up to now. And you have to find it. And the person is always going to be very reluctant to give it to you, because as soon as they give it to you and you demolish it, as I'm sure you will, they're out of objections and they have to go ahead with it. So sometimes they hold it inside. They don't want to tell you what it is. You say, well, and in addition to that, and in addition to that, you keep asking until they say, no, that's the last reason. The last reason they give you in answer to the question, and in addition to that, is the real objection. I'm just not sure about the service yet, or I'm not sure that it will do the job that you say it will do, or whatever it happens to be. You say, Mr. Prospect, that's an important question, and I'm sure we have to answer that to your complete satisfaction. Tell me, what would it take to satisfy you on that question? What would it take to satisfy you? What would we have to do to put your mind at ease on that question? Almost invariably, the person will say, well, if you could just do this, or if I could just talk to someone else who's had the same situation, or whatever, and you'll say, fine, but they give you the closing condition. You say, all right, what would it take to satisfy you? And then you go ahead, satisfy them on the closing condition, and they go ahead with the deal. The abbreviated form of the just suppose clause is this. A person says, well, I don't know if we can get it into this budget period. Mr. Prospect, just suppose that that's not a problem. Is there any other reason that would cause you to hesitate about going ahead right now? And they have to say, well, no, that's the only reason, or there is another reason. Whenever you say, well, just suppose that's no problem. Just suppose we could deal with that to your satisfaction. Just suppose we could demonstrate that to you conclusively. Just suppose we could get the price down by another $100. Just suppose I could get approval for this request. Is there any other reason right now that's causing you to hesitate about going ahead? You'll find that if they say yes, or they agree to your just suppose clause, what they've said is this is not a reason for not going ahead. If you say just suppose we could deal with that, is there any other reason? Then they've agreed that that's really not a reason for not going ahead, and gets you down to the real reason, if you like. All right, the sharp angle clause, porcupine clause. This is used to turn an objection into a reason for buying, and is very effective when the customer has almost run out of reasons for resistance. The person says, I can't afford the monthly payments. Would you take it if we could spread the payments and get them down? Or your product won't perform to my specifications. If we can show you that it does, will you take it? In other words, you use the objection as a reason for buying. You close on the objection. Inexperienced salespeople always make the mistake of saying, okay, don't worry about that, I'll prove it to you. And then they go out and they get evidence to overcome the objection, and the person has another objection. Then they go out and get evidence to overcome the other objection, and the person has another one. So when they say, well, I don't know if we could afford the monthly payments. If we could spread the payments and get them down, would you take it right now? So they have to say yes, they would, or give you the real reason why they're objecting to going ahead. It costs too much. If we can get you pretty much the same thing for less, will you take it? Person has to say, well, if I can get pretty much the same, yes, I will. Or they have to say, I don't know if I want it, or I don't know if it'll do the job, and so on. The instant reverse clause. Now, this is a very, very good clause. And you can use it, and it's a lot of fun. You can use it on your children, you can use it on your spouses, you can use it on your clients, your customers, your prospects. I just spoke to a friend of mine who said he earned an additional $50,000 in the last 6 months using this clause after learning it from me. It's very simple. Somebody says, any objection at all, especially a standard stock objection, we can't afford it. You say, Mr. Prospect, that's exactly why you should take it. What? And then you think of an answer, a logical answer, to fill up the silence. If a person says, well, it's too expensive, we can't afford it, you say, Mr. Prospect, that's exactly why you should take it. What? You say, Mr. Prospect, you want to get this for the lowest possible price, don't you? Yes. And you want to get the very best quality, don't you? Yes. And you're probably going to buy one of these someday, aren't you? Well, yes, probably someday. You say, Mr. Prospect, that's exactly why you should take it today at this price. Because you'll never get a better combination of product, quality, delivery, and price than right now. When would you like to take delivery? I was working with a cable TV company that was selling pay TV. And they went out and tripled their sales using this clause. They would knock on the door, they'd say, are you interested in pay television? The person would say, no, I can't afford it. That's exactly why you should take it, Mr. Prospect, before the door would close. They'd go, what? Come back out to the door? Because the reason they haven't taken it up to now is because they're convinced they couldn't afford it. You say, Mr. Prospect, let me ask you a question. Are you ever going to have pay TV, movies, sports, theater, arts, children's programs and so on in your home. Well, yeah, someday I will. And that's exactly why you should take it today, Mr. Prospect. Because of this special promotion, you can get it cheaper today than at any other time. No hookup fee, no connection fee, and you won't have to start paying until the 1st of next month. That's exactly why you should take it today. Sometimes you can use this instant reverse close for a person. You call up and you say, I'd like to talk to you about such and such, or you ask a question about your product or service. The person says, I'm not interested. You say, Mr. Prospect, I didn't think you'd be interested. That's exactly why I'm calling you. Say, what? You say, Mr. Prospect, almost everybody who is now using our product was initially not interested when we contacted them. And those people turned out to be the most satisfied with what our product or service does to you. And I'd like to get together with you for about 10 minutes to show you what we can do for you. When would be convenient? Sometime today or perhaps tomorrow morning. And just go straight into closing on the appointment. But very often, whenever you get hit by a question, a friend of mine used to do this when he was offering a seminar on wealth creation, and somebody in the audience would say, well, I'd like to attend it, but I can't afford it. He'd say, that's exactly why you should attend, sir. I said, what? He said, well, how long have you been working, sir? How do you mean? How long has it been since you left high school? He said, about 10 years. He said, this seminar costs $395, and you're telling me you've been out of school and you've been working for 10 years and you still can't afford $395. That's exactly why you should beg, borrow, or steal to come to this seminar to learn how to improve your financial condition so you never have to say that in a public audience again. Good close. It's a good close. It was worth $50,000 to him. He had people lining up on the basis of that. Remember, you don't have to have a great answer. The whole purpose of saying that's exactly why you should take it is to break preoccupation. Get the person to turn around and completely say, wait a minute, and think about what you're saying. The change places close is a very good close too, especially if the person won't give you an answer. You've established a friendly rapport, and you finally say, look, Mr. Prospect, would you put yourself in my situation just for a moment? And imagine that you're talking to somebody that you really respect, and you've presented to them an excellent product or service, and they won't make a commitment one way or another, and they won't give you a reason why not. What would you do if you were in my shoes? Very often the person will say, well, I understand what you're saying. This is my concern. And they'll come out and they'll tell you the reason why they're sitting there, or why they're pausing, or why they're hesitating. And if they don't give you the answer, then you say, we're really talking about the money, aren't we? And then they'll have to say, yes, it's the money, which in most cases you can be pretty sure that people are concerned about the money. Or they'll have to say, no, it's not the money, it's this, and it gives you a chance to continue selling. In any case, you have to keep asking questions against objections, and you have to keep getting objections out in order to get the hidden reasons that lie behind buyer resistance. The ascending close. Very, very powerful close. It's called the part-by-part close, or the automatic close. And what it requires is a series of questions, each one which leads into the other, and each one requiring a yes answer. The encyclopedia sales presentation is one of the most brilliant ascending closes ever designed. Now, I've never sold encyclopedias, but some people have. And they spent $250,000 developing that presentation. It has 42 questions, and every question is answered yes. And the questions start off from the most general to the most specific, but each one more narrowly qualifies the prospect as being interested and capable of buying. For instance, they'll come up to a house, and the first question they ask, they knock on the door, the person answers, they say, hi, do you live here? Yes. Very good question, isn't it? Because if the person is just visiting, there's no point in starting a presentation. Then the second thing they say is, we're doing an educational survey in this neighborhood. May I ask your opinion on a couple of questions? People love to give their opinion. They say, well, sure, shoot, go ahead. That's the second yes. Then they say, do you believe in the value of higher education? Now, anybody except a fool says yes. So they say yes, and that's the third yes. They say, if a company were to want to place a free set of encyclopedias in your living room, would you have any interest in doing that as a public relations gesture or something like that? And the person hears the word, that magic word, free, free, free. They say, well, yeah, I might be interested in doing that if it was free. They say, okay, and they write that down, yes. And they say, well, could I come in and let me show you just exactly what we would be placing in your living room? And they say, we don't sell these encyclopedias. What we do is we like to place them in your living room so that when your neighbors come around and see these encyclopedias, and all we'd ask is that if they asked you where you got them, you tell them you got them from us, and that refer them to us so that we can come by and show them the encyclopedias for their houses. And he says, well, that's fair enough. If anybody asks me, I'll tell them where I got them. Sure. We'll say, fine, thank you very much. And that's another yes. And it goes on and on. Pretty soon, the person has bought $1,500 worth of encyclopedias. They paid $500 down. They signed up for the yearbook for 10 years. They've got a globe. They've got a bookcase. They've got sports encyclopedias, children's encyclopedias. They've got nature encyclopedias, science encyclopedias. And the guy has said yes so many times that he looks like one of those little dogs in the back windows of the cars saying yes, yes. And he goes home and he leads the salesperson to the door, and the salesperson's smiling and he's saying yes, yes, yes. And he says yes, yes. And he waves goodbye, yes, yes. And the person is out of sight and he's still saying yes. He's nodding like that for about the next 2 or 3 hours before he realizes that he's just bought $1,500 worth of books. It's one of the most powerful presentations because of the suggestive power of an affirmative answer. If you can ask a series of yes questions, and the ideal number is 6. There seems to be a law of 6 in selling, a law of 6 in promotion, a law of 6 in objections, a law of 6. If you can ask 6 yes questions at the beginning of your presentation, it's very, very hard thereafter for the person to say no. If you can ask 6 yes questions that are yes to the benefits that your product or service offers, and the person says, would you be interested in this? Yes. Are you interested in saving money? Yes. Are you interested in higher profits? Yes. Are you interested in decreasing your costs? Yes. Are you interested in more efficient methods? Yes. If the person will say, same question, you see, phrased 6 different ways. If the person says yes 6 times, from then on they're into yes. If you like, they're stuck like in a broken record. It takes a lot of silly questions on your part to get them to say no. So ask them 6 yes questions at the beginning of the presentation, and you will be astonished at how interested they are, because every time we ask a yes question, the person's desire goes up. Every yes increases desire, every no decreases desire. The difference is yes is like throwing fuel on the fire, and no is like throwing water on the fire. So every time you ask a yes question, the desire goes up. Every time you ask a no question, the desire goes down. So even with your positive questions, don't say, you don't want to waste any more money on this than you possibly have to, referring to some other product. Don't get them to say no, because no sets them off in a different groove. Say, you want to save as much money on this product as possible, don't you? Yes, yes, yes. And the ascending close is the most powerful I've ever seen. Virtually all life insurance, all professional products, educational products, mutual funds, stock brokering services, banking services, and every sophisticated company, right down to or up to and including vacuum cleaners, sells on the ascending close presentation. Starting from a logical point, you move through it, and at a certain point, by the way, in an ascending close presentation, the person will say, I'll take them. How much are they? How much do they cost? How do I get them? Will you take a check? If you ask enough yes questions, the person finally reaches the point where they say, I'll take it. Let me give you a simple example of how that's true. Every time we say yes to a benefit, our desire to enjoy the product or service goes up. What if I were to describe a restaurant to you? I say, I'd like to tell you about a new restaurant I just went to. And you say, well, okay, sure, I'd like to hear about it. You say, now, if you're interested in going to this restaurant, you just let me know. But let me tell you some of the things about it. Well, first of all, it was started by a multimillionaire who likes to give food away. And there's not a dish in the restaurant for dinner or lunch that sells from over $5. There's over 300 different dishes, including cooking from 6 different lands, including prime rib and Chateaubriand and something like 26 different types of fresh seafood. Now, this person who owns this restaurant has done it in beautiful decor. It has waterfalls. It has beautiful waitresses running around. It has running water and waterfalls. It has plants and peacocks and parrots and birds and monkeys. It has a wine list of something like 250 different bottles of wine. Not one of them does he charge more than $3 a piece for. It's right in the center of town, and they have free valet parking. As a matter of fact, if you don't have a car, they'll send a car for you. Now, about at which point in this description are you going to say, okay, that's enough, where is it? I want it. How do I get a reservation there? Somewhere around here, you're going to say, that's enough. I've heard enough. Isn't that right? When you're talking in terms of benefits, of your product or service for somebody, and you're talking about them enthusiastically and logically and in articulate fashion, eventually it reaches the point, if this person is a prospect at all, where they say, well, wait a minute, how can I get this? And that's when you say, well, doggone it, and you go into your close. But the more logical the ascending close presentation, the faster you'll be able to sell. The invitational close is very important. At the very least, at the end of a sales presentation, you should issue a direct or indirect invitation to buy. One of the most powerful, and I really like it, is, why don't you give us a try? Why don't you give us a try? Or, why don't you take it? Or you can say, why don't you give it a try? Now this is a very powerful close because the answer to it is one of two things. They'll say, well, sure, why not? Or they'll say the reason why they won't give it a try, which gives you an opportunity to answer the reason and continue selling. When you say, why don't you give it a try, you're suggesting that it's really not a permanent decision. It's like a sample. If you're talking about selling a service to a company, you say, why don't you give us a try for this particular need that you have? They say, all right, we'll give you a try. What they're saying is, we're going to buy your services. But when you say, give us a try, it makes it easy to make that kind of a decision. And some of the other invitational closes, you're showing somebody something, a car, furniture, a machine, you're demonstrating it, and you just say to them, why don't you take it? Do you like the size? Do you think it would be of some help to you here? Do you think it's an improvement on what you're doing already? He says, yeah, why don't you take it? And in many cases, the person will say, why not? Well, sure, well, why not? And you just pull it out and start filling out the order form. When would you like to take delivery is another invitational close. Do you like what I've showed you so far, Mr. Prospect? Oh, yeah, I like it. When would you like to take delivery? Now, the person has to say the date that they'd like to take delivery, or approximately, or they have to give you a reason or a concern or a question that they still have that's holding them back from making a decision. What color, size, or quantity would you like? Would you like a dozen right away, or would you like 2 dozen? Would you like it in blue, or would you like it in green, or so on? Would you like us to start on this right away, especially if it's a consulting contract or something like that? Would you like us to start on this right away? Then they have to say, yes, I would, or, well, just a second, and ask you another question. In any case, you're keeping control of the sales conversation by asking an invitational close. Or another example is, are you in a rush, or would Tuesday be all right? And they'll say, well, Tuesday would probably be all right, fine. The deal is closed, and you go on with it from there. But never let a sales presentation end without offering or giving an invitation to make a buying decision right now. We all have problems with price, and we're going to talk now about overcoming price resistance. I have been through every single situation that you have ever dreamed of with regard to price resistance, and I'd like to give you the best points that I've been able to find. First of all, nobody can ever afford the price the first time it's mentioned. And the reason for this is simply because of the law of exclusion, if you like, or the law of the excluded alternative. Whenever we buy anything, because the amount of money we have is limited, it cuts out all the other things that we could buy with that same amount of money. And since we value freedom very highly, the freedom of being able to choose, sometimes we hold back from buying something just so we retain the flexibility. And when the price comes up, no matter what the price is, people almost instantaneously say, I can't afford it. It's always more than they expected to pay. It's always contrary to what they wanted. We had a situation not long ago where our seminar, we were marketing it for $2.95 per person, and we had people call up and say they wanted to go to the seminar that was $2.95 for the weekend. And even then, they were asking for a discount. Of course, there's nothing much you can do with those people, but the thing is that when the price first comes up, people will always be surprised. So you must soften the blow of price. The second point with regard to price is that willingness to pay and ability to pay are two different things. Nobody's ever willing to pay. Nobody ever wants to pay money out. But whether or not they can is totally different. Most people can. They can find the money if they really want the product badly enough. But whether they're willing to or not is a different thing. The way that you increase the willingness to pay is by increasing the heat of buying desire, by talking more and more about the values and benefits of the product or service, because the more the person wants it, the less concerned they become about the price. Your job is to convince the customer that the value of the product is far greater than the cost. In other words, the satisfactions they're going to get, or the increment in satisfaction, is going to be far more than the cost is. So don't talk about price wherever you can possibly avoid it. Always talk about benefits. Now, one of the things which is very helpful, I would call people up and I would say, I'd like to talk to you about such and such. They'd say, how much is it? Do you ever get this? They don't even know what it is, what grade of quality, what service. They don't know anything about it. And if you give them a price, what do they say to you? I'm sorry, I can't afford it. Isn't that true? They don't even know what you've got to offer. But how much is it? I'm sorry, I can't afford it. And this is the reason for that. There's only one common denominator in our society that we all agree on, that is standard across all transactions, and that is the monetary unit. We can all identify with the monetary unit. No matter what the product or service is, or the person or the company, we don't know, but monetary unit we can identify, just like the weather. Why do you think people talk about the weather? Because everybody can relate to the weather. So the first thing people ask when they're trying to get some information is, how much is it? And if you answer that question with the dollar price, they'll almost invariably say it's too much, because they don't have any value to compare it against, and you're dead in the water. Starting off swimming from that point of view is very, very difficult. So this is what I say when a person says, how much is it? I say, Mr. Prospect, if it's not exactly right for your situation, there's no charge at all. Now, may I ask you a couple of questions? And I go straight into a series of questions to find out whether or not my product or service can be of any help to them. In other words, I kick the chair out from under price right at the beginning. I refuse to talk about price at the beginning unless the person has a thorough understanding of what the product or service is. Very, very important. Price resistance is simply how the prospect tells you that you haven't given him enough evidence that the benefits will outweigh the price. Never argue price. The prospect says, boy, that's a lot. You say, yes, Mr. Prospect, it's not cheap. However, there are very good reasons for the price, and I would like to explain some of them to you. There are very good reasons why thousands of people have examined this product carefully and compared it with our competitors and decided to pay more and buy this product. Would you like to know what they are? And get back to talking about value. If it is a high price, if you're the highest price on the market, you say, yes, Mr. Prospect, we are the highest price supplier of this product or service in the market. And we are busier today than we have ever been. Would you like to know why so many people are using our services even though we charge more? And the person will almost invariably say, yes, why? Because, and these are the benefits and values that you get. It's so logical, simple. You go into a high-fashion woman's store, and a woman looks at a dress, and it's $800. She says, my, that's a lot of money. And if the clerk comes up and says, yes, and you want to know why that's so expensive, and explains the stitching and the seams and the material and the lining and so on, and who made it and who's wearing it and where it was designed, when they explain all that, it doesn't seem to be that expensive. It's still high, but it doesn't seem to be that expensive. So 7 points on handling price objections. First of all, don't mention price until the customer asks the price. Do not bring up price at the beginning. If a person says, well, that looks like an interesting product, how much is it? Say, could I come to that in just a second? That's the good part. That's one of the things I say. Hey, that is the good part. Could I come to that in just a second? I just want to go over 1 or 2 more things quickly, and then come to the price. Put the price off and bring the price into the conversation where you want to bring it in. In my sales presentations, I have a specific place where price appears. And at that point, either the customer says, oh, by the way, how much is it? Or I say, I'll bet you'd like to know how much it's going to cost. But it doesn't come up until that point. And if it does, I put it off. So number 2 is always focus your presentation on the value he receives, not on the money you receive. Talk about what he's getting rather than what you're getting. Always justify the price with sound reasons. Always explain why it costs this much. Never discuss price without mentioning value and benefits at the same time. If a person says, well, how much is this machine? Don't say, this machine is X number of dollars. What you say is, this machine, including this, this, and this, plus these attachments, plus 90 days warranty and a supply of 1,000 sheets of paper, will cost you X number of dollars per month, or whatever it happens to be. In other words, always precede the price by restating the value that the person is going to get as a result of paying that price. Remember, intensified buying desire reduces price sensitivity, which is another way of saying the more they want it, the less they care about the price. And your job is to increase how much they want it, not to argue over the price. Compare the price with more expensive articles. When a person says that costs too much, a perfect answer is compared with what, Mr. Prospect? Sometimes they don't know what they're talking about. They have no idea what things cost. They may not have bought one of these for 5 years and don't realize that the price has gone up 200%. You say, compared with what? Well, you could say, well, compared with ABC's product. Mr. Prospect, ABC's product in the same line is $275 more than ours is. As a matter of fact, here's their recent price sheet. You have to find out what they're comparing you with. If you say, this is a Mercedes automobile, geez, that costs a lot. Compared to what? Compared to a Honda. That's true, but there are very, very distinct differences why it costs so much more. Would you like to know what they are? So always compare apples to oranges. And one of the things which I suggest that you do, whatever your product is, take products that are selling for more than yours and be sure you know what their price structure is. When a person says, geez, that's expensive, you say, Mr. Prospect, here are our major competitors, and here's what they're charging, and they're charging this and this and this, which is even more than what ours are. So based on a competitive market, ours is very favorably priced. Number 7 is stretch the price over the life of the product, which is a very, very good way to do it. The person says, well, geez, that costs a lot. You say, it costs $300 more than the other machine. But Mr. Prospect, this machine has a 5-year life. That works out to about $60 a year more, which works out to about $2 a month more for all of the additional quality accessories and facilities that are built into it. Is it worth $2 a month more is basically the question, which comes out to approximately 6 cents a day more. Is it worth 6 cents a day more to have all these features involved? The more you stretch the price over the life of the product, the smaller it appears to be. And one other thing which you can do is compare it with things like buying a package of cigarettes. It's the equivalent to so many packages of cigarettes. Or break it down into single unit prices. This is how much it costs per day. Now, some of the ways of handling money and price objections. First type of money and price objection you receive is, we can't afford it right now, business is bad. Everybody says that. Even in the booms, people say that. The reason they say it in the booms is they got into the habit of saying it in the busts. And they said it so many times that as soon as the price comes up, they look up and they say, we can't afford it now, business is bad. They don't even know how bad or how good business is. You just simply realize that it's rarely true. When a person says that, it means that you haven't given them enough reasons to buy. The desire hasn't been aroused enough. Number 2, short of cash. If a person says, well, we're short of cash, you say, what if? And this is a powerful expression to smoke out a real objection. What if we could offer you terms? What if? ... Very good question. What if we could give you terms? What if we could take yours as a trade so no cash need to change hands? What if we could do this? What if we could do that? If the person says, well, maybe, or yes, it means that they're interested, they're looking for a way to do it. And this is where your creativity takes place. When I got my car, my ideal car, silver gray 450 SEL Mercedes, when I first was offered the car, even though I'd wanted it hungrily for about 2 or 3 years, I said, no, there's no way I could afford it. I'm sorry, I'm not in the market. And they said, just a second. He said, what if we could take your car as trade so there's no cash? I said, I couldn't afford the rest of the price. They said, what if we could finance it all for you? I said, well, keep on talking. They took my car in trade. They financed the whole thing through one of their banks, spread the payments over 5 years, and my cost after taxes for that beautiful, beautiful automobile was $125 a month. In other words, there's always ways to do it. We have to be creative. And they just showed me how if you depreciate it, you deduct the interest and so on and so forth. There's all kinds of ways that you can afford to buy a very expensive item. Budget limitations. The person says, well, we don't have it in the budget, our budget is used up. You say, well, I'll tell you what, if you take it now, we won't bill you until your next budget period. How is that? If they're sincerely interested, if they really want it, they'll say, hey, well, that's not a bad idea. And you could take something else in trade or a minimal down payment or something else. Or offer them a cheaper product. Or try to get their budget expanded. If the price is above the customer's expectation, which it always is, say, well, that's more than we expected to pay. You say, well, yes, Mr. Prospect, but you know you always get what you pay for. Did you ever get anything cheap that was any good? You know that in a highly competitive market that we're selling this for the rock bottom lowest price that we possibly can, and if you want a good quality product that's going to last you and do the job for you, sometimes maybe you'll have to flex your budget somewhere else and get the money somewhere else. The customer thinks your product is too expensive. Be willing to show your customer that your product in comparison with what else is available in the market is very fairly priced. Don't assert it. There's an old rule which I cannot overemphasize. It says salesperson's assertions are not proof. They are just assertions. We know that we would never lie, right? But nobody else knows that. They're accustomed to believing that perhaps we will put the very best light on our product and maybe even cross that invisible line, if you like, in order to sell it. So when we say, no, this is very fairly priced, it doesn't mean anything. But if we present a price comparison from a recent newspaper or magazine or price sheet from our major competitors, that is overwhelming evidence. That's why when we say, oh, you'll be very happy with this product, they say, oh yeah, I'm sure I would. And you say, here's a letter from one of our happy customers. in your business who had the same concerns that you did. That carries weight because it's proof, if you like. Describe the price of your product, as we said earlier, by breaking it down to its lowest common denominator. Break it down to compare it with a package of cigarettes. Some people compare products to a case of beer a week or something like that. A bottle of wine a week, if you like. One dinner out per night or per month. A competitor price comparison. When a person says that your competitor sells it for cheaper than you, anybody get that? We hear that all the time. It's amazing where our customers get so much information on the market out there if they're not in the market for the product. They know everything that's going on in the market. Everybody's selling it cheaper than we are. You say, yes, ours is more expensive than our competitors. Would you like to know why? And then go on and explain, these are the reasons why. Routine objections on the basis of price. The person says, well, geez, I didn't really expect it would cost that much, and so on. You say, well, Mr. Prospect, you're right. It is a little bit more than you thought, but there are very good reasons for it, and keep talking about the advantages and benefits and the things it would do. Normally you'd expect to pay this amount. If you bought it from X company, their lowest model costs this amount, and so on. This is very fairly priced under the circumstances. Procrastinating on the buying decision. We all have dealt with customers that keep putting us off and putting us off and putting us off. They procrastinate. They don't say yes and they don't say no. They're thinking about it, they're talking it over with someone, they're going over it with their accountant and so on. Has anybody dealt with this? Where we go on and on and on. This is called the end of the trail close, or the sudden death close. And what you do is you take the filled out sales contract. You already know what the person is going to buy or not buy. You know who it is, you know the company, you fill out the whole sales contract, have it typed out so it looks very professional, and you take it to him and you say, Mr. Prospect, either this is a good idea and you ought to go ahead with it, or it's not a good idea and you ought to forget it. But one way or another, why don't we make a decision right now so that I can stop taking up your time on these visits? And then you go completely silent, you slide the contract over to them, you put a tick mark, not an X, but a tick mark next to the signature place, put your pen on top of it and sit perfectly silently and wait. And don't say a word. In 60% of cases, after some period of tension, the person will say, ah, well, we might as well get on with it, and we'll sign it. In 40% of cases, the person will say, no, I don't think we'll take it, and they would never have bought it anyway. But in either case, you're free of having to keep going back over and over again to this incomplete sale, which is starting to exasperate you. And some of the other things that you could say, which are very good with regard to price. They say, well, geez, I don't know if we could afford that. You could say, well, what would we have to do to make a deal today? It's a very good question. One of the most powerful closing questions. Mr. Prospect, how far apart are we here? I had a friend who's a landscape architect, and he did a proposal for a contractor, a very expensive home. The contractor told him that he wanted the very cheapest price possible, and that he was going to go with the cheapest price, and the landscape architect wanted the work. So he sat down and he put a very sharp pencil to his proposal, and he came down with all the requirements that the contractor had, and he said, it's going to cost $7,025. And the contractor said, absolutely not. No, no way, I'm not doing it. That's far beyond what I expected to pay. That's out of the ballpark. I'll go without landscaping if it's necessary. Very, very adamant. He said, well, how much were you expecting to pay? Because he couldn't see how he could possibly reduce the price based on the specifications he'd been given. I am not paying a penny more than $7,000. He said, as a matter of fact, he said, if we reduce the size of 2 of these plants, we'll put it in for $6,995. Done. And they went ahead with the transaction. You never know how far apart you are, you see, unless you ask, how far apart are we on this deal? Sometimes the person will say, well, geez, the most that we could possibly think of spending would be X number of dollars. Sometimes you can reduce the size or quantity or quality or price or delivery or shipment or warranty or something else to get it into that price range, but you can't do that unless you've asked them how far apart you are. And again, you can ask, is the price your only concern, Mr. Prospect? Is the price your only concern? And that also gets them to take a stand. In other words, is it only price that's holding you back from buying? If it is, then let's see if we can wheel on price. If it isn't price, if it's something else, then let's get that out on the table too. All right, we're talking about closing techniques. And these closing techniques, along with the ones that we've introduced up to now, are some of the simplest, the most popular, and the most powerful closing techniques that have ever been developed. And it is up to you to think them through and think how you can use each one of them with your product. You should be able to close 10 different times and use 10 different techniques on the basic objections that you get and with the type of people that you deal with. The secondary close, very popular close. This close involves closing on a minor point in the sales presentation, acceptance of which denotes acceptance of the entire offer. In other words, the person is looking at a refrigerator or a stove or a consumer durable, and you say, would you be wanting this in blue or green? Would you be wanting this delivered, or would you want to take it with you? Which is a secondary consideration. It's not, are you going to take it, yes or no, but how are you going to take it with you? It's focusing the customer's attention off of the major buying decision, relieves the stress and pressure of saying yes or no, and gets it focused on something else. Would you be wanting the regular tires or the radials? You're showing a car to a person. Person can't decide whether or not they're going to take the car. You say, well, with this car, would you want the regular tires or the radials? If the person says, well, I'd want the radials, they've decided to go ahead with it. You will say, well, let's see if we can get this written up right now and get the tires changed. The pressure of the buying decision is past, and now it's going on to wrap up the details. The alternative close is a very good close to use. You can use it for 1,000 reasons. It's always giving the customer a choice between something and something, never a choice between something and nothing. Never say, do you want this or not? So the customer can say either yes or no, but would you like A or B? Would you like one of these or one of those? Would you like a tall one or a short one? Any answer is a yes. Selling past the sale, the assumption close. This close is used to push ahead of events and to assume that the sale has been made, the purchase decision has been made, just to go on to arrange delivery. And you're sitting there and the person hasn't said yes or no, and you said, well, would you like us to deliver this to your home this afternoon, or will tomorrow be all right? And the person says, well, if I can get it today, I'd appreciate it. Fine, well, let's put it through right now and just start filling out the documentation. Or another example is, which one will you be taking today? Would you like it gift wrapped? Or the perfect one is, will that be cash or ChargeX? Or will that be cash or credit card? Whenever they ask you that, it's not whether you're going to be taking it or not, but just how you're going to be paying for it. And go on to wrap it up. The assumption close is very powerful because it helps people get over that moment of indecision. Let me say one more thing with regard to closing, is that when you finished your presentation, you must change and go smoothly into the close. You don't sit there and have a breather, if you like. You don't sit there and rest as though you've just had a round in the ring, if you like, and you're sitting there in opposite corners. As you get to the end of your presentation, you go smoothly into the close, and you know each step. You're going to be bringing out the purchase order or the contract or the proposal or whatever it happens to be. You're going to be giving the person the proposal to sign. You must know where you are. Very much like a stage play. You notice, like a stage play or a movie, the climax, the end, the conclusion is very carefully planned, and everything is planned up to it. They don't figure it out anew each time they show the play or play the movie. It's like singing a song. The end of the song is very carefully thought out, and every single singer sings it the same. When you come to a close, you must know exactly where it is and just switch into the close as automatically as you would turn down your own street in a car. The takeaway close is also very powerful. It's a variation on the selling past the sale close or the assumption close. And what you do is, when the person is hesitating, you halt the presentation. You say, oh, just a minute, before we go any further. This is when the person is obviously hasn't made up their mind. Let's make sure we can get this model for you. Let's make sure we have this in your size. Let's make sure we have it in your color. If you're talking to a businessman, you say, before we go any further, let me call the warehouse and make sure we have this item in stock. We've had a tremendous rush on these the last little while. We may be out. And if the person gives you the permission to call the warehouse, he's decided to buy. A variation of this, too, is, let me go and check with my manager and see if we can arrange immediate delivery. Can you wait here for a second? The person will say, sure, you go and check with your manager. Or you could even do it better. You can say, why don't you come with me to my manager, and I'll see if we can't arrange immediate delivery. And if the person will come with you to your manager to arrange immediate delivery, which you know you can offer, then they've decided to buy. The takeaway close, by the way, is used on ladies all the time. It's one of the most famous techniques in ladies' boutiques. The woman is hemming and hawing, I don't know if I can afford it, I don't know if my husband will like it, and so on and so forth. The person says, just a minute, before we go any further, let me check and make sure we have it in your size. And if you say, yes, check and make sure you have it in my size, you've decided to buy. And you notice they always come back and they have one left in your size. We have just one left, right? They do this to us all the time. When you're looking at buying a car, you say, is this a car you like? They say, well, this one is sold. I'll see if we can get another one of these in. I'll see if there's one coming in on the truck. Can you wait here for a second? They say, oh, yeah, check for me. And they go and check. They say, you're in luck. There's just one. and it's coming in the day after tomorrow. Let's get it written up right now, because those people over there, they point to somebody at the other end of the showroom, they're also looking at the same one. And you say, oh, geez, and you don't even know how much you wanted it until they suggest that they're going to take it away. Now, I told you about this, and I told you about this, and how this works, and how this will benefit you, and so on, and go right down the list and say, have we covered everything? You see, each time you itemize a feature and point out the benefit that the customer will enjoy, his desire or her desire to purchase the product goes up. At the end of this, if the customer says, no, I can't think of anything else, you say, well, let's go ahead and write this up right now. When would you like to take delivery? And you just take out your order form and begin filling it out. The summary close is excellent when you make a detailed list of every benefit the customer will ever enjoy from the product, then rank them in order of importance and plan your presentation to introduce them in order. Watch for the one or two benefits that seem to be of greatest interest and repeat them over and over again, as we know. Well, the puppy dog close is another close that sometimes you can use. The puppy dog close sells billions of dollars worth of products every year. And what it involves is letting the prospect touch, taste, feel, hold, try out the product or service. I knew one company that sold office equipment. They sold more office equipment than any other company in the city. And you know how they did it? Very simple. They had one thing. They hired salespeople with little or no experience. It didn't matter. Their job was to go out and talk people into taking their machinery into the office for a week's trial. That's all they did. They had literally hundreds of pieces of expensive equipment. They had a one whole department that did nothing but take the equipment out on trial. They found that if you could just get people to use the machine for a month or a week or even shorter period of time, that the incidence per people who would decide to purchase it rather than do without it was so high that's all they had to do. They were just basically order takers, and they were fantastically successful. So if you have a product that a person can test drive, can try out, can take home, can use, the puppy dog close comes from the famous ploy of the pet shop owner, who the parents come in, usually against their will, because the children want a puppy. We want a puppy. We want a puppy so badly. We've seen puppies in the movies and puppies in the television. So finally on Saturday, the parents come down with the children to show them the puppies. And the pet shop owner is no fool. He knows the reluctance. The parents don't want to get stuck with the dog. So he says, look, he said, before you make a decision, why don't you take the dog home, take this beautiful, soft little puppy home for the weekend, and see how it works out, and if you don't like it, you can bring it back on Monday. So they take the puppy home. By the time Sunday afternoon comes, what has happened? The kids have grown tired of the dog and are off doing something else. By Sunday night, the parents have fallen in love with the dog. And Monday, the parents go back and buy the dog and take it home and end up taking care of it. One of the best puppy dog closes I've ever seen was a fellow who sold recreational vehicles, expensive motorhomes, $30,000 and up. And what he would do when he found somebody who was really interested in a recreational vehicle, he would arrange to take them out for lunch to talk to them about the vehicle. But he would pick them up at their home and he would drive up in a $50,000 motorhome. He would bring them out, he would open the door for them, they'd climb in, they'd sit down, beautiful. He'd drive them to a park on the edge of the city, overlooking a lake and looking off across the foothills at the mountains. And he'd swing into that park so that the dining table inside the motorhome faced out on this beautiful view. And then he'd open up the microwave and he'd have food all prepared. He'd have a bottle of wine and ice. He'd open the wine, he'd put glasses on the table, he'd lay out the food on china, and they're sitting there, not a sound, soft stereo music in the back, this beautiful view overlooking the lake, birds flying, the mountains in the distance. He said, isn't that beautiful? Now, isn't that what you want? People sit there and they have a couple of glasses of wine and they said, Harry, this is exactly what we want. What are we waiting for? Wouldn't it be nice to be able to do this whenever you wanted? Come home in the evening on a summer day and just go out and park. Or go off on a trip on the weekend and have your own moving home, just like this. He sold more motorhomes than anybody else in his city. Even in depressions, even when interest rates were 21%, he was the highest selling salesman because he gave them an opportunity to feel what the product would be like. So if you have a product that is like that, by all means, do everything possible to give people an opportunity to experience it. The Ben Franklin close is considered by many to be the very best close of all. Everybody's heard of it. I've taught this close in this course many times, and people say, oh, there's that old Ben Franklin close. Everybody's heard about the Ben Franklin close. And the reason it's so powerful is this, is that the close involves the thinking process that we always go through before we buy something, which is we weigh the pros and we weigh the cons and we try to come to a decision. Now, most of us do this in a very fuzzy way. We do it all jumbled up in our heads. The Ben Franklin close relates back to Ben Franklin's decision-making method. And you could say like this: Mr. Prospect, you want to make the best decision in this situation, don't you? And especially if there's a lot of details involved. And he says, yes, of course I do. You say, well, let's use the Ben Franklin decision-making method. Now, Ben Franklin used to use this to weigh and balance and make good decisions. And he was one of the best decision makers of his time. The first self-made millionaire in America, one of the most famous inventors, politicians, and scholars of his time. And what he would do is he would take a piece of paper, and you take out a piece of paper, draw a line down the center, and on one side you write reasons in favor of going ahead with this decision, and on the other side you write reasons opposed. And you say, now let's look at the reasons why this may be of advantage to you. And then you reiterate the reasons in conjunction with him, and you write them down. And you reiterate every benefit that you can think of in your product or service, and you write it down. As a matter of fact, you should probably do this in advance so that you've got it practiced, so that if you ever get into this close, you can use it without any difficulty or hesitation at all. You say, now, is that everything? And you ask the person if he can think of any more. He says, no, I can't think of any more reasons in favor. You say, well, all right, Mr. Prospect, now you fill out the other side, and you hand him the pen and the pad, and you give it to him. And you let him fill out the reasons opposed all by himself. And what he'll do is he'll say, well, there's this. There's the price, of course, and there's, well, we'd have to replace the old machine, and there's this. At the very most, the smartest prospect I've ever seen could ever come up with is 3. And then you look at it and you say, well, Mr. Prospect, it looks like you've made your decision. I had a good friend of mine, I met him on the plane. He's a commercial real estate agent. He was working on a complex real estate deal involving a trade for cash and land and commercial buildings with a large financial institution and a real estate conglomerate. And he said he was sitting down with the vice president. They'd been going back and forth on this for 2 or 3 weeks with the vice president of this financial institution, and they weren't getting anywhere. And finally, he had been through this course. He said, well, why don't we use the Ben Franklin decision-making method? He thought, what the heck? He said, let's lay out the pros and cons of this for your organization on 2 sides of a sheet of paper. And he sat down and he went through this exactly like this, and then he said, now you write out the reasons opposed. And the executive sat down and wrote 2 or 3, and he looked at both lists. And the salesman said, well, it looks like you've made your decision. And he said, you're right, I have. Let's go with it. And they signed it up. He had just done this the day before. I met him on the plane. He said, Brian, he said, I was amazed at how well that worked. It was so simple. He said, I've heard about it for years, but I had never tried it. He said, I earned more commission putting that deal together than I earned in the previous year. And it was something like, I think it was $35,000 worth of commission he earned just on that one transaction. Well, another close is the order sheet close. And there's 2 or 3 variations of the order sheet close. But the first one is when the prospect comes in, or when you begin talking with the prospect for the first time, wherever it's possible, you simply take out an order sheet or a sales contract or whatever you use and start filling it out. The easiest way is to take it out and write the date boldly so the person can see you're writing on the order form. Now, sometimes the person will say, hey, wait a minute, oh, hey, I'm not ready to go ahead yet. I just want to get some information. You say, don't worry about this. I have a terrible memory for details, and I like to write everything down. If you decide not to go ahead today, it'll be all right. We'll just throw the order form away, okay? Okay, and you just keep on writing. Every time the person says, well, probably blue or 2x4, write it down on the order sheet. So the person gets used to seeing you write out the details on the order sheet. Every single time you write one of their details on the order sheet, it becomes personalized for them. It becomes one of their personal possessions. So eventually the person begins to identify with the order sheet, and finally at the end of the sales transaction you say, by the way, what is the exact spelling of your last name? J-O-N-E-S, Jones. Thank you very much. And you just write down the last name and your first name and initial. Once they give you the spelling of the last name, they've decided to go ahead with the order. Many people don't use this close, and I don't know why, because I've used it under very sophisticated conditions to sell hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of investments, and I've always been astonished at how easy it is. Mr. Prospect, what's the exact spelling of your last name? If they give you the spelling of the last name, they've decided to go ahead. And the other variation is simply to take out the order form or the contract or the order blank at the end of the discussion and begin filling it out. Write in the date and say, what is the exact mailing address here? They'll give you the mailing address. They've decided to go ahead. It's as simple as that. It's a very easy way to go from the end of the presentation through the close. And once they've given you either the name or the mailing address, then it's just simply a matter of filling out the rest of the details on the form. The relevant story close. We've talked about this before. The relevant story close is very powerful because people think in terms of stories. And what it simply is a matter of telling a story about a happy client that you have had that followed your advice and was in the same position of hesitancy as your client, the one who's sitting here in front of you, but followed your advice anyway and went ahead with it and bought the product and was very, very happy. Let me give you an example from the insurance industry. I have a friend who's a very successful insurance agent, one of the top in the country, in fact. And he has a statement from the court that processed the estate of a man that was worth $1.5 million. And this statement has the names blanked out and everything. And it shows that this person died with $1.5 million in assets. But by the time taxes and legal fees and probate fees and intestate fees and everything had eaten up this account, his wife was left with $21,000 because he had no insurance. There was capital gains taxes, there was inheritance taxes, there were sales taxes, there were deferred taxes, there were taxes on tax. He said by the time it was over, his wife was left penniless. He died when he was something like 57, his wife was 53. She had $21,000 left for the rest of her life. He said this person thought that because he had this big asset base, he didn't need insurance. And a person says, well, I don't need insurance because I've got assets. I say, well, by the way, there was this fellow in Montana, and this is what happened to him, and they pull this out. Because it's a relevant story, the person can relate to that story. They can say, geez, yes, that might happen to me. Everything might be taken by taxes. It might take 5 years before my wife got any of this money, even if it wasn't taken by taxes. And it's a very, very powerful story to close an insurance policy. When a person is trying to sell a car, when a person is trying to sell blueprint printing services or industrial chemicals or artwork. For instance, we talked about how do you sell art. A person says, well, gee, that's very expensive. You said, yes, good art is expensive, and the only thing that makes it worthwhile buying good art is the speed with which it can appreciate. That if you buy this piece of artwork, there's no guarantee, but it's not uncommon to see a piece of art like this appreciate by 50, 60, 70% in a year. A perfect example is the work of Fafard. Perfect example. From Saskatchewan, making those little statues. 10, 20 years ago, nobody heard about him. Now his statues are literally priceless. I have a friend who bought one for, I think, $600. Now it's worth 10, 20, 30 times that. When you're selling something, tell a relevant story about somebody else who hesitated also, but decided to go ahead, and look what happened to them. Or a relevant story about somebody who decided not to buy it, and look at what unfortunate consequences ensued. The walkaway close. Now these three closes are very good, especially in retail. The first of the walkaway closes is that when a person says, well, I'd like to shop around, I'd like to go somewhere else, I'd like to see someone else, I'd like to check your prices with your competition and so on. What you do is you say, look, Mr. Prospect, we've been doing business here for many years. Most of our customers are repeat customers, and many of our customers come from referrals from repeat customers, and every one of them have shopped all over town before they finally came back here and bought. Now, why put yourself to all that trouble and go all over the place to try to find a better price? Why don't you make a decision right now, and we can wrap it up for you and get it loaded in your car this minute, or we can have it out to you tomorrow morning. You see, there's a very good reason. You must give the person a good reason for not shopping around, not going through those hours of agony, going door to door and pillar to post trying to find a better price. Give them a good reason, and a logical reason is that everybody who shops here has already done that for you. Why should you go and spend all that time, waste all that time shopping around, because you'll end up back here anyway, just as our other customers have. Well, let's say that the person says, well, I really still think I should go and check because I'm not sure that this is the best deal, and so on. You get people who are shoppers. Then you use an incentive, and the incentive is what is called the today only close. You say, Mr. Prospect, I'll tell you what, this is the end of our fiscal period, or this is the end of a sales contest, or we have only one or two of these items in stock, or we're just getting a whole load of new stock in tomorrow, and if you will take it tonight, I'll probably be able to get you an extra $25 off on this item, or whatever it happens to be. Since this is our last item, or we're going to have a price increase. We had a price increase last week. If you take it now, I can get it for you at the previous price. And give them a very strong incentive for making a decision now. A reason to buy this minute rather than to put it off any longer. And finally, if the person's absolutely convinced that they have to go and shop prices, they have to talk to other people, they have to go somewhere else, then you use what is called the go-ahead close. And very graciously you concede. You don't argue with them anymore. You don't try to get them to make a decision. You say, Mr. Prospect, I understand how you feel, and I think it's a good idea that you go and check prices in other places. But I want you to promise me one thing, is that before you make a decision, come back and see me, and I'll give you the best deal in town. Now, the person is now stuck. Because if they are one of these people who has to shop everywhere, they're going to go every single place in town, but in the back of their mind, they're going to be remembering that statement from you that before they make a decision, they have to come back and see you because you're going to give them the best deal in town. Don't give them a final price. Sometimes they say, well, what is the final price? What is the last price? You say, well, I'll have to talk to my manager, and I'll have to check with the boss, and we'll have to go through the books and everything else. So I can't give you that now, but you go and get the very best price that you can anywhere else, and then you come back to me and I'll give you the best deal in town. When they finally come back, they say, well, these are the best prices I can get. Can you beat it? If you can beat them on price, then by all means do so. If you can't, then you can put together a package which includes the item plus what you'll throw in plus the warranty, service, delivery, and so on, and you put it all up and you write it all out and you say, Mr. Prospect, this is the best deal you can get. And if he or she says, but that's higher price than what I can get it for over at XYZ company, say, Mr. Prospect, it's a higher price, but this includes the warranty, the service, the delivery, the setup, and so on and so forth, and it is the best deal you can get overall anywhere in town. Then the person has the choice of either buying it right there or then going back with your final offer and shopping that all over town. And then you say, why don't you give us a try? Why don't we wrap this up right now? What is the exact spelling of your last name? When would you like to have it delivered? And you go straight into another close. These are very, very powerful, and it's amazing, especially if you're in retail business, it's amazing how important it is that you have these walk-away closes, that you have the ability to say something to the prospect to get them to either make a decision now or be sure to come back to you before they buy it from somewhere else. The lost sale close, which is called the doorknob close. Anybody heard of this one? It's a very powerful close. It's after you've tried to sell somebody something, and they obviously won't buy it, and they are resisting you in every way, and they've got a hidden objection, they won't tell you what it is. You finally say, okay, and gracefully you say, Mr. Prospect, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. I've taken too much of your time. I hope I can get back to you a little bit later with some more information on this. And they'll always say yes, yes, and they're happy. You're leaving now. Oh, thank heavens. Their mind starts to go to what they're going to do as soon as you're out of sight, and their sales resistance begins to drop like a thermometer on a cold day. Then you say, thank you, and I appreciate it, and you pack up your stuff, and you get up, and you walk, and as you put your hand on the doorknob, with your briefcase in your hand, or whatever it is, you turn around and you say, Mr. Prospect, just before I go, may I ask you one question? I've tried to present my product information the best way I know how, and I'm not very experienced in this business. I'd really appreciate it if you just tell me this. What was the real reason you didn't buy today? And invariably the person sitting there, comfortable, no pressure, mind on something else, they say, well, I'll tell you, this is the real reason. And they will give you the final objection. And then you say, oh, Mr. Prospect, you mean I didn't explain that to you properly? Oh, that's my fault. Doggone it. And you walk right back in. This will just take one more second, and you sit down, you open up your briefcase, and you start closing on that final objection. He says, well, the reason I didn't buy was because I'm really not convinced that that machine will produce the kind of copies that we require. Mr. Prospect, you mean I didn't explain that properly? We have a warranty and a guarantee that covers that, and if we could get you that, would you be willing to go ahead right now? And you just sit right in there and close again. But now you have no sales resistance. Very powerful close. And finally, closing on referrals. I cannot stress this more strongly. Every single customer or non-customer, buyer or non-buyer, is a source of referrals. And getting referrals requires a method. A referral is worth 10 to 15 times a cold call. When you get a referral, you are piggybacking on the credibility of the person that referred you. You can get in to see anybody if you have a referral from somebody who knows them closely. So when you are talking about referrals, what you do is this. The person has either bought or not bought. It could even be somebody that's bought in the past, and you can go back and call on them. I have a very good friend here in town who is a very smart salesperson. In the first month of each year, after Christmas and New Year and everything, he goes and he visits every single customer of the last year. And he drops in on them, and he calls in and he says, how are you doing? How's everything going? Having any problems? Anything I can help you with? Are you satisfied with the service? Is the product working out? He just does a social call, not to sell them anything, and if they have any complaints, he jots it down and promises to take care of it. If they're happy, he thanks them very much, and then before he goes, he said, by the way, we're starting off in a new year. Who else do you know who might be interested in this product or service this year? And people say, well, and after a nice 10, 15-minute talk, they say, why don't you call Bill Smith and so-and-so? I talked to him over the holidays, and they'll give you names and addresses and phone numbers of people that they know. In any case, this is the way that you get referrals. You say, Mr. Prospect, and this is a series of closing techniques. Mr. Prospect, or Mr. Customer, however it is, would you happen to know 2 or 3 other people that I could talk to who might be interested in this product or service too? Whether they take the product or not. Well, the person will say, yeah, I may know a couple of people. In other words, this is an alternative close. You said, would you know 2 or 3? They'll choose 2. You say, I would really appreciate it if I could get their names. And the person will say, well, call Bill Smith or Tom Jones. All right, you write the names down. You say, would you happen to have their telephone numbers handy? Now, they always do, because they'll almost invariably refer people they know very closely. They'll give you the phone numbers from their book, and you write down the phone numbers. And you say, Mr. Prospect, of these 2, which one do you think I should call on first? And they'll say, well, probably old Bill, because he's just opened a new office and so on. And so, Mr. Prospect, would you do me a favor? Would you call Bill and tell him that I'm coming over to see him, to talk to him about this? Now, you see, he said yes, 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 yes. He said about 5 yes. Yes, I can give you 2. Yes, here's 2 names. Yes, here's 2 telephone numbers. Yes, Bill is the best. And he'll pick up the telephone, and he'll call up Bill, and he'll say, look, Tom Smith is coming over to show you something that I just found very interesting. I think you should talk to him. That's basically what the conversation will be. And when you go over to see him, you go right past the secretary, they'll sit you down, give you a cup of coffee, and say, what have you got? And you're right into it. And it's better to do that than to spend all day cold calling, looking for people that you've never talked to before. If you get referrals properly and you develop a referral generating system by closing on referrals in each case, you will never have to make cold calls after the first 30 or 60 days in your field. You never should have to. If you're still making cold calls, it just simply means that you're not getting enough referrals. They find that in insurance, if a person can go out and talk to 10 people that they know, get 5 names each, and from those keep getting 2 names from each one, they never have to cold call again. It's very important now that we talk about time management, because one of the biggest problems that salespeople have is in managing their time efficiently for a variety of reasons. Most salespeople have never been taught how to manage their time properly. But second of all, we tend to get into habits of mismanagement. The reason why it's so important for us to manage our time well is that we are all personal service corporations, and we sell our time, and that's all that we have to sell. If we don't sell our time or use our time effectively, then we simply cannot earn the kind of income that we want to earn. And I'm going to give you the basic keys for time management. Number 1 is you are only working when you're face-to-face with a real live prospect or customer. That you're not working when you're shuffling cards, and you're not working when you're filling out forms, and you're not really working when you're doing proposals. These are all preludes. These are all preambles, but these are not working. The biggest mistake that salespeople make is they think, as long as I'm doing all this preparation work, it's part of my job. No, the only part of your job that really counts, the only hours of the day that count, are when you're face-to-face and belly-to-belly, as they say, with a customer. The only thing that you have to sell is your time, and you'll always be paid according to how well you use this particular asset. Work out your annual income. A very simple way to work out what your hourly rate is this. Let us say that you've decided that your goal for the year is $25,000. Divide that by approximately 250 days, which is the number of days that you'll work, which comes out to $100 a day. Divide that by 8, which comes out to approximately 8 hours, which comes out to approximately $12.50 an hour. And then never do anything that is not a $12.50 an hour activity. If you want to earn $50,000 a year, then every single hour must be spent doing $25 an hour activities. If you want to earn $75,000 a year, then every single hour must be spent doing $37.50 activities. It's very, very simple. If you're not engaged in activities that are generating this kind of income, then you will not earn the kind of money that you want. And remember, time is your only resource. So what are the major time wasters in selling? The major time wasters are, first of all, procrastination and delay. Putting off, getting out there, and talking to people. There's nothing that burns up more time than that. We stop off and do this. We sit down and have a cup of coffee. We spin our wheels over here. We have a chat. We keep putting it off. Number 2 is incompletion of the sales call, requiring callbacks. In other words, you're not prepared to close, or you don't close, or you don't ask for the sale often enough, so you have to go back again and back again. I remember once when I was a young man and I was making a living selling door to door, office to office. I was selling memberships in a discount club. And the cost of the memberships, I think, was $20, and this was some 16 years ago. And my commission was 40%, which means that I got $8 for every one that I sold. And at that time, it worked out well. If you sold a few a day, it worked out pretty well. I was only about 23. I started off selling those, and I'd go door to door, office to office, and I would present the benefits of joining the discount club, and I would encourage the person to think it over, and I'd call them back. After building up a large clientele that was thinking it over and spending days and hours getting back to these people who were thinking it over and not getting anywhere, I made a decision one day that unless there was a very, very good reason, I was going to sell on the first call. Up to that time, I'd been selling about 3 memberships a week and just barely scraping by. From that time on, I sold 3 to 5 memberships a day, because I just simply made the decision mentally that I'm going in here to sell, and I'm going to sell now, no callbacks, one time only. If you give people forever to think it over, they'll take forever to think it over, because it's always easier to think it over than to make a buying decision. Inaccuracies and deficiencies is a major time waster. We get out there and we've got the wrong facts, we've got the wrong figures, we've got the wrong specifications, we've got the wrong price for the wrong order for the wrong materials. We've all had the occasion where we get out there and we've got exactly what we don't need in order to close the contract. So make sure that all of your paperwork is done correctly and check it in advance before you go. Ignorance is a major time waster, lack of product knowledge. The person says, well, what about this and what about that? And will it do this and will it do that? And we say, well, geez, golly, I don't know, I'm going to have to talk to somebody about that, because we haven't done our homework. Very often it's right there in the specifications, but we haven't read it yet. So then we have to go away, and then we have to come back, we have to get another appointment, then they're busy, then they remember they saw you last time and you didn't seem to know what you were talking about, so they're a little bit hesitant to make another appointment with you. So really know your product. We've talked about this throughout. Product knowledge is the foundation of all sales success. Unconfirmed appointments, a major time waster. How many times do we go out to see somebody that we made an appointment with a week or 2 weeks before and we don't reconfirm? Do you know why we don't reconfirm? Because we don't want them to say no, right? We'd much rather go there and have the secretary tell us that they're too busy, or that they're out, or they've changed their schedule, than call up on the phone and have them say, no, I've changed my mind. But it's far better to reconfirm the appointment. In most cases, one of 2 things will happen. They'll say, oh yes, I forgot, but you're right, coming over at 2 o'clock. They will make the time available and be expecting you. They'll also consider you to be a professional. A person who reconfirms appointments is a professional person who values their time and obviously has something valuable to say. The second thing is that if their schedule has changed, what they will do is they'll say, well, look, my schedule's changed, something else has come up, and you have the opportunity to make a new appointment right there, again to write it down so as not to waste your time. Nothing worse than driving halfway across town to an unconfirmed appointment and finding the person's gone to another city for the day. Poor planning of calls in a geographic area. We've all been guilty of this. We make one call in the northeast, another call in the southwest. We put an hour between our calls, and then in the afternoon we go all the way back up to the northeast again to call on somebody. It's very important that you cluster your calls, and if you're prospecting by telephone to set up appointments, keep all of your calls clustered in as close an area as possible. And if you're going to set up 2 or 3 days of appointments, set up one cluster in one part of the city, another cluster in another part of the city, so that you can get to as many as possible within the shortest period of time. Perfectionism, insisting on everything being perfectly in order before selling. Very often we use this as an excuse. Well, we have to really memorize every single detail. We have to check on every single form. We have to get everything prepared, and we go over this, and we do anything possible to keep us from getting out there face-to-face with a customer. Recognize that you're doing this. Recognize that it's natural and normal to fear rejection. It's natural and normal to be uneasy about going out and talking to people. There's nothing wrong with it. The only thing that is wrong with it is if you allow the fear to dominate you so that it holds you back from fulfilling your potential in your business. You've got to overcome that fear if you want to achieve high levels of success and high income in this field. There is no other way. And the only way to overcome it is to do it over and over again until it doesn't bother you. Distraction, mind wandering, not paying attention to what the customer is saying, not paying attention to what the boss is saying for that matter, so that you miss key cues. You miss the nuances, you miss the subtle things, you miss the looks that the person gives at certain parts of your offering that would indicate to you what it would take to cause the person to buy or not to buy. Fatigue or overwork is another one. Being overtired. If you go out late at night and you get up early in the morning and you're tired out or you're dragged out, you're not going to be good at selling. The essence of selling is vitality. If you like, personal vitality, energy. And the more energy you have, the more energy you project in the form of enthusiasm and conviction to the other person. If you're tired out, you have low levels of energy, like a battery that's been worn out. And I strongly suggest that if you're going to sell 5 days a week, you owe it to yourself to go to bed early 5 days a week so that you're fresh and alert. This will translate into an enormous amount of money. Go to bed early, get a good night's sleep so you feel great in the morning and that you have the resilience. When you meet that rejection, when people say, no, I'm not interested, I'm not in the market, I can't afford it, which you're going to reach every day, I think it was Vince Lombardi that said, fatigue doth make cowards of us all. When you're tired, it's very hard to take rejection. It depresses you. It tires you out even more. Whereas if you're fresh and you're resilient and you've got energy and you had a good breakfast, people can tell you no and it'll just bounce off you, just like Teflon, if you like. It's very important. Lack of ambition, desire, and energy, especially lack of ambition. There's nothing that can help a person that has no ambition. I was talking to a senior salesperson from one of Canada's largest companies, and it turns out that these people all have an average length of service of about 20 years. They never get fired because they've got a salesman's union. They're all on fixed salary. There's no incentives and no commission. And I was trying to talk to them about setting goals for themselves, setting higher targets, managing their time better. I'm sorry, he said, I can't relate to any of that. He said, I have no ambition. He said, I don't care if I do more, I don't care if I do less. It doesn't change my income, it doesn't change my position, it doesn't change my responsibilities. Why should I? He said, I just prefer to work my 8 hours and go home and watch television. This is a 40-year-old man. Oh, my Lord, he said, you're going to live till you're 80 or 90 years old, according to the latest longevity studies, and at 40 years old, the fires are out. At 40 years old, there's no ambition, there's no desire, there's no energy, there's no enthusiasm. What kind of a person is that? He's got another 50 years to live. Probably not. Okay, here are some tips to increase your sales effectiveness by using your time to maximize efficiency. Number one, advanced planning. Peter Drucker says that action without thinking is the cause of every failure. The time it takes you to sit down and go through this course material and work out your presentation, identify your prospects, organize what you're going to say, plan your closes, and, by the way, practice them on your family. Practice them on your children. Practice them on your bosses. Practice them in your office, if you like. Practice them on your fellow salespeople, and especially practice them on your prospects. Because there's nothing that will make you more fluent in selling than going out and actually doing it. When you're spending 2 or 3 or even 4 or 5 hours a day with customers explaining in the high-tension situation of selling, it's draining. It just will exhaust you. You can come home at the end of a selling day and be wiped. If that's the case, go to bed early. Get 10 hours sleep. Get 12 hours sleep. But you owe it to yourself and you owe it to your success to be fresh. Read 20 to 30 minutes in sales, motivation, or inspiration every morning to get started right. Get up early enough to sit and think and reflect and plan your day and learn and read. This is the most valuable lesson that I've ever given to anyone in sales. I do it myself every morning. If I go to bed at 5 o'clock in the morning and I have an appointment at 9, I get up at 7 or 7:30 so I can spend the time to read. Because I find that if you spend 30 minutes reading every morning, your whole day gets set off right. If you don't spend the time reading, what you do is you're just like an athlete that rushes onto a field into competition without any warm-up period. Schedule your first appointment early. Very important, especially the people that are the hardest to get to. Very often they're the ones that are in the office at 7 or 7:30. Sometimes they're in even earlier. And they're the ones often who stay in the office till 5:30 or 6. And if you will offer to meet them early, meet them in their office for coffee at 7:30 in the morning, often they're just wide open to it. They're just gung-ho people, and the people who are the most difficult to get to see, who have the least time to spare to see you, are almost always your most valuable prospects. Have you noticed the people that have all the time in the world never buy anything? It's the people that are hard to get through to that are the valuable ones. So be creative. I remember once I called a fellow for an appointment using my opening line. He said, sure. He said, why don't you come and see me in the morning? I said, what time in the morning? He said, well, how about early? I said, sure, I'll come early. He said, how about 6? I said, oh, sure, okay, you know, yeah. What time would you really like to get together? He said, 6. I'll be in the office by 6. I'm never in there later than 6. I learned later that that was true. I said, okay, I'll meet you in your office at 6. I'd rise to the challenge. It turned out to be actually very good. Over the course of a couple of years, I did a lot of business with that company. Well, it was the middle of the winter. The snow was drifting. I got up at 4 o'clock in the morning. I got dressed. I drove all the way across town through the snow, and I drove up to this person's office. I got there early. I wasn't going to get there late. I was there at 5:45. And I parked my car in the parking lot. And the parking lot was lit up with these overhead lights, and there wasn't another car for miles. And I sat there with my engine on, with the heater going, sitting in the parking lot, saying to myself, what if I have been bamboozled? And I'm sitting there thinking and waiting. 6 o'clock comes, nobody's there. 6:05, 6:10, 6:15, he showed up. He'd had trouble getting out of his garage, it had happened. But he was there. We had a very, very good meeting, and it led to an enormous amount of business. But I couldn't have gotten to see him during the day because he was just far too busy. Spend 75% of your time prospecting until you become too busy servicing customers. Get out there and prospect, see people, knock on doors. When I've started in any sales field, I make one resolution, and you can use this today as a starting point. Starting off, decide you're going to go out and make 100 calls within the next 20 to 30 days. You're going to make 100 calls, cold calls or telephone calls, and get face-to-face with 100 new prospects. If you will do that, you'll never look back. Get that head of steam going. Don't worry whether you close this one or close that one or anything else. Just get out and see 100 people and tell them about your product in a logical, organized way, and you'll never look back. The reason why people aren't making a lot of money in selling is because they're not talking to enough people. That's the reason. It's not because business is bad or prices are up or unemployment is high. It's because people aren't talking to enough people. And I know salespeople who are making excellent wages today, excellent incomes, in the same industries that other people say there's no business because business is terrible. Well, spend your entire day working. Make every minute count. Don't think of your day in terms of hours. Don't think of it in terms of mornings and afternoons. Think of it in terms of minutes. Thomas Carlyle once said a very interesting thing. He said, people that would never think of committing suicide or ending their life would think nothing of dribbling their life away in useless minutes and hours every day. So use every minute. Make every minute count. Don't waste coffee breaks. Don't just ever sit down and have a cup of coffee and spend 15 or 20 or 30 minutes just killing time drinking coffee. Always be working. Have coffee with clients. Have coffee on the road. Have coffee when you're preparing something, but don't just sit and have a coffee break. You are not salaried laborers. Salaried laborers have coffee breaks. You are professionals in one of the most exciting professions in the world, and the only thing you get paid for is your time usage. Look at these statistics. If you save 20 minutes every morning and 20 minutes every afternoon by never taking coffee breaks, or by using that time usefully, that's 2 coffee breaks a day times 20, times 5 days a week, working days, times 50 weeks a year, which is the number of weeks you work. It works out to 10,000 minutes. Do you know what 10,000 minutes works out to? It works out to about 166 hours a year. 166 hours equals 4+ weeks of 40-hour weeks of working time. It equals an additional month's income per year just by not wasting coffee breaks. What's even worse is look at the next statistic. Work at lunchtime. Never sit around eating lunch. Never go out and waste time eating lunch. Use your lunch hours. If you cannot be calling on people or having lunch with prospects or customers, use your lunch hours to get ready to be out at it again immediately after lunch. If you save your lunch hours or use them for useful work rather than sitting around wasting time with other people who are going nowhere with their lives for that matter, 1 hour per day times 5 days per week times 50 weeks a year works out to 250 hours per year. 250 divided by 40 equals what? It equals 6+ weeks, 40-hour weeks each year. Which means that if you use your lunch times well and use your coffee breaks well, and you take a few minutes in the morning, get started a little bit earlier, you can find you can add as much as 2.5 to 3 months of income to your income every year. And I guarantee you, that's what the top people are doing. That's what the big money makers are doing. They're not sitting around drinking coffee, complaining, moaning, and groaning. And I'm not saying that you do it either. I want to tell you something about this course and you. And it is that we know from the work that we've done all over the country that only the most exceptional people will come to courses like this. That of the thousands and even probably 10 to 15,000 people who've seen our advertising, only you decided to take the time and invest it in yourself to learn how to be more effective in selling, which means that you've already made the decision to be outstanding in this field. And I take my hat off to you. And that's why I say to my wife over and over again, I said, the people that come to our courses are always the very best people, because only the best people will invest in themselves. And so when I give examples and I talk about wasting time, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about the people that aren't here, all right? Listen to tapes in your cars, always. Avoid the radio. Make all driving time learning time. The average salesperson drives 25,000 miles a year if they move around. 25,000 miles a year at a very minimum is 500 hours per year. 500 hours divided by 40 equals 12 and a half weeks, which one university semester every single year that you can spend learning. What is going to happen to a person who's learning 12 and a half weeks a year? If you took 12 and a half weeks a year off to increase your talents and abilities, how much more capable or more competent, how much more highly paid would you be? Listen to tapes. I cannot overemphasize this. I'm a fanatic on tapes. Tapes have done me so much good. Tapes have helped me and everybody that I know so much. I do not know a really successful salesperson who is not listening to tapes in their car every single minute they're driving. I do not know an unsuccessful salesperson who does listen to tapes. And it's as simple as that. You say, well, I can't afford them. Don't believe it. One set of tapes by the right authority that gives you one idea, that enables you to close one more sale per week or one more sale per day, that's all you need to put yourself in the big money makers in your profession. And the information that is on tapes, because of the competitive nature of tape production, is some of the finest information available in the world. There's information on this tape that have taken some of our smartest men and women their lifetimes to learn, to consolidate and put it on a few tapes for a few dollars. So by all means, listen to tapes. Use a day timer and write down every note and appointment. With regard to a day timer, I think the finest time management system I've ever seen is the system here called Your Time and Your Life by Charles Hobbs. I think it's one of the finest tape programs ever taped. It teaches you how to use a day timer, and if you use a day timer properly, you can as much as double the effectiveness of your time management. Upgrade your sales skills continually. Get better, get sharper, read more books, listen to more tapes, attend more seminars, and practice, practice, practice. If you can increase your ratio of closes to presentations, it's the very best use of your time. If you can close one sale a day with your current level of skill, and you can close 2 sales a day with an upgraded level of skill, you can literally double your income. And that's possible just simply by making the efforts. See more people, prospect and qualify more readily. Selling is always a numbers game. See better people, but see more of them. Start earlier and work later. Always concentrate on the most productive use of your time. Always ask yourself, is what I'm doing right now leading to a sale? Don't do anything that is not leading to a sale. Use your prime time, your specific hours between 8 and 6 every single day to see people. Do your paperwork, do your detail work, do your planning work away from those prime time hours. Remember, you're only selling when you're face-to-face, belly-to-belly with somebody who is qualified and who's capable of buying. 10 keys to success in selling. These I pass on to you as helpful hints, because if you'll use them properly and you use them continually, they'll literally guarantee you a lifetime of success in selling. Number 1, most important, learn to love your work and commit yourself to becoming outstanding in your field. Take the time, pay any price, do whatever is necessary to become the very best at what you do. The great tragedy is that many people, the majority of people, will spend their entire lives in selling, and it'll never occur to them that they should commit themselves to becoming excellent at it. Remember, the race goes to the person who's just a little bit better in the critical areas. And if you'll take the time, if you'll make the efforts, if you'll really put yourself into it and learn to love what you're doing, when you become excellent, that's when you move into the big money ranks of sales professionals. There's one more important element, is that you can never really feel terrific about yourself. You can never really like yourself genuinely and accept yourself as a worthwhile person until you have become good at what you do. The reason why the vast majority of people are unhappy is because they're not good at anything. And every single human being has the ability to become good at something. So commit yourself to that, work at it, pay any price to achieve that goal. Number 2, decide exactly what it is you want in life. Set it as a goal and decide the price you're going to have to pay to get it. Remember, nothing worthwhile ever comes without sacrifice. The great majority of people, less than 5%, probably less than 3%, never decide what they want in their whole lives. They spin their wheels, they work hard, they are frustrated, but they never set a goal or a target. That's why it's so important to write it down in detail. Think about it every single day. Get a clear mental picture of it and hold it in front of you. A person should be able to wake you up at 3 o'clock in the morning and say, what is your major definite goal in life? And you should be able to tell them that instant. Number 3, back every goal and plan with persistent determination and indomitable willpower. Put your whole heart and soul into your success. Don't hold anything back and don't let anything stop you or discourage you. Remember this, is that your level of persistence in the face of adversity and setbacks and disappointments is your exact measure of your belief in yourself. You can tell where you're going to be in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years by how well you respond to the inevitable adversities, rejections, disappointments, deals that fall through every single day in selling. And remember that circumstances do not make the man, they simply reveal him to himself. All adversity does is it shows you what you're made of. And you can tell how successful you're going to be by how well you bounce back. As Charlie Jones says, it's not how far you fall, but how high you bounce that counts. Resilience, flexibility, the willingness to bounce back, to take the hard, rough shocks of selling and to keep on keeping on is one of the key characteristics of successful men and women in every field, especially in selling. Number 4, commit yourself to lifelong learning. Read, listen to tapes, attend seminars, attend courses, and never forget that the most valuable asset that you'll ever have in your life is your mind and what you put into your mind. Now this is so important because when we start off in life, the fact is that we start off with a limited amount of practical knowledge or knowledge that we can use to the benefit of other people. As we learn, we become more valuable. The more knowledge we put into our minds that can be applied to practical purposes, the more our rewards will be, the more we'll be paid. And as we go through life, as we gain more experience, as we read more books, as we listen to more tapes, as we attend more courses, our knowledge grows and our rewards in life grow. But there's one very dangerous thing with this pot of knowledge that we have, or this bucket of knowledge, is that it has a steady leak in the bottom. And that if we are not continually learning more, we are not staying constant with the knowledge we have. The knowledge we have is actually diminishing. And the incompetent person of tomorrow is the person who has stopped learning. The illiterate is the person who is no longer learning and growing and increasing their value every single day. So remember, never stop learning. The day that you stop learning is the day that you start decreasing your rewards, you start suffering frustration and lower levels of satisfaction. Learn something new every day, practice something new every day, make yourself a lifelong learning organism and never stop. Use your time wisely. Well, I've said that often enough. Always ask yourself this question, the key question to time management. What is the most valuable use of my time right now? What is the most valuable use of my time right now? This is the most important single question in managing your time. If you can always answer that whatever it is, that's what you're doing. You're never wasting a minute. You're always spending your time on the most valuable use of your time. You'll never go wrong. Follow the leaders. Very important. Do what they do. Follow the ones who are going somewhere with their lives. Don't follow the followers. Make the decision to look at the people who are the very best in your field and decide to be like them. Get around them. If you want to know how to be a successful salesperson, find the most successful salesperson you know and go and ask them. Say, what books do you read? What tapes do you listen to? What can I do to be more successful? I spoke to a friend of mine who made this decision some years ago in sales, and he told me an interesting story. He said that he started off with a large company, and he was low man on the totem pole. They had several hundred salespeople, and he went to one of their sales conventions. And at the sales convention, he listened to the top salespeople in the company give their talks at the end of the year, receive their awards, and so on. And he sought them out. And he took a tape recorder with him. And he went to each one. That's all he did. He said, could I talk to you for a few minutes? I want to be successful like you. Could you tell me what to do? What books did you read? What advice can you give me? And you know something? They were shocked. Every case, they were surprised because they had been at the top, the creme de la creme of this company for years. And none of those hundreds of other salespeople had ever asked them. They had never asked them. He listened, he took lessons, he took the books, and every year he went back. And this was over a course of about 8 years. Every year he went back and he asked the top salespeople, how did you do it? What were the difficulties that you had? How did you overcome it? Have you read anything new? Have you listened to anything? Did you go to any courses? And he would go any distance to go to a course. He'd pay any price for a book or for a tape program. He did what they did. And within 8 years, he was up on the stage receiving the awards. He was up on the stage being the top salesperson and one of the top salespeople in the nation. And that's exactly the way every person does it. The rest of the salespeople hang around with the people who are going nowhere. Dr. David McClelland of Harvard found that if you associate with a reference group, in other words, friends, associates, colleagues, family, and so on, who are not success-oriented, that alone can stop any possibility of you ever being a success in life. Your choice of people to associate with, both personally, business-wise, socially, is one of the most important choices you ever make in your life. And if you associate with turkeys, you'll never fly with the eagles. It's so important. Birds of a feather flock together. And it's because we are so affected by the suggestive influences of the people we're around that if they're not motivated, if they're not positive, if they're not up, we'll start to be just like them. We're all, in a way, like chameleons. We take on the coloring, the attitudes, the opinions of the people that we associate with on a regular basis. So it's very, very important that you associate with people who are going somewhere. The choice of a negative or demotivated reference group is enough to cut off all possibilities of your achieving what you're capable of achieving. Number 7 is guard your integrity as a sacred thing. As Ralph Waldo Emerson said, the most important thing you'll ever have is your integrity. And when we talk about your integrity, we don't just mean that you don't lie or cheat or steal or embezzle or anything like that, because people don't do that in our society. 95% of people are very, very honest. When we talk about integrity, we mean what Shakespeare said, "To thine own self be true, and then it must follow as the night the day, thou canst not then be false to any man." Be true to yourself. Be true to your own goals. Remember in school they used to tell us if you cheat on exams, you're only cheating yourself? Well, in life, if we take those coffee breaks and those extended lunch breaks and we get started late and we quit early, it's even worse than cheating on the exams, because that's not being true to ourselves. It's not being true to our full potential. If we get up early even when nobody's looking, and if we work late even when nobody's looking, believe me, as long as you're looking, you're going to feel great about yourself. It's wonderful to work 10 or 12 hours and know you've really accomplished something. That's what makes you feel absolutely fantastic. In an interesting study they did some years ago, they found that only 2% or less of all people are capable of working without supervision. All the rest either need casual supervision or direct supervision in order to do a job. Only 2% can plan their work and work their plan. And that's why many people come into sales, and you know what? They drop out of sales and go back into a salaried job where somebody will supervise them, because they just can't stand the freedom of having to be self-disciplined and self-organized. So guard your integrity as a sacred thing. Remember, in the ultimate end, you're answerable to yourself. You're answerable, as the poem says, to the man in the glass. And as long as that person looking back at you from the mirror is a sort of person that you respect and admire and look up to and is growing toward their full potential, then you'll always feel good about yourself. Use your inborn creativity. Think of yourself as a genius. Say to yourself over and over again, I'm a genius, 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 because you are. Many people say, hey, come on now, Brian, don't oversell your case. I'm going to tell you something, that nobody disputes this seriously on the university campuses or in the research laboratories. Every single person has the ability to perform at genius levels in something. Genius levels just simply means that our sensitivity, our creativity, our awareness in certain areas, certain fields, is very, very high. For some people it may be collecting stamps. For another person it may be selling. For another person it may be cooking. For another person it may be flower arranging. For another person it may be art. Everybody has the ability to do at least one thing, and sometimes more than one thing, in an outstanding fashion. What holds us back from that is the belief that we're just average, that we really don't have that ability, so what's the use in trying? Each person is a genius. Each person is born a genius and has enormous reserves of creativity deep down inside, which they can use if they stir them up and practice every day. When you see a problem or an obstacle, always look upon it as a challenge. This is just a challenge for me to apply my creative mind to removing, like a rock in the road. Treat every prospect like $1 million customer, as though they were the most important person in the world. I think it was Jesus of Nazareth who 2,000 years ago enunciated the golden rule. Treat every person as though you would like yourself to be treated. That's very, very important. Do unto others as you'd have them do unto you. If you'll always treat your customers and always treat your employers and always treat everybody around you as though they were worth $1 million, because they are. You know, we consider ourselves worth $1 million. We consider ourselves worth far more than that. If you think of how much it would cost, if somebody wanted to say, look, would you sell me your heart? How much would you sell it for? Is there any price you would put on your heart? Now, we're worth an awful lot. We're worth an awful lot to ourselves. We can be worth an awful lot to the world, too. Treat every prospect well. And ask yourself this question with regard to that. I think it's a great question. What kind of a company would my company be if everybody in it was just like me? It's called the Universal Maxim by Immanuel Kant. Conduct your life, live your life as though everything that you were to do was to become a universal maxim, and everybody was going to do exactly what you did. If that was to become the rule, as though you were the emperor and everything you did was to become a universal law for everyone else in the kingdom, just think of what kind of a standard of performance we would put on ourselves. And finally, I'll leave you with this: work hard and you will succeed. Work hard. And that is from Baron de Rothschild, one of his keys to success in life, one of the richest self-made men in the history of the world. He said, work hard and you will succeed. Not work hard and you might succeed, but work hard, work smart, put your shoulder to the wheel, start early and work late, and put your time in now rather than later. Let me just leave you with one last analogy with regard to hard work, and that is this. Does anybody know how to fly an airplane? Then you can relate to this. When you get clearance for takeoff and you pull onto the strip, you get your clearance from the tower over the radio, you've done all your check, and then you aim the aircraft down the runway and you put on full throttle, full blast, and you go whipping down the runway until you hit takeoff speed. The air lifts up the wings and the plane climbs, and it climbs to its flying altitude with the throttle on full. Isn't that right? You have to do that in order to get off the ground. You have to have full throttle in order to get off the ground. But you cannot maintain full throttle once you get off the ground, can you? Because it burns up the engine, it burns up too much gasoline. So when you get to cruising altitude, you pull it back a little bit. And you don't have to have it at full blast. This is the way life is. This is the way our sales careers are. To a certain point in our sales careers, we have to put on full throttle in order to take off and get to the height where we don't have to have it on full throttle, where we can back off and we have a little bit more time with our families, a little bit more time for holidays. But let me ask you the question, those of you who know how to fly, what would happen if we pulled back on the throttle while we're still on the ground? We would never get off the ground, would we? We would go down that runway forever. Now there's two times when you have to work hard in your sales career, and you can pick the two times. One is at the beginning, and work full blast, and work early and late, and work hard until you get off the ground, until you get to cruising altitude, and then you can pull back, and then it's not so hard. Or you can work just slightly less than full throttle, and you can work that speed for the rest of your life, and you'll never get to takeoff speed. Now that's a very subtle distinction. You understand what I'm saying? It's terribly important that if you will work full blast for a certain period